Translator born to be. With an explosive sound, Long Chen slapped across Ma Xingkang's face. Ma Xingkang was fine, but Long Chen was sent flying by a powerful force. Everyone turned to stone. Even the Xuanhuan master was stunned. Long Chen dared to slap Ma Xingkang, and he had succeeded. That was a sex leader, someone who was far and above him on the martial path. He was practically a godlike existence, but a foundation-forging disciple had slapped him in the face, and very resoundingly at that. Furthermore, it was done in front of the Xuanchen Dao sect's disciples and higher-ups. Long Chen was heaven-defying. Die, Ma Xingkang was also stunned. It seemed that ever since he had reached the position of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's vice-sect leader, he had never suffered such humiliation. In fact, he didn't recall such a humiliation ever. His hand slammed down, encompassing all of heaven and earth, at Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was by the Xuanhuan master's side. I won't let you kill my disciple. If you want to force it, don't blame me for using the Xuanchen Tower and killing you, warned the Xuanhuan master. The Xuanchen Dao sect had two powerful items. One was the reincarnation mirror, and one was the Xuanchen Tower. However, what was different between the two of them was, while the reincarnation mirror's power depended on its user, the Xuanchen Tower was powered by a formation. Once activated, it would unleash an attack that no one could possibly dodge. Even someone as powerful as Ma Xingkang wouldn't have the slightest chance against the Xuanchen Tower. Bastard, he humiliated me like this, so he deserves to die. Ma Xingkang was infuriated, but he didn't dare to attack the Xuanhuan master. He could sense that the Xuanchen Tower had finished accumulating energy. It could attack at any moment. Fuck off. I humiliated you, so you want to kill me. You fucker, you had the face to attack me, a foundation-forging disciple. Do you even know what it means to feel shame? When you humiliated me, why didn't you think that you should be killed? Let me tell you, you and I are not done. Once I, Long Chen, dominate the land beneath the heavens, I will raise your heaven-suppressing magic sect to the ground. I never say any empty words, and this is my oath that gods and devils can bear witness to. Long Chen's voice echoed through the air. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed color, with the entire world shuddering for a moment. It was like Long Chen's oath had caused the world to quiver. Long Chen was full of fury. He had had enough of others treating him like an ant that could be randomly crushed whenever they wanted to. He would get stronger and get revenge. This oath was for himself. Without getting his vengeance, he wouldn't have the face to live in this world. When Ma Xingkang had clenched Long Chen's neck, the pill's sovereign memories that were concealed in the depths of his soul had erupted. This was an intolerable insult. The sudden change in the world was incomprehensible to anyone except the Xuanhuan master and Ma Xingkang. They felt like some kind of unknown energy was now present in the world. Ha ha ha, you want to raise my heaven-suppressing magic sect. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. I'll nicely wait for you to grow up. I hope to see the day you can walk up my heaven-suppressing magic sect's staircase alive. Ma Xingkang laughed furiously. With a wave of his hand, a black bead, which seemed to contain a twinkling star within it, flew toward the Xuanhuan master. The Xuanhuan master caught it and smiled. As expected, the magic master's words can be trusted. Thank you for your generosity. As for the rest, HMPH, do you think my heaven-suppressing magic sect would turn back on its word? 3 days from now, you can send people over. However, Li Tiangxuan, you are the current Xuanhuan master of the Xuanchen Dao sect. Each one of your actions, each one of your words will influence your sect's prosperity and decline. You should be careful. If your Xuanchen Dao sect completely declines, you won't have the face to meet your ancestors, sneered Ma Xingkang. Like a gambler who had just lost a huge sum, his eyes were red, and he no longer had any of the image of an expert. The Xuanhuan master indifferently smiled. Many thanks for your reminder, but my Xuanchen Dao sect has its own fate, and there's no need for anyone else to worry about it. Other than that, the Xuanchen Dao sect is mine now, and my word is what counts. My style might not be the same as the previous Xuanhuan masters, so don't view the Xuanchen Dao sect in the same way as before. Today is a good example. Don't question my resolve. What happened today is my announcement to the world that the Xuanchen Dao sect is no longer the same. Not just any random person can come bully us. Ma Xingkang's expression sank. The Xuanhuan master's words could not be clearer. The Xuanchen Dao sect would not be paying the heaven-suppressing magic sect back for its loss. HMPH, I hope you won't regret this. Ma Xingkang led his disciples away. Han Zhenyu, who had just awoken, glared at Long Chen as he walked past. His eyes were full of rancor. He was just about to say a few words, something about just wait. Fuck off, looking at you disgusts me. Long Chen directly went up and slapped him flying. Ma Xingkang was infuriated and his fists creaked, but in the end he didn't even turn back. He just continued walking. Other disciples went up to grab Han Zhenyu, who had fainted again. They dejectedly left with Ma Xingkang. These disciples had come so tyrannically, but when they left, they were like dejected dogs. The difference between the two was truly immense. Ma Xingkang was gone as well as his disciples, but this place was a complete mess now. The land had been completely destroyed. This battle was extremely beneficial for those who participated and even just the spectators. You should all go back and digest your gains. Long Chen, you come with me. The Xuanhuan master patted Long Chen on the shoulder, and the two of them vanished from the others' sights. The other disciples felt like they hadn't expressed their delight enough. The Dragonblood Legion erupted into cheering. Today, they had witnessed Long Chen's wild, domineering heir. He had actually defeated Han Zhenyu. His glory was the entire Dragonblood Legion, and it felt like they were the ones who had defeated Han Zhenyu. Their excitement almost made them crazy. Some of the Dragonblood Legion's warriors were cheering like wolves, doing their best to unleash all their excitement. This battle had caused their blood to boil, and their fervor was overflowing. Even the other inner sect disciples cheered along with them. In fact, they started to feel like just being in the same sect as Long Chen was several lives worth of luck. Fan Song had a bitter smile. He found that even his people were completely won over by Long Chen's charisma now, and they were cheering. Hu Gishen's expression was exceedingly dark. Long Chen's power made him uneasy and afraid. Gao Xianyang's expression also wasn't good. He snorted and directly left, but these inner sect disciples didn't scatter for a long while. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is our Xuanhuan Dao sect's #1 divine general. No one can beat him. It was unknown who shouted this, but the cheering instantly erupted to a new level. All these disciples were cheering loudly to express their reverence and worship for Long Chen. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. All people revered the strong. Only once you were strong enough could you attract a group of loyal followers. That was the charisma of the strong, and whether it was men or women, they couldn't resist that charisma. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I love you. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I want to marry you. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I'll have your children. The women directly took advantage of their natural superiority, and their sharper voices resounded over the men's cheering. Can you grow up? Long Chen's two lovers are right there, but you're still shouting stuff like this. Are you pigs? Seeing quite a few traitors, Hua Xiu immediately roared. Meng Qi and Tang Waner simply laughed. They knew this was just a way for these disciples to express their excitement, and it wasn't serious. In fact, the more people cheered like this, the more pride they felt. Long Chen was a hero in their hearts, and if he won over more people's approval, they would feel more pride. Seeing how crazily the disciples were cheering, the elders couldn't help being speechless. They had to admit that Long Chen's charisma was truly powerful. It was regretful they hadn't encountered such a heroic figure in their youth. Luo Fan's gaze was cold, and he left without a word. The elder hall master shook his head as he watched him leaving. The alchemy pavilion master also left. The others on that level couldn't help but sigh. Long Chen's fame in the Xuanhuan Dao sect had grown once more. Although he had been famous before this, it hadn't reached this level before. This was different from before. This time, they had been provoked by the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and they had lost the first 4 battles, which had caused the disciples to feel humiliated and the sect to lose face. It was the Dragonblood Legion who had reversed the tide, and Long Chen had been the one to win the final crucial battle. He had defeated a rank 7 celestial who was unimaginably powerful. Therefore, he had completely won over the disciples' hearts. Even the disciples who were enemies with him had been won over. Long Chen was under the Elder Hall's banner, and the Law Enforcement Hall and Alchemy Pavilion were both against him, so they definitely weren't feeling very happy. Furthermore, this battle showed his immense potential. Now whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, no one could keep up with him. Not even Gao Xianyang was capable of it. All these experts on the level of hall masters had an estimate of Gao Xianyang's power. Perhaps he could have relied on his greater spiritual yuan to exhaust Han Zhenyu, but the end result would just be a draw. He definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat his opponent. The disciples cheered for a long time before leaving. Long Chen's name in the Xuanhuan Dao sect once more rose to an unprecedented height. Chapter 1126, The Xuan Master's Warning. Translator Born to Be. You have guts. Long Chen was brought back to the Xuanhuan master's private room. It was the Xuanhuan master who spoke first. He bitterly smiled. In all my years of cultivation, I've never slapped a life-star expert's face before. So I wonder if I'll have a chance in the future. Long Chen also bitterly smiled. Xuanhuan master, don't be so sarcastic. That bastard was completely intolerable. If I were stronger, I'd have directly cut him to pieces. Thinking of how Ma Xingkang had caught his throat and held him like a dog, killing intent burned in Long Chen's eyes. There was no way he could accept this. He hated Ma Xingkang for being shameless, and he hated himself for being powerless. He was still too weak. He couldn't accept living like this where he could only endure being humiliated. I'm not being sarcastic. That slap of yours was truly amazing. It allowed my Xuanchen Dao sect to finally vent a bit, praised the Xuanhuan master. Xuanhuan master, I don't understand something. Can you answer some of my questions? Asked Long Chen. Whatever you have to say, have a seat first. The Xuanhuan master sat down in front of a tea table. He started to steep some tea. Long Chen directly asked, how did the heaven-suppressing magic sect raise such foolish idiots? From top to bottom, not one of them has a brain. Long Chen was extremely puzzled. In his mind, people who had reached greater heights of cultivation should have been masterful people with high accomplishments in the mind as well. After all, their comprehension of the heavenly Taoes had to be high to reach their level. For example, there was Elder Li Qingfeng, the Elder Hall Master, and the Xuanhuan Master. Their bearing was graceful and elegant, and they were all incredibly wise without being arrogant or ostentatious. That was something that won them his esteem. In comparison, there was Ma Xingkang. He was an idiot, a big idiot. It wasn't as if the Xuanhuan Master's acting had been incredibly marvelous, but he had still directly jumped into the trap. Furthermore, after he had realized it, he had immediately lost his calm and attacked. How was he a grand person at all? He was more like a hoodlum. Haha, in truth, the cultivation world is not as complicated as you're making it. It's very simple, even more simple than the secular world. The Xuanhuan master smiled. He raised the teapot, and Long Chen was just about to take it when the Xuanhuan master stopped him. He personally poured tea for both of them before continuing. The rules of the cultivation world are no different from the rules of wild animals. Power is everything. There is nothing else. You might feel that the cultivation world is full of idiots with laughably childish methods and zero skill, but that's simply natural. Take, for example, the secular world. Perhaps in your hometown, two nations are able to coexist. That means their power is about the same. The two nations will fight, both internally and externally. All kinds of schemes and traps will be laid out to defeat their opponents. That is what happens when the two are around the same level of power. At that point, they use their smarts to defeat their opponents and resolve their problems. Their intelligence and schemes decide their destiny. Now consider the cultivation world. Power is everything. No matter how smart you are in front of absolute power, you still won't have any ability to resist. For example, today, you were able to use various tricks and traps against Han Zhenyu, allowing you to win. Your combat experience and sharp judgment allowed you to become today's winner. Your superior intellect revealed itself. But what if you had been against Ma Xingkang? Would your intelligence have any use? I just didn't think Ma Xingkang would be so shameless. Who would have thought a sect leader would attack a foundation-forging disciple? Said Long Chen hatefully. Child, you're wrong. Cultivation base has nothing to do with shamelessness. It is not the case that people with higher cultivation bases have more integrity and dignity. If you treat the cultivation world like that, you will suffer greatly. To be despicable is the natural conduct of despicable people. To be noble is a noble person's epitaph. In the cultivation world, noble people can usually only bring their nobility with them to the grave. As for despicable people, they live happily for a long time, said the Xuanhuan master. Disciple understands. Long Chen nodded. The Xuanhuan master's words had enlightened him to the world. He shouldn't have used his ideal yardstick to measure the cultivation world. Your methods are ruthless enough, vicious enough, and you have smarts. But there are 2 points that make it so you cannot be a true leader. One is that you do not have enough restraint. I'm sure that with your smarts you can see through many more things. Regretfully, you have no restraint and didn't do things properly. Otherwise, you'd have saved yourself a great deal of trouble, said the Xuanhuan master. Long Chen couldn't help but bitterly smile. His character was just like this, and he also had no way to change it. Sometimes, he would also feel like he was acting very foolishly. Despite clearly seeing a trap laid down by his opponents, he would still jump into it. He would repeatedly tell himself to stay calm, to not act blindly, as that would force him into a passive position. He should first plan how to counter the trap before walking into it, because that way he could counterattack more effectively. But it didn't have the slightest use. Once his fury soared, he wouldn't even know who he was. At that time, his intelligence was practically zero. After several instances of this, he understood that it was the influence of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Once he was furious, his head would forget how to think, and all his previous warnings to himself would be thrown out the window. After realizing this problem, he decided not to think too much about it. He would just do what he had to do. For example, when Ma Xingkang had released Long Chen, he had immediately slapped him. He hadn't even been thinking of doing it. It had practically been instinct. At that time, he had wanted to kill Ma Xingkang right there and then. The second thing is that you aren't despicable enough, and you aren't able to harden your heart. You are unwilling to make any sacrifices, so you are unable to become a true leader. I've observed you for a long while now. If you had just made some slight sacrifices or used a few contemptible means, you wouldn't have been forced into such a passive state by the law enforcement hall or alchemy pavilion several times. However, everything has two sides. It is precisely because of this that you possess such incomparable charisma, making others willing to follow you into death. You can't be a ruler, but you are a perfect general. However, are you planning on leading your people to fight all the way until the end? Asked the Xuanhuan master profoundly. His meaning was that if he continued to charge forward recklessly, this character of his wouldn't be a problem. But if one day he reached a limit and had to stop, at that time, if he still didn't use the methods of a ruler on his subordinates, his group would quickly fracture. This was what the Xuanhuan master had been saying back when he had discussed internal and external battles with him. This was a method a ruler had to be in control of, but Long Chen detested doing such things. The great peng spreads its wings and soars into the clouds. It tries to break through the dome of the sky, and even if it dies 100 times, its will does not waver. Long Chen softly muttered to himself. Legend was that the kun transformed into the peng, and it was dissatisfied with heaven and earth's restrictions. It would rather become enemies of the world and break free of its restrictions to be free. The kun peng was the definition of wild arrogance. In the myths, its fate was always to be eradicated beneath the heavenly Taos. It was like a mystical curse. When the kun peng was born, it had to fight against the heavens. It would rather die beneath the heavenly Taos than be bound by its shackles. This was similar to Long Chen's fate. At first, Long Chen hadn't wanted to fight against the heavens, but the heavenly Taos tried to destroy him all the time, and so he had no choice but to become their enemy. So Long Chen's enemy was not his fellow cultivators, but this entire world and the heavenly Taos. He understood what the Xuanhuan master was saying here, and yet he couldn't do that. My path is different from others. I must advance without looking back. Once I retreat, not only will I die, but I will also implicate every other person following me, said Long Chen. The Xuanhuan master nodded. It seemed Long Chen already knew many things. Although he didn't know he was a heaven defier, he had already prepared himself to walk the path of defying the heavens until the end. Was your oath today serious? Asked the Xuanhuan master. Yes, that bastard humiliated me to cast a shadow on my Tao heart. If I can't get my revenge, it may create a heart devil in the future. Long Chen nodded. This was like a lump had been placed on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. In truth, according to reason, being humiliated when a grand sect leader attacked you was very normal. In fact, if it was another person, they might even feel honored. But Long Chen felt stifled. Whenever he thought of this, he would feel furious. He had to get revenge for this. The Xuanhuan master was lost in thought for a long while. He suddenly said, the heaven-suppressing magic sect has a close relationship with Pill Valley. The reason they are so strong and could grow so quickly is definitely related to Pill Valley. Many powerful sects have close relationships with Pill Valley, so you should be careful. Long Chen was startled. Looking at the Xuanhuan master, he wanted to ask a few things, but then thinking about it, he decided not to. The Xuanhuan master was simply warning him that he was underestimating Pill Valley. Will my actions today bring trouble to the Tao sect? Asked Long Chen. The Tao sect's troubles have never come to an end. If we still didn't strike back, we would completely decline. This counterattack will definitely quickly bring about a few consequences, but I knew such a day would come. I started my preparation many years ago, so it won't cause too much of a problem for the sect in the short term. However, while this continent looks peaceful on the surface, there are many hidden undercurrents and countless dangers. Many powers are beginning to stir. If the Tao sect continued to stay silent, it's likely that it would never have another chance to rise. Your arrival is an opportunity. I'm using you to grasp that opportunity to allow the Xuanhuan Tao sect to rise, said the Xuanhuan master. You have that much trust in this little one. Long Chen couldn't help but bitterly smile. It's the same as how you trust me, the Xuanhuan master smiled. He took out a bead and offered it to Long Chen. This life star bead is your battle spoil, take it. Chapter 11:27, Refusing Kindness. Translator born to be. What is this? Long Chen didn't know what this bead was. However, he sensed powerful heavenly Tao energy from it. This is Ma Xingkang's life star bead. Inside is his life's comprehension of the heavenly Taos. There's enough energy in it to allow all your Dragon Blood Legion's members to comprehend it together. Once they comprehended the energy within, their ability to use heavenly Tao energy will soar to an unprecedented level. Battling across realms will be as easy as breathing, said the Xuanhuan master. Long Chen was shocked. Battling across realms would be as easy as breathing. Just what kind of heaven-defying ability would that be? Wouldn't that mean each one of them would have the power of at least a rank 6 celestial? Long Chen was delighted, but then he quickly thought of something and hesitated. I can't accept this life star bead. Why not? The Xuanhuan master was surprised. If my guess is right, if this life star bead is given to the Elder Hall master, there will be a high chance of him breaking through his current barrier and reaching your level, right? Yes, he would have a 30% chance. The Xuanhuan master thought about it and nodded. Then you can give this life star bead to the Elder Hall master. Remember, I'm giving it to the Elder Hall master. Don't give it to anyone else, especially not the Law Enforcement Hall master, said Long Chen cautiously. If the Xuanhuan master gave it to the Law Enforcement Hall master, he'd go crazy. Why give it to him and not keep it for your Dragon Blood Legion? You should know that with it, your Dragon Blood Legion would grow to a monstrous level. Because the Elder Hall master is my respected elder, I would rather give this opportunity to those who have helped me. That will make my heart feel better. This reason of yours sounds a bit far-fetched. There's another reason. That's that my aspirations are greater than you think. What do you mean? If the Dragon Blood Legion comprehended this life star bead, their comprehension of heavenly Tao energy would rise, and in the future, breaking through would be simple. Their combat power would also become monstrous. I believe all of this, but I also know that anything that has benefits also has disadvantages. The bigger the benefit, the greater the disadvantage. And my guess is that if the Dragon Blood Legion uses this life star bead, their cultivation bases will never reach the same level as Ma Xingkang's. Yes, that is correct. But even so, amongst over 13,000 people, at least 10% will be able to reach the level of a hall master within 100 years. Is that not satisfactory? The Xuanhuan master still found it inconceivable. How many geniuses found their cultivation bases stuck before the king level? Just reaching the king level would be their dream. If the Dragon Blood Legion digested the life star bead, they would definitely reach the king realm within 10 years, and they would be able to attack even higher realms in 100 years. A tenth of them would be over 1,000 people. It had to be known that the Xuanhuan Tao sect only had less than 100 people on the level of hall masters. However, Long Chen was still dissatisfied with such a thing. It's not that disciple is greedy, but that disciple cannot wait. Furthermore, my target is not the level of hall masters. My target is so far that even I don't know it. If my brother's cultivation bases are stuck at the hall master level but I continue progressing, they won't be able to keep up with me. That would make them feel worse than dying. We are all life and death brothers, and we understand each other's hearts. They would rather die on the battlefield than get stuck. So this life star bead might be a treasure to others, but it's a poison to the Dragon Blood Legion. It would destroy us, said Long Chen. The Xuanhuan master looked at Long Chen for a long time. He couldn't tell just how far Long Chen's target was. If the Dragon Blood Legion's members all reached the hall master level, they would be able to establish their own power in the martial heaven continent. What more did he want? Do you really have the assurance that your Dragon Blood Legion will surpass that level? Asked the Xuanhuan master. I don't have the assurance, but at least our futures will still be unknown. As long as it's not set in stone, there are limitless possibilities. But if we use the life star bead, our path will be blocked. Once a person knows they've reached the limit of their life, struggling no longer has any meaning, said Long Chen. I didn't expect you to be thinking this far. All right then, I'll give this life star bead to Liu Kang. However, doesn't that mean you worked for nothing? I could. The Xuanhuan master was a bit embarrassed. The only other thing they had obtained was some raw material and ores that couldn't be directly used. You're too courteous. I didn't work for nothing. Blooddrinker has been promoted to a king item, which is my greatest harvest. Furthermore, this battle allowed me to see a new way to attack. Great battles are always beneficial to one's combat experience. Furthermore, I even got to slap Ma Xingkang in the face. That's currently my greatest slap, said Long Chen while gesturing. The Xuanhuan master couldn't help but laugh. That slap of Long Chen's might echo throughout the ages. There hadn't been one like it before, and there probably wouldn't be another like it in the future. Then how about this? You can directly take half the Xuanchen Dao Sect's Yuan Spirit Beads and Yuan Spirit Stones, said the Xuanhuan master after pondering it for a moment. If anyone else heard that, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. The Xuanhuan master was actually willing to give half the sect's resources to Long Chen. That money-spending style was absolutely terrifying. But Long Chen shook his head. I accept your kindness, but in truth, I know the Xuanchen Dao sect isn't that wealthy, so I don't need these resources. Furthermore, although I'm not too sure about this, if I use too many of the Xuanchen Dao sect's resources, it might bring misfortune to the sect. Long Chen was grateful to the Xuanhuan master for his actions, but through the arrival of the heaven-suppressing magic sect and how they had acted, he could tell that the Xuanchen Dao sect didn't have as much wealth as he had imagined. Now he smelled the hint of a large power bitterly trying to endure. Just the fact that the Xuanhuan master would say this was enough. You know. The Xuanhuan master was startled. Did Long Chen know that he was a heaven to fire? Otherwise, he wouldn't have added that last sentence. I don't know what is with me. Previously, Senior Ling Yunzai secretly gave me a subtle warning, but I didn't really understand. However, as I received more and more setbacks, I find that no matter where I go, I am an unlucky star. My beauties died, my brothers sacrificed themselves. No matter how hard I fought, I still implicated quite a few people. So I've gradually come to understand there is some merciless hand in the unseen world that is constantly twisting my fate. The way Senior Ling Yunzai looked at me is the same way you're looking at me. You both know some things, but you can't tell me. I've guessed a bit of it, though. In truth, your smartest decision should have been to be a spectator and just watch me in silence. The more you help me, the more you'll be implicated by me. So while I'm grateful you would be willing to give me half the sect's resources, I can't accept. I have to work using my own methods to get the Xuanchen Dao sect's resources, as that's the only way to avoid causing too much trouble for the sect, said Long Chen. The Xuanhuan master had clearly seen through some of his secrets, but was still willing to split such a huge amount of wealth with him. That came with a huge risk of drawing karma. That was what made Long Chen the most grateful. This action of the Xuanhuan master made Long Chen finally view the Xuanchen Dao sect as his home. This action was touching, but Long Chen knew what happened to those around him. If he relied on a mountain, the mountain would collapse. If he used a water source, it would dry up. He didn't want to implicate the Xuanchen Dao sect. The Xuanhuan master couldn't help but sigh emotionally upon seeing that Long Chen knew so much. At such a young age, he was under immense pressure. The reason he was strong was because he had no choice but to be strong. But the Xuanhuan master didn't dare to say anything about heaven defiers. He didn't even dare to hint at it. The higher a person's cultivation base, the more sensitive the heavenly Daos were to them. It was like each one of his movements was under the watch of the heavenly Daos, so he couldn't go even slightly over the line. Long Chen left the Xuanhuan master's room and appeared in the inner sect plaza. When he appeared, countless disciples immediately surrounded him. When Long Chen had been brought away by the Xuanhuan master, the Dragonblood Legion had decided to wait for him in the inner sect plaza. Seeing that, the other inner sect disciples followed along. But that wasn't all. Even outer sect disciples came running over as long as they weren't working. Although the outer sect disciples hadn't had the qualifications to personally witness the battles between the Xuanchen Dao sect and heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples, they had watched it through a projected screen formation. First, they had lost 4 rounds, then they had won 4 rounds. Then a rank 7 celestial had appeared, and Long Chen had defeated that terrifying opponent. All the disciples were so excited that they almost went crazy. Charge! As soon as Long Chen appeared, the Dragonblood Legion surrounded him and tossed him high into the air. But the Dragonblood Legion only got to toss him a few times before they were pushed out by other disciples. There were even quite a few powerful female warriors who charged a path through the men to join in. Hey, who's pulling my pants? Long Chen shouted from the air. In front of these disciples' fervent passion, he would feel bad resisting. Although his head was dizzy from being tossed around, he let them continue for a long time. Eventually, with the Dragonblood Legion's protection, he escaped their encirclement and returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. But as soon as he returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain, their grand gates were packed with countless disciples carrying wine jars. A huge celebration was held on Crouching Dragon Mountain. This celebration lasted for a full week, and all the food and drink was offered by the Xuanhuan Dao sect free of charge. Everyone did their best to eat and drink as much as possible. This celebration didn't just occur on Crouching Dragon Mountain. The entire Dao sect, including inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and even the elders, entered a state of merriment. This battle had allowed the Xuanhuan Dao sect, which had been suppressed for many years, to finally vent their resentment. Chapter 11:28 Little One arrives in the world. Translator Born to Be. Not everyone was happy. The law enforcement hall's Luo Fan was unable to feel the slightest joy. He had a dark expression on his face as he sat. Beside him was a standing elder. He was Luo Fan's trusted aide, the Vice Hall Master. Luo Fan raised a cup of tea, but his hand was quivering and the teacup suddenly shattered, the tea splashing everywhere. Luo Fan swung his hand, directly crushing the fragments into smithereens. Liu Kang's definitely laughing at me right now. Luo Fan's eyebrows were vertical as he clenched his teeth, his face twisted into a sinister expression. You can be sure of that. Originally, our law enforcement hall had the absolute advantage, but after Long Chen arrived, years of our work have been ruined. Now the Elder Hall is becoming arrogant. HMPH, I dislike the Elder Hall the most. Those sanctimonious fellows are all pedantic hypocrites. They've hindered the Dao sect's development. Their bullshit about taking things step by step and teaching things in line with the disciples' abilities is such nonsense. If we used the law enforcement hall's methods and just directly sent them to the battlefield to temper themselves, not only would the talented ones be picked out faster, but it would also save endless resources. If the Dao sect is left in their hands, it will simply stagnate, said the Vice Hall Master helplessly. The Xuan Master's mind is muddled. Every time I put forward suggestions or tell him that this method of raising disciples is wrong, he'll just smile and brush me off. He even says the Dao sect's inheritance can't be changed so easily, and unless I can give him an example that moves him, he won't try it. But he doesn't give me the authority or any disciples to raise myself. I spent my own money to raise some disciples, losing money instead of getting paid for my work, and that got me some power, but the Xuan Master still refused to give me enough authority. And now the authority over the infernal devil abyss has been snatched away. It's definitely because of that bastard Liu Kang's dirty tricks. All I want is to work for the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but bastards keep blocking my way. Fuck! Luo Fan became more and more infuriated until he burst into curses. That bastard Long Chen, he ruined so many years of my work. I wish I could crush him. Luo Fan looked like he wanted to bite Long Chen to death. The Vice Hall Master just watched as Luo Fan's fury soared. He didn't say a word. Don't you normally have so many clever ideas? Why are you mute now? Luo Fan unconsciously turned his fury to him for being silent. The Vice Hall Master seemed to be used to this, and he didn't get angry. Right now, there's only one way to reverse our disadvantage. You know what to do. That's just bullshit. I wanted to kill Long Chen a long time ago, but his fame is growing greater and greater. Even the Xuan Master treats him favorably. From his attitude, it's clear he plans on taking him as an apprentice. If I kill him, I'll be executed, raged Luo Fan. You don't necessarily need to do anything personally to kill someone, said the Vice Hall Master profoundly. What are you talking about? Demanded Luo Fan. Hall Master, Long Chen is a black sheep that is obstructing the Dao sect's development. Think about how you will feel when the Xuanhuan Dao sect is destroyed. If you succeed, you'll be able to completely reform the way the sect raises disciples. Because of you, the Dao sect will soar to the glory it should possess. Even if you pass away, the future generations will still laud your contribution. Even if they forget who the Xuan Master was, they'll definitely remember you. You're the one who is most clear on how the Xuanhuan Dao sect has declined. Right now, the sect is teetering on the verge of collapse, and what the sect needs is someone capable of reversing this crazy tide. That's why you need to decide whether or not to do this, said the Vice Hall Master. Luo Fan was silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. It's not possible, don't bring it up again. Hall Master. Pal. The Vice Sect Master was unresigned, but he had only just opened his mouth when Luo Fan sent him flying with a slap. I've already said not to mention this again. Are you deaf? Roared Luo Fan. As you wish, Hall Master. The vice hall master crawled up from the ground and bowed. Luo Fan didn't see the rancor that flashed through his eyes. These 7 days of celebration continued without a break. As the main character, Long Chen was challenged by all the inner sect disciples one by one in a drinking contest. Others could rest a bit before continuing to drink, but he couldn't. This wine was free, and it was the precious medicinal wine. It was very beneficial to the body, so they were going all out to drink as much as possible. Drinking wine was now being treated as cultivating, and being repeatedly challenged by tens of thousands of disciples, Long Chen continuously drank for 7 days. Finally, he couldn't last any longer and collapsed into a pile of mush. He had drunk a ridiculous amount and had practically poured a small lake of wine into his stomach. He slept soundly for 3 whole days. Long Chen drank the most, while Wilda ate the most. He spent all 7 days eating until finally, the Dao sect sent word that there was no need to continue requesting for food. There was no longer any left. Wilda had consumed all the delicacies the Xuanhuan Dao sect had stored. When Long Chen woke up, he felt a burst of pain in his head. That was the result of too much medicinal energy. When he left his room, he saw that the others weren't any better off than him. Many of the Dragonblood Legion's warriors were staggering as they walked. He snorted. Had there been such a need to go all out drinking? If they wanted wine, they could buy it at any time. He didn't feel the slightest sympathy for those people holding their heads as they staggered back and forth, who had asked them to drink so much. Just because it was free didn't mean they had to go so far. Long Chen arrived at the back of Crouching Dragon Mountain. He lazily laid on a rock and soaked in the sun's rays, enjoying the scenery. Just at that moment, Meng Qi and Tang Wanner arrived by his side. Meng Qi waved her hand, and a large egg appeared in front of her. Long Chen, look, it's about to hatch, said Meng Qi excitedly. Meng Qi and Tang Wanner didn't like drinking. They had only joined in for the first day, and afterward they had gotten back to their proper business. At that time, Long Chen had been heroically defeating his fellow disciples, crying out that he would beat them 1 against 10,000. Meng Qi had gathered quite a few treasures to nourish the egg, and she had spent a huge sum, buying the best possible things for it. All kinds of magical beast essence blood, precious medicines, crystal cores, spirit talismans, and such had been used on the egg. After all that nourishment, there were now countless lines lit up on the egg. The life fluctuations coming from it grew stronger and stronger. That was a sign that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was about to hatch. Meng Qi found Long Chen just to let him bear witness to its arrival in the world. In a certain spot where many runes propagated on the egg, cracks began to appear. Following that, a tender beak poked out of it. A large piece of the shell fell to the ground, clanking with a metallic sound. As a pecking sound repeatedly rang out, more and more pieces of the shell broke off. Finally, it revealed a hatchling inside. It jumped out of the shell and released a tender bird cry before charging at Meng Qi. But as soon as it tried, it fell on the ground. It still had no feathers, and its bare wings repeatedly slapped on the ground as it tried to go over to Meng Qi. What shocked Long Chen was that this newly born hatchling was directly breaking the hard bricks beneath its feet as it struggled. "I'm over here, good job." Meng Qi quickly ran over to its side and comforted it. She also sent her spiritual strength to calm down its excited emotions. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow had only just hatched, and yet it was 10 meters tall. There were already runes on its wings, and based on the force with which its wings slapped the ground, its power would probably be enough to kill a 6th-rank magical beast. Although the hatchling was pacified by Meng Qi, it continued to excitedly cry out. Its voice became louder and louder. It was a nice sound, but it was so loud that it shook their eardrums. "All right, that's enough. Here, have your first meal." Meng Qi smiled and patted its wing. Perhaps it was due to hunger, but it only stopped crying now. It began to devour the shattered eggshells. When it devoured the fragments, Long Chen saw that its runes would light up slightly. The sticky liquid that was still stuck on its body instantly faded. Furthermore, these shell fragments, which were harder than a treasure item, would vanish from all his senses as soon as they entered its mouth. What terrifying devouring power! It was no wonder it was called the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. It possessed such terrifying devouring power even just after birth. Once the shells were completely eaten, it clearly appeared more awake. Its body was now clean, and although it was still featherless, there was a hint of a divine steed's aura. Its wings moved. It looked like it was trying to fly, but it didn't succeed. Instead, it slapped a large hole in the ground, covering Long Chen and the others with dust. You're still too young to fly. Here, have some tasty food. Meng-Chi took out a large ball as big as a person from her spatial ring. This large ball was similar in shape to a medicinal pill. It was a special beast food that beast tamers would create in accordance with the needs of their housepets. This one had ground-up bones and crystal cores of magical beasts, as well as essence blood. Other than those things, there were also a few essential nutrients that magical beasts required, as well as special spices that they liked. Creating these food balls was a fundamental skill of beast tamers. Meng-Chi had done everything she could to make the best food ball for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. The little hatchling excitedly began to eat. "Wow, boss, you raided a bird nest. Why is this featherless bird so ugly?" Xuanhuan was drawn over by the disturbance. Suddenly, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow opened its beak and pointed it at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's body rapidly shrank and flew into its mouth. Chapter 11:29, The Plan for Fostering. Translator Born to Be. All of them jumped in fright. Xuanhuan had actually been directly pulled into the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's stomach by some strange force. It was too fast for anyone to react. Xuanhuan didn't even understand what was going on before he landed in its stomach. "Cloud, spit him out," cried Meng-Chi. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow opened its mouth and spat out Xuanhuan. Right now, he was covered in his armor. "Cloud, you can't act like this. You have to differentiate between friends and enemies," chided Meng-Chi. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow let out a few chirps that sounded wronged. That stunned Long Chen and Tang Wanner. How did this hatchling already possess such high intelligence? Meng-Chi listened carefully for a long time and couldn't help but break into a smile. "Cloud says that Xuanhuan said it was ugly, so Xuanhuan's a bad person." Xuanhuan was pale. Just now, when he had been swallowed into its stomach, he had felt a strange force, and he had instinctively summoned his armor. Several thin cracks had appeared on his armor. Those lines were very thin, as if strings had cut into it. Xuanhuan's armor was made of material on the level of king items. It was incredibly hard, and weapons had difficulty causing any damage to it. It was unknown what kind of force had caused these marks. If it had instead been a body of flesh and blood, how could it endure such power? Wouldn't it be instantly torn through? Just thinking about it made Xuanhuan's expression change. Just now, he had walked past the gates of hell. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow once more chirped a few times, and Meng-Chi laughed. "Cloud says that it was just trying to scare you as a punishment for calling it ugly. It wasn't really trying to eat you." Long Chen looked at the marks on Xuanhuan's armor and couldn't help being shocked. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow had only just been born, but it already possessed such terrifying power. It was truly worthy of being a legendary existence. "Cloud is able to speak to you already?" asked Long Chen. "Our souls are connected. If it wants to express something, I can understand it. The translation won't be 100% right, but there won't be any big deviations. As a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, it possesses its innate skills even though it just hatched. Any flesh swallowed by it will be cut into pieces by the strands of energy within it. It possesses spatial energy and an innate devouring ability, so even huge magical beasts can be swallowed in one gulp. As for a matured cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, it could gulp down all lifeforms within 1,000 miles just by opening its mouth. That was what earned it the name heaven-swallowing. Meng-Chi gently patted its head as she explained. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow seemed to enjoy Meng-Chi's pampering. "Isn't that a bit too fierce? It doesn't even have feet, I mean. It's already so strong after just being born." Xuanhuan clearly hadn't recognized what it was, or he wouldn't have ended up in his previous plight. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was just a hatchling right now, and it truly did look a bit ugly. It looked like it would take a while for it to grow feathers. As an ancient beast with a terrifying inheritance, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's growth speed wasn't very fast. It also required plenty of resources. "Long Chen, this little one might make us poor again," said Meng-Chi worriedly. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow chirped a few times, embarrassing Meng-Chi. Its intelligence was truly high, and it basically understood her words. It said that it could eat a bit less. That made her feel warm and ashamed. Back then, that powerful 10th-rank cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow had given her one of her children, only because she had been helpless. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow would require an ocean's worth of resources once it was born. Normally, the mother would use its own essence blood as feed. But that 10th-rank cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow had been injured, and she didn't have enough essence blood to raise both children. She had had no choice but to sacrifice one. Now, after a moment of excitement, Meng-Chi realized a serious problem. This little one was in an extremely hungry state right now. That was very likely because the mother had already decided to abandon it, and so she hadn't spent enough of her essence blood on it after a while. That led to an innate deficiency that made it feel exceptionally hungry now that it was born. This wasn't true hunger, but the result of being deficient in some kind of energy. It would need more resources to make up for its innate weakness. Now it was incredibly hungry, so hungry that even Meng-Chi felt unwell. She hadn't expected its appetite to be so great. The food she had prepared wasn't even close to enough. She took out a few more food balls. Those were originally stocked for the future, but she couldn't bear to see it so hungry. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow surprisingly didn't eat the food balls. That made Meng-Chi even more ashamed. As a beast tamer, she wasn't even able to raise a housepet. "Don't worry and eat it. I'll handle the rest and won't let you starve," Long Chen comforted Cloud. If he couldn't even raise such a little fellow, what kind of man would he be? Unexpectedly, Cloud ran over to Long Chen's side and rubbed its head against Long Chen happily. "Cloud says that it remembers your aura and that you're a good person. But Xuanhuan is bad, so don't stay with him," laughed Meng-Chi. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes. Wasn't his only offense not praising it? Was it worth sowing dissension? Long Chen was startled. He supposed it only made sense that you couldn't judge such an ancient species with common sense. If it remembered his aura, that meant it had memories from when it was just an egg. Cloud devoured several more beast balls. However, it didn't treat Tang Wan'er very enthusiastically. To it, Tang Wan'er was still an outsider. But Tang Wan'er very much adored it, constantly stroking it, and Cloud didn't refuse. Xuanhuan went to try to repair their awkward relationship, and as a result, Cloud simply opened its mouth and he fled in terror, vanishing like a wisp of smoke while Meng-Chi and Tang Wan'er laughed. "Whatever it needs, get it with points. Money isn't a problem. Letting it grow up healthy is the most important point, and it's the only way to pay back seniors' trust," said Long Chen to Meng-Chi. "But Cloud's body is extremely deficient in many areas. It'll require plenty of adjustments and resources to fix," said Meng-Chi. "How much?" Meng-Chi hesitated for a moment and then clenched her teeth. "At a rough estimate, using the best resources, it will probably require 5 billion points." Although they had long since been prepared, Long Chen and Tang Wan'er both jumped in shock. "Wan'er, how many points do we have now?" asked Long Chen. "A few days ago, Sister Qing Yu said that we had 4,800,000,000 points, because the majority of our points were already distributed to each individual. If we don't have enough, we can ask them to pool their points again," said Tang Wan'er. Although they had obtained over 10 billion points in that battle, the Dragonblood Legion had equipped themselves with the best weapons and were training in the best training rooms. They naturally burned their points quickly. 10 billion points was a shocking amount, but when distributed, it wasn't even 1,000,000 points each. That wasn't enough to even get a king item. Xuanhuan was also a big money spender. Although the material for his forging had been sent by Zheng Wenlong, just the process of forging things required all kinds of supplementary materials such as inscriptions or divine extracts. "Long Chen, will this affect the entire Dragonblood Legion's development?" asked Meng-Chi worriedly. "Foolish wife, Cloud is our companion and also a member of the Dragonblood Legion. Its power is the Dragonblood Legion's power. Even if it's just for the sake of our future, we need Cloud to grow up healthy. Don't worry, although it'll be a bit tight, I think with a bit of adjustment, it won't affect our progress." Long Chen smiled. Meng-Chi blushed upon being called wife, and she glared at Long Chen, but that made her feel warm. "How are we supposed to adjust?" asked Meng-Chi. "Right now, each member of the Dragonblood Legion has quite a few points. It should be enough for them in the short term, so we won't need to give any more for a while. As for the points that we have, although it's not enough, there are other options. Divide the required resources into things that have to be bought with points in the sect, and things that we can get on our own. For example, I can get you precious medicines, and we can get some of the magical beast flesh, crystal cores, and bones on our own. Our disciples can occasionally go out for tempering, which will benefit their cultivation bases and will profit. We can even issue missions to get those things, which should be cheaper. Furthermore, I'm still getting points from selling medicinal pills to the outer sect, so there's no need to worry about it right now," said Long Chen. "Long Chen, you really are amazing." Meng-Chi and Tang Wan'er excitedly hugged Long Chen, one on the left and one on the right. They even gave him a kiss each. Just as Long Chen was enjoying the feeling, another mouth came over. Hey, you're too late. Let me kiss you instead. Cloud actually learned from Ming Qi and Tang Wan'er's examples. Long Chen hastily went up to hug and kissed it instead. He was afraid of being accidentally swallowed into its stomach. Tang Wan'er and Ming Qi laughed. Cloud was truly adorable. The two of them continued to play with it, while Long Chen walked toward a depressed Xuanhuan who was sitting on a distant boulder. Chapter 11, 30 Group Seclusion. Translator Born to Be. What's with the face? It's not like anyone told you to have so little eloquence. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder. Boss, is it because I don't know how to speak nicely that I can't get any woman to like me? Asked Xuanhuan. In truth, women are comparatively pettier and your mouth is truly skilled at unwittingly infuriating them. Take what just happened as an example. That little hatchling is Meng Qi's housepet and you said it was ugly. Don't you think that's a slap to Meng Qi's face? Meng Qi's gentle and nice and she doesn't like fighting. If it had instead been Wan'er, she'd have kicked you flying, said Long Chen. Boss, now that you put it like this, it seems that really is the case. I definitely have to fix the way I talk, said Xuanhuan solemnly. But then seeing Long Chen's strange expression, he asked, Boss, what's with those eyes? Are you doubting my words? Long Chen shook his head vehemently. You're my brother, so it's not that I doubt your words. Xuanhuan smiled. Haha, this is how my boss. It's that I fundamentally don't believe them. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder. There's no perfect person in this world. Sometimes a person's shortcomings embody their character more than their strong points. You are you, so why change? Once you change yourself, will you still be Xuanhuan? You admire me, so you imitate me. Are you planning on being my shadow for a lifetime? What would be the meaning of your existence of the person named Xuanhuan? Listen well, at the very least, if you can pull off a dream poser act, it would still possess great meaning. Boss, I'm a bit confused. Am I supposed to take your words as praise? Asked Xuanhuan. Of course it's praise. Don't you feel that it's glorious to have used your own hard work and choices to go from an obscure nobody to your current height? Boss, actually, I feel like all my current accomplishments are just because of you. Wrong. No one in this world can truly help you. The only one who can help you is yourself. Amongst the people by my side, you're the one with the weakest strength, the weakest talent, the weakest moral. Long Chen suddenly coughed and continued. Your starting point is lower than other people, but you blazed an alternate path to reach your current level. That's definitely not a coincidence. So there's no need to feel inferior. Everything you have is the result of your own silent hard work and investment. Long Chen was the one who understood Xuanhuan the best. The reason he liked to be such a poser was most likely because of his feeling of inferiority inside his heart. He needed to prove himself, which was why he wanted everyone to acknowledge him. He liked the feeling of being stared at by everyone, of being worshipped and revered by everyone. But a feeling of inferiority was also a kind of heart devil. If it was not erased, it might cause problems in the future. So Long Chen gave him this warning today. Boss, I understand. I will cast aside my sense of inferiority and be the true me. I won't imitate anyone. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and nodded. Good, that's perfect, praised Long Chen. I am Xuanhuan, I am me. Starting today, I will meet every day with confidence. I will declare to the world that when it comes to posing, I am serious, cried Xuanhuan. What the fuck? There's really no saving you. Long Chen directly clapped Xuanhuan on the back of the head, causing him to fall from the boulder he was sitting on. Aggrieved, Xuanhuan said, Boss, didn't you just tell me to be confident to be myself? Long Chen sighed for a long time, calming himself down. Confident people didn't need to be posers. Xuanhuan was unable to understand his meaning. How is the armor forging? Long Chen changed the subject. He was afraid if they continued this topic, he would lose control and slap him. I've restarted all of them. Why? After forging a few thousand sets, I found that my initial forging method had too many flaws. The runes weren't compact enough, nor did they conform very well with each other, affecting the armor's defensive strength. Furthermore, I recently had a breakthrough and thought of a kind of merging rune from the ethereal crafting secret record. After a few hundred experiments, my skill with it increased, so I went back to fix those old sets of armor. But since I'm just changing a few runes, it's much easier than before, and it doesn't take as long. Going back and fixing them increases their defensive strength greatly, so it's worth it, explained Xuanhuan. Long Chen didn't know much about forging, but he trusted Xuanhuan. If he thought restarting was best, it was definitely necessary. Work hard on them. From the battle against the heaven-suppressing magic sect, you've seen that the Xuanchen Dao sect is not secure enough. We can't entrust our lives to it. As cultivators, we need to constantly create our own trump cards to protect our future, said Long Chen. All right, I'll work hard. Boss, you should go into seclusion. Originally, I came out this time to talk to you about getting more points, but it seems Xuanhuan knew that the Dragonblood Legion didn't have that many points to spare. How many? According to my estimates, forging them all will take at least 1 billion points. That's no problem. Go get 500 million from Sister Qing Yu for now. When you use them up, come back and get more, said Long Chen. Xuanhuan hesitated, but in the end, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Boss, considering your contributions to the Xuanchen Dao sect. Just go. Some things aren't as simple as you imagine, sighed Long Chen. Xuanhuan was saying that as the Xuanchen Dao sect's #1 genius, the Xuanchen Dao sect should spend extra resources on grooming the Dragonblood Legion. Otherwise, it would appear too stingy. But the Xuanchen Dao sect had its own financial problems. Although the Xuan master hadn't exposed them, Long Chen could guess the Xuanchen Dao sect was not having an easy time. It went without saying that the Xuan master truly had some courage. That day, his offer of giving half the sect's resources to Long Chen had completely won his trust and loyalty. Long Chen's principles were very simple. Those who treated him well, he would repay 10 times over. The Xuan master had even taken the risk of being implicated by the heavenly Daos to help him. Although Long Chen had refused his gift, he still recorded his kindness in his heart. In his eyes, any kind of resources could be slowly accumulated or obtained through other ways, but trust was always hard to get. After sending off Xuanhuan, Long Chen called over Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and Li Qi. He directly gave them the rank 6 heavenly Dao fruits. These were the gifts the heaven-suppressing magic sect had traveled from so far away to give them, and they definitely couldn't waste them. There were only 4, so Xuanhuan could do without one for now. Although this would definitely draw attention, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with that anymore. If they continued to hide their power, it would hinder the Dragonblood Legion's development. Always hesitating was Long Chen's style. Regretfully, he hadn't managed to kill Han Zhenyu, or there would be a rank 7 heavenly Dao fruit. But he was happy to find that the heavenly Dao tree was truly heaven-defying. Whether the celestial that died was an innate or acquired celestial, the heavenly Dao fruit would make the consumer an innate celestial. In other words, all 4 of them were now innate rank 6 celestials. It was because of the heavenly Dao tree's heaven-defying ability that Long Chen had refused the Life Star bead. His aspirations were much greater than that. He wanted to raise a terrifying Dragonblood Legion that could run rampant throughout the continent. After distributing the heavenly Dao fruits, he gathered the Dragonblood Legion and distributed some Yuan spirit stones. He also took out a treasure. That treasure was the immemorial altar lamp. He hadn't used it before because its effects on the late sea expansion realm were essentially negligible. At the same time, it was made from the life essence of great experts, and its core had been greatly harmed in the immemorial path. It was not a killing tool, but a tool for assisting with cultivation. According to the Eastern Wasteland Bell, it contained the blessing of the great experts that had created it. It was such a precious item that even back in that era, it could be a sect's foundation. Later, Long Chen had spent countless resources on it to allow it to slowly recover, in accordance with the method the Eastern Wasteland Bell had told him. In the Foundation forging realm, it not only allowed people to cultivate faster and granted them a closer connection to heavenly Dao energy, but it also let a person build a flawless immortal platform. That was its strongest point. Long Chen gathered all the disciples, but he left a dozen of them to guard the entrance. This was one of Long Chen's secrets that no one else could learn about. Even in a private land like Crouching Dragon Mountain, caution was required. When the immemorial altar lamp's soft light landed on their bodies, all the disciples felt as if they had become transparent, and if the world was one with them. There was no longer any separation. They all felt like a drop of water that had landed in the sea. It was like this entire world was blessing them. They quickly took out their Yuan spirit stones and started absorbing their energy. The endless energy coming from the Yuan spirit stones went directly to their original runes under the blessing of the immemorial altar lamp. Chapter 1131 Terrifying Consumption. Translator Born to Be. Under the illumination of the immemorial altar lamp, faint ripples enveloped them and they sank into a strange state. This blessing delighted Long Chen. Although the immemorial altar lamp's blessing was not as monstrous as the Xuanchen Tower's blessing, its energy continued in an unending stream. It had definitely been worthwhile nourishing it. As long as the immemorial altar lamp wasn't contaminated with the death chi of living organisms, it would never extinguish, allowing them to enjoy this blessing for as long as they desired. Long Chen also took out Yuan spirit stones and began to absorb their energy. For others, absorbing one stone took 3 days normally, but with the immemorial altar lamp, that time was cut down to half a day. As for Long Chen, he fully absorbed all the energy in a Yuan spirit stone in just a few breaths. As he absorbed more and more Yuan spiritual energy, he had an urge to cry. His 108,000 runes were like hungry wolves fighting over a small piece of meat. It felt like each wolf got less than a trace of meat, making them howl in frustration. As for the other disciples, Long Chen could clearly feel their original runes growing as they absorbed the Yuan spiritual energy. Others only had one original rune, while he had 108,000. Although his runes didn't have as much energy as each of theirs in a 1-to-1 ratio, 10 of his runes definitely contained more energy than one of theirs. Even counting in a 10-to-1 ratio, his consumption was still 10,000 times greater. That made him feel a sense of crisis. In the cultivation world, the most terrifying thing was not having powerful enemies, but a lack of funds. He sensed the others' progress, and found that they condensed a second original rune in just 3 Yuan spirit stones. For them to condense all 9 original runes and merge them into the foundation of their immortal platform would probably require around 50 Yuan spirit stones. Then they would be at the first heaven stage of foundation forging. Theoretically, the second heaven stage's runes would require twice the amount of energy of the first heaven stage. Then that would be 100, and then the third heaven stage would be 200. Then for the 9th heaven stage, each disciple would require over 10,000 Yuan spirit stones. 10,000 Yuan spirit stones, and that was a conservative estimate. It would most likely take even more than that. Right now, there were 13,500 members of the Dragonblood Legion. The number of Yuan spirit stones he had was not close to enough to allow all of them to reach the peak of foundation forging. But what was worse was that, even after absorbing 1,000 stones for just his first rune, there was still practically no growth. Long Chen steeled himself and spent a whole day. After absorbing 36,000 Yuan spirit stones, he condensed his second rune. When he was finished, he found that his 2 runes were like conjoined twins. They were not separate entities but one whole body. When the second rune was condensed, he clearly felt his 108,000 acupuncture points enlarge, and even the divine runes of Split the Heavens grew larger, as if their limit had increased. Could it be that the size of Split the Heavens, divine runes are in accordance with the size of the acupuncture points? So then the larger my acupuncture points, the stronger they'll get. Long Chen was quite surprised. Split the Heavens, divine runes had originally been at the center of his corresponding acupuncture points, but after reaching foundation forging, those runes had been squeezed below, while his original runes took that position. They seemed to be afraid of his original runes and resigned themselves to staying beneath them. As for his original runes, they ignored Split the Heavens' divine runes. They both minded their own business. With the formation of his second original rune, his acupuncture points grew, and Split the Heavens, divine runes grew with them. But even after strengthening, they stayed in their original position, not daring to move in the face of his original runes. However, this consumption was too terrifying. Just on his own, his consumption could almost match the whole Dragonblood Legion's. When he saw that the Dragonblood Legion's disciples had already condensed their third rune, he received a large blow and decided to go into private seclusion. When he absorbed Yuan spirit stones, the immemorial altar lamp wasn't able to help much. The 9-star Hegemon body art was already strong enough to almost instantly suck the Yuan spirit stones dry. Returning to his room, he first refined a mountain of medicinal pills and elixirs for selling in the outer sect. These medicines were all ones that were used often, and so their price was cheaper. The outer sect disciples were big fans of them. As for himself, he had the primal chaos space, and refining these medicines didn't take any capital from him. However much they were sold for was how much money they made. Kyan Duoju had told him several times that if they increased the price so that they sold at 80% the price of what the 10,000 pill hall sold their medicines for, there would still be countless people buying their products, and they would make several times the profit. That was because Kyan Duoju was still under the impression that Long Chen was secretly buying all his ingredients from outside. He felt they weren't making enough. Although they sold a huge amount, their profit had to be limited. But Long Chen declined because this was how business was done. If you wanted to lower the price, there'd be no problem. But if you increased the price, no matter what reason you gave, it would cause some people to be dissatisfied. That would influence the overall mood of the buyers. In any case, his medicinal pills were all obtained for free, so continuing to sell like this was fine. At the same time, he also prepared enough medicines for Meng Qi's food balls. Meng Qi had already issued missions to gather some resources. That way they could save some money, while also giving their money to the outer sect's disciples. As for the remaining portion, they had no choice but to buy them themselves. Although the 10,000 pill haul was enemies with Long Chen, they didn't dare to make things too hard on Meng Qi. Therefore, they managed to buy what they needed. Meng Qi spent each day playing with Cloud. When a magical beast was just born was the best time to accompany and play with it, as that was the best way to form mutual trust and bonds. At the same time, Meng Qi needed to keep a constant watch over Cloud and adjust things. If she felt any aspects of it were imbalanced, she would prepare some special food. She had to make up for its innate deficiency, and the best time to do so was while it was still young. With everything settled, Long Chen got to work on condensing his third original rune. As a result, his expression immediately darkened. The third original rune took 40,000 yuan spirit stones. He felt like he was about to go crazy. For others, condensing the original runes on the same level would take the same energy. It was just condensing them all in the end that would take some more energy. But he had spent 4,000 more yuan spirit stones condensing the third original rune versus the second. When he condensed the fourth one, it took 45,000 yuan spirit stones. He really did feel crazy now. This was essentially a bottomless pit. Each original rune was costing him more and more. After 3 days, Long Chen's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. That was because after condensing 9 original runes, he had actually condensed a 10th. For the first 9, he had spent 630,000 yuan spirit stones. But on the 10th one, he suddenly needed 1,200,000 yuan spirit stones. On the 5th day, he condensed an 11th original rune after spending 2,400,000 yuan spirit stones. On the 10th day, he condensed a 12th original rune, costing him 4,800,000 yuan spirit stones. On the 20th day, a 13th original rune appeared, and 9,600,000 yuan spirit stones turned to dust. What am I supposed to do? Long Chen let out a crazy roar. He hadn't even condensed the foundation of his immortal platform. Just condensing these 13 original runes had taken 18 million yuan spirit stones. Anyone would probably go crazy. I refuse to believe this. You're after all my money, aren't you? Raged Long Chen. Fine, let's play then. If you have guts, just try taking all my yuan spirit stones. Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued absorbing yuan spirit stones. After 13 original runes, he didn't condense another one. Instead, they began to compress. As he constantly poured in more yuan spiritual energy, his 13 original runes, which were like 13 babies holding hands, slowly merged. But this process was incredibly slow. As they merged, they formed a circular foundation. This was the foundation of the immortal platform, and at the center of it was a strange design. It was a flower with 13 petals. As soon as the foundation formed, an explosive sound came from his body, and his aura soared out of his control. A pillar of light pierced the roof of his residence and into the sky. All the surrounding clouds were blown away, and then Long Chen's residence collapsed on itself, turning to rubble. All of Crouching Dragon Mountain was shaken. Chapter 1132, First Heaven Stage of Foundation Forging. Translator Born to Be. The disturbance at Long Chen's residence instantly drew over all the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen waved his hand to tell them that he was fine. What power! Long Chen looked inside himself and saw that he now had the foundation of his immortal platform in all his 108,000 acupuncture points. The foundation didn't move, but the flower design at the center slowly spun. As the 13 flower petals revolved, a kind of Tao charm exuded out of them. It was as if the way they moved was its own law with boundless profundities. As they revolved, energy was pulled out of the air and into the foundation, nourishing it. Can actually absorb yuan spiritual energy out of the air on its own. And this speed, it's almost as fast as when the Dragonblood warriors absorb energy from yuan spirit stones. Long Chen was absolutely shocked. A single Yuan spirit stone contained about as much energy as a cultivator could gain by cultivating normally over several months or even a year. That was why Yuan spirit stones were so precious. Now Long Chen didn't even have to do anything, but he could naturally extract Yuan spiritual energy from the world. With a thought, the flower designs began to revolve faster, and energy began to rush toward him from all directions. The speed has increased by 10 times. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Long Chen sensed it for a while and then shook his head. This cultivation speed would be enough to frighten others to death, but it was far from enough for his abnormal needs. Even if he cultivated like this, it didn't have much meaning. It would take him a few months before he could condense a new rune. As for 13 runes, it would take a few years or even decades. That kind of cultivation method didn't have the slightest meaning to him. To spend 10 years to advance one heaven stage was an absolute joke, but in any case, he had at least reached the first heaven stage. But the cost to reach this level was definitely unacceptable to him. He had first spent 18 million Yuan spirit stones on the 13 original runes, and now he had spent 22 million Yuan spirit stones to condense them into a platform. In total, it had taken him 40 million Yuan spirit stones, which was not something he could afford to continue. He suspected that the 9-star Hegemon Body Arts Foundation forging process was not meant to be done using Yuan spirit stones. If just the first heaven stage cost 40 million Yuan spirit stones, what about the rest of the 13 heaven stages? Furthermore, after the 10th heaven stage, the difficulty would multiply. He even suspected that even if the entire Martial Heaven continent's Yuan spirit stones were to be given to him, he wouldn't be able to reach the Jade core realm. But for sure, the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's Yuan spirit beads and stones would be insufficient for his needs. So he wouldn't ask the Xuanhuan master to split half the sect's limited resources with him when it wouldn't help much. This is no good. There has to be another way. Does the problem lie with the 5th star? Wondered Long Chen. However, he had no way to get the 5th star's pill formula if it didn't appear on its own. Just being panicked had no use. He had to continue as he was, but for now, he didn't use any more Yuan spirit stones. He couldn't hold back the entire Dragonblood Legion just to strengthen himself. Long Chen let out a punch. He felt his strength had greatly increased once more. Even his punch was faster, and his spiritual Yuan circulated throughout his body without the slightest sluggishness. Lightning finger. Long Chen pointed a finger, and a lightning arrow shot out with a sharp whistling sound. It pierced into the air. The speed has increased. It practically comes out as soon as I will it. This is the true meaning of instantaneous. Long Chen smiled. Meteor rain of arrows. Raging flame prison. Raging flames devour the heavens. Long Chen repeatedly formed hand seals, and the 108,000 immortal platforms in his body seemed to connect. Just as he formed a hand seal, he felt his acupuncture points, which needed to be slowly connected through various hand seals, instantly link up, and he unleashed his magical art in practically an instant. Nice, these 40 million Yuan spirit stones weren't wasted. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised by this. As he tested it out, he found that his magical arts, which would have required half a breath's time to activate previously, could now be activated almost instantly. That delighted him. Defeating enemies didn't depend on how strong your moves were, but on whether or not you could unleash them instantly so your opponent couldn't defend or dodge. In truth, big moves weren't that useful. No matter how strong it was, your opponent wouldn't give you time to use it. You would be slowly ground down from your opponent's smaller magical arts. Such occurrences were a common sight in the cultivation world. Although big moves were powerful and could kill hordes of people, and they were addicting and badass, the chances of actually pulling them off were low. Unless your opponent was also unleashing a big move because they were confident in using it to kill you, they would never give you a chance. Starfall. Long Chen condensed a foot-long sphere in his hand, and space began to wildly twist. He hastily dissipated it. Even Starfall could be unleashed much quicker. When he had first learned it, it had taken 3 breaths' time to use. Later, he had cut it down to 1 breath. Now it was just a third of a breath. Not only had the cast time shortened, but just this simple test had unleashed greater power than when he had used it against Han Zhenyu. And this was a far cry from his current limit. Previously, he hadn't been able to use Starfall to its full power because his physical body hadn't been able to bear it. Now that he had reached the first heaven stage and had condensed his immortal platform, Starfall's power had risen greatly. All right, I admit I'm not that regretful about the money. Long Chen couldn't help but feel like his previous grief had been a bit embarrassing. Just as he was sighing emotionally, a figure suddenly charged at him, causing him to jump. It was the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. It had already grown to 30 meters in length, and some white feathers were growing out of it. It was incredibly fast as it rushed to Long Chen. It reached him in the blink of an eye and began to rub its head on him. Wow, you grew fast. Long Chen hadn't expected Cloud to treat him so intimately. Of course, I fed it only the best, and I told it that all that good feed was the result of your bitter labor. That's why Cloud's very grateful to you. Meng-Chi smiled. Ha ha ha, a man should naturally feed his family. How are you, Cloud? Long Chen rubbed its head. Cloud knelt on the ground and enjoyed his caressing. Everything's going well. Originally, Cloud would have grown even faster, but I controlled its growth. After all, its innate deficiency means taking some more time growing will be beneficial. It'll give me more time to see problems and fix them, said Meng-Chi. Yes, be careful of mistakes, just keep things steady. Long Chen approved of this. There wasn't that much danger right now, so there was no need to push things. Cloud let out a few chirping sounds. Long Chen said something about meat and something about hunting. With his powerful spiritual strength, he could understand the general meaning, but it wasn't very clear. Meng-Chi laughed. It's saying that I've refused to bring it out hunting. It wants to eat fresh meat. To put it more simply, it's gluttonous. She turned to Cloud. I told you, you can't eat raw meat in your current state. It'll make you grow too explosively and make your foundation unsteady. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was an ancient species. Their swallowing ability was innate, and they needed the energy of flesh and blood to grow. Wilda can probably form a team with Cloud in the future, joked Long Chen. Wilda was about the same. No matter how much he ate, he wouldn't get full. Wilda had even told him a few days ago that his rations were running out and he needed to go hunting. Meng-Chi, you can issue some missions to the outer sect to gather some magical beast corpses at the 6th rank and below. 6th rank magical beast's flesh should be weak enough that Cloud won't suddenly grow, but it can at least relieve some hunger. Otherwise, eating balls of medicine all day will make it want to vomit, said Long Chen. Hearing this, Cloud immediately started cheering. Meng-Chi was speechless, but thinking about it, this was a good idea. There were far too many high-ranking magical beasts in the Central Plains. Finding some that were at the 6th rank and below would probably mean going out and searching far away. However, the outer sect's disciples often went out to accomplish missions, so they should be familiar with this. If they issued this mission, it should be very effective. Long Chen, how are you only at the first heaven stage? Meng-Chi suddenly looked at Long Chen curiously. Long Chen was stunned, feeling so ashamed that he might die. Meng-Chi had already reached the 3rd heaven stage, and that made him feel helpless and bitter. It's a long story and it's depressing. Are the others also at the same cultivation base as you? Asked Long Chen. At this point, the majority has reached the 3rd heaven stage. There's about a third still in the 2nd heaven stage, but they'll quickly reach the 3rd, said Meng-Chi. That was because they were all absorbing energy from Yuan spirit stones. Although their talent could affect how quickly they absorbed that energy, it wouldn't be a huge difference. So all of their speeds were about the same. And at most 3 days, the remaining disciples would reach the 3rd heaven stage. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Long Chen was startled. What's going on? Is a core disciple issuing a life and death challenge? But other than me, who else has the guts? Was it Su Mo? You fool, that's not the bell for a life and death battle. The tone is completely different. It's the bell to gather, so we have to go. We can call over the people in seclusion on the way, said Meng-Chi. She put away Cloud and took off with Long Chen. Chapter 11:33 Silent Slap. Translator Born to Be. What's going on? Why did they suddenly summon everyone? Is the infernal devil abyss acting up again? Haha, that would be great. It just so happens I'm lacking a few points. I was worried about how to get some more. All the inner sect disciples were gathered. They were discussing all kinds of theories, but a scene that made them sluggish appeared. That was the scene of the outer sect disciples flooding into the inner sect plaza. Seeing millions of them appear, they were all surprised. What's going on? Even outer sect disciples have to participate in the battle. Are the devil beasts so fierce this time? Everyone's expressions changed. Following that, the elders also appeared. And not just a few. All of them came, including all the department heads, the alchemy pavilion master, law enforcement hall master, sect protecting pavilion master, etc. They all came at the same time except for Liu Kang. At this moment, 3 more people arrived at the front. First was the Xuanhuan master, and behind him was a strict-looking dark-faced elder. He was the tower department head that practically all members of the sect feared. The third person was Liu Kang. Right now, there was a ball of light floating behind his head that looked like a twinkling star. Seeing that ball of light, all people on the level of hall masters let out startled cries. Luo Fan and the alchemy pavilion masters' expressions sank as they were filled with fury and envy. Today, everyone was gathered because of a momentous event. Elder Liu Kang has advanced to the Life Star realm, raising the power of the Xuanhuan Dao sect to a new level. Starting today, Liu Kang is no longer the Hall Master of the Elder Hall, but the Xuanhuan Dao sect's Vice Xuan Master, said the Xuan Master. Congratulations, Vice Xuan Master Liu Kang. Congratulations rang out from the Hall Masters. In the Xuanhuan Dao sect, Liu Kang was known as a person of virtue and prestige, and he had good relationships with most people. He immediately thanked his old colleagues. But the alchemy pavilion master and Luo Fan's expressions were ugly, especially Luo Fan's. It looked like he had just lost his father. The Xuan master continued. Starting today, the Xuanhuan Dao sect will hold a 3-day celebration. Inner sect disciples will receive 10,000 points, outer sect disciples will receive 1,000 points, and workers will receive 100 points as a reward. Cheering immediately burst out. 10,000 points might not be much for inner sect disciples, but for outer sect disciples, 1,000 points was 10 years of work. And to workers, this reward was absolutely enormous. It was a number they would never imagine obtaining. Other than that, the Dao sect's fine wine will be distributed for free, and disciples on duty will obtain 10 times the pay. Go back and celebrate. The Xuan master's words caused all the disciples to cheer excitedly. They returned to their homes, waiting to get their points. Amongst the senior inner sect disciples, Su Mo and Mu Qingxuan were delighted, while Gao Xianyang's expression was not so good. This sudden promotion was completely unexpected. Long Chen, you stay behind. Seeing Long Chen following the crowd, the Xuan master suddenly called out to him. Now, there were no longer any other disciples present. Long Chen appeared especially conspicuous in the midst of these elders. Long Chen, your position is special, and you're also one of the Elder Hall's people. Now that Liu Kang has become the Vice Xuan Master, the Elder Hall needs a new manager. You can participate in this discussion, said the Xuan Master. Clearly, Long Chen was already being treated as a figure on the level of an elder. With his power, he truly had the qualifications. Right now, the Elder Hall Master's position is empty, and we need, began the Xuan Master. Xuan Master, picking a person isn't urgent. First, disciple has something he is unconvinced by, interrupted Luo Fan. Luo Fan, you grow more and more insensible. Have you forgotten how to behave? Before the Xuan Master could speak, the tower department head shouted over him. The tower department head was exceptionally imposing. His face was dark while his eyes were electric. He was frightening, and his words caused even Long Chen to shiver. Luo Fan trembled. He wasn't afraid of the Xuan Master, but he was afraid of the strict tower department head. He was an exceptionally strict person. Once, he had even roared at the Xuan Master in front of everyone. Luo Fan dared to interrupt the Xuan Master's words because he was used to it. The Xuan Master's temper was very good and he rarely got angry. But if the tower department head was infuriated, no one would be able to bear it. Disciple knows is wrong, Luo Fan hastily bowed. Tower department head, don't be so serious. It's just a minor matter. What's the point of being so angry and putting people on the spot? The Xuan Master smiled. Rules are rules and people can't step out of line. Without rules, how are things supposed to be kept on track? As the Xuan Master, you indulge them while they... The tower department head immediately started to criticize the Xuan Master. Seeing the tower department head's strict appearance, Long Chen couldn't help but think of Qing Yu. The two of them were both inflexible, serious people, but Qing Yu was beautiful, and being scolded by her allowed one to appreciate her beauty. If her beautiful face was replaced with the tower department head's, he would have a psychotic break. What, do you have some opinion? Just as Long Chen was laughing inside, the tower department head's icy gaze landed on him. It was like a pair of sharp blades were pointing at him, and he felt like all his thoughts were seen through. Cough, disciple doesn't dare, said Long Chen. Doesn't dare? Is there anything you don't dare to do? And by saying you don't dare, does that mean you disagree but won't say? Demanded the tower department head. He clearly was intent on teaching Long Chen a lesson to avoid him being insufferably arrogant in the future. Cough, I think we should get back to the main topic. Luo Fan, what did you want to say just now? The Xuan master hastily changed the subject upon seeing this. He truly understood the two of them well. One was completely inflexible, while one was incredibly daring. Once they started fighting, it would be troublesome. Hearing this, Luo Fan looked at Liu Kang with intense envy and fury. Disciple is simply unconvinced. Amongst Hall Masters, Liu Kang's seniority is only middling. Why did the Life Star bead not go to the one with the greatest experience, Pavilion Master Zhao? And when it comes to contributions, I've worked for the Law Enforcement Hall for so many years. How many things have I done for the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Not only do I handle my direct duties, but I've even raised disciples that have been the strongest of their generation consecutively. That means the Law Enforcement Hall's contributions have been greater than the Elder Hall's. When you told us that you would quickly use the Life Star bead after beating Ma Xingkang in his gamble, we all thought you would bestow it based on merit to the best person. All of us were waiting with anticipation, but you privately gave the Life Star bead to Liu Kang. Aren't you worried about the hearts of the other disciples? I'd like the tower department head to judge the right and wrong, cried Luo Fan. Disciple agrees. Please give us an explanation. The Alchemy Pavilion Master also spoke, standing on the same battle line as Luo Fan. Everyone was silent for a moment. The Law Enforcement Hall Master and Alchemy Pavilion Master were expressing their displeasure with the Xuan Master's actions. Long Chen's eyes darted back and forth. He looked at the Xuan Master and then the furious Luo Fan and Alchemy Pavilion Master. He basically knew what was happening. Xuan Master, what do you say? The tower department head did not know about this matter. This matter was not done by me but by Long Chen. The Xuan Master shrugged. What? Everyone was startled. Such a huge matter had been done by Long Chen. How had Long Chen been the decision-maker here? This time, the heaven-suppressing magic sect came in order to suppress the Dao sect's drive, and it was Long Chen who reversed the tide, winning back all the chips we had lost in previous years. Furthermore, he had me increase the wager during the battle, which is the only reason it was possible to bait Ma Xingkang to bring out his Life Star bead. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, let alone winning a Life Star bead or getting our chips back, we would have lost even more resources and even been humiliated. That's why I gave the Life Star bead to Long Chen as a reward. Tower department head, you don't have any objection to this, right? Said the Xuan Master. Of course, rewards and punishments must be clear. Long Chen won an honor for the Xuanhuan Dao sect, so of course he must be rewarded, said the tower department head. Long Chen, when I gave it to you, what did you say? Asked the Xuan Master. For such a simple play, if Long Chen couldn't understand, he really would be an idiot. He respectfully said, I said this Life Star bead was too precious, and it would be a waste to use it on me. So I asked for this reward to be given to the Elder Hall Master as thanks for his patronage. Did you hear that? This Life Star bead was something I rewarded Long Chen, and who he gives it to has nothing to do with me. Now do you understand? The Xuan Master looked at Luo Fan and the Alchemy Pavilion Master. The two of them immediately turned purple. What was Long Chen's could be given to whoever he wanted, but he definitely wouldn't give it to them. Now all the elders were looking at them oddly. They had an urge to bury their heads beneath their legs, as this was too embarrassing. They had actually gone so far as to question the Xuan Master and put on such an expression of righteous indignation. Now they had once more been slapped in the face, very resoundingly, and with their own hands at that. Their embarrassment had maxed out. At the same time, their hatred for Long Chen also reached a peak. Everyone went their own way in this awkward atmosphere. Long Chen knew that this had all been arranged by the Xuan Master. It was just that he didn't know what the Xuan Master was hoping to accomplish from this. 3 days after Long Chen returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain, an explosion suddenly rocked the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and countless alarm bells began to ring. Chapter 1134, The Alchemy Pavilion's Explosion. Translator Born to Be. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's grand formation was activated, surrounding the entire sect. Countless disciples looked around in panic, not knowing what was happening. Everyone, don't panic. Something happened in the Alchemy Pavilion. Don't make any random movements. The shouts of Hall Masters rang out over the crowd. The Alchemy Pavilion was situated on a huge mountain hundreds of miles wide. The many grand buildings that had dotted the landscape were gone, replaced by a large hole. The other disciples were ordered not to move, but Long Chen was not one of them. He rushed over to get a better look. Seeing the destroyed alchemy pavilion, his eyes were cold. The Xuanhuan master, tower department head, and Liu Kang also arrived. All the higher-ups were present. The Xuanhuan master's normally indifferent and leisurely expression was now frighteningly dark. "Zhao Changting, tell me, what happened?" The Xuanhuan master stared coldly at the alchemy pavilion master. Even killing intent had started to leak out of him. The alchemy pavilion was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's foundation. There were hundreds of alchemists inside and over 1,000 disciples. This terrifying explosion had killed at least half the alchemists, and the majority of the rest were heavily injured. The healing hall was currently rescuing them. It was disciples' negligence. There were 2 disciples who took out earth flame seeds, and as a result, I don't know what happened, but those 2 earth flame seeds suddenly began to rebel. They exploded, and that caused the other earth flame seeds to explode with them, said the alchemy pavilion master with alarm. Chen had run over to the core region, and the aura of earth flames was still present. He cursed inside. Instead of giving them to him, they had been wasted like this. The power of an earth flame seed's explosion was extremely terrifying, especially when it exploded underground. Furthermore, there had been multiple earth flame seeds exploding. There was no need to doubt how much destructive power such an explosion possessed. Chen picked up a piece of a broken bottle. This was clearly an item used to store an earth flame seed. The aura of the earth flame it had once contained was still present. Earth flame seeds couldn't be stored with metal instruments. That would cause it to feel an innate hostility, and it would instinctively attack the metal. Not only would that destroy the instrument, but the earth flame would also escape. And even if that didn't happen, it would exhaust the earth flame seed's energy until it dissipated. That was why earth flame seeds were stored in special bottles with formations present. That was the only way to keep them obedient. It would be like they were sleeping inside. Although it was just a bottle, it wasn't like a normal bottle. It was just the opposite. The cultivation world's bottles were made of material stronger than steel, making them extremely sturdy. Picking up a fist-sized piece, he sniffed it. The alchemy pavilion master was infuriated to see Chen's actions, but he was also a bit panicked. "You really are vicious. You actually applied everlasting frostheart powder to the bottle. It corroded the bottle and spread a layer of ice energy imperceptible to the naked eye. When an alchemist touches it, the ice energy will provoke their pill flame, causing the bottle to instantly shatter. Thereafter, the ice energy on the bottle will attack the earth flame seed inside. An unintelligent earth flame seed will then naturally explode, and that will cause the others to explode as well. Tell me, Pavilion Master, were the disciples you sent to take out the earth flame seeds your most outstanding disciples?" Chen sighed. The alchemy pavilion master raged. Chen, don't slander others or make up random guesses. This was just an accident. Chen looked at him sympathetically. The Xuanhuan master's words were absolutely true. The cultivation world's people cared too much about power and didn't know how to use their heads. Chen raised the fragment. The everlasting frostheart powder is a medicinal ingredient, but it is also used in forging items. I'm sure the majority of the forging disciples would recognize it. Should we have a forging master look? There's no need. There truly is everlasting frostheart powder on it. It's clear with just a look. It expels ice chi used in forging for cooling. But when it encounters flames, especially powerful flames, the ice chi will be locked within the weapon. It's one of the most elementary methods for creating ice attribute weapons. I would be willing to bet my own head that everlasting frostheart powder has been applied to this bottle fragment, said a muscular but short elder. Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed. The one who had just spoken was the forging pavilion master. He definitely wouldn't randomly spout nonsense. "Zhao Changting, don't you think you should give me an explanation?" demanded the Xuanhuan master coldly. "Xuanhuan master, I have no idea about this. Someone is definitely framing me," cried the alchemy pavilion master. "That's fine. Such a minor thing is very simple." The Xuanhuan master waved his hand and space twisted. A huge mirror appeared in the air. When the alchemy pavilion master saw this mirror, he immediately turned as pale as paper. The mirror lit up and shined its light on the ruins. Figures flashed back and forth until finally, a burst of flames erupted from the center of the ruins. Chen was startled. The scene he was seeing was what had happened just after the alchemy pavilion had exploded. The reincarnation mirror was actually reversing time to replay what had happened. But this scene was just too lifelike, making it extremely shocking. Very quickly, they arrived in a scene where the flames retreated to the bottles, and 2 disciples left an underground treasure house. Because everything was going backward, things looked odd. Following this, a black-robed man appeared in the treasure house. The figure was smearing some transparent liquid onto the bottles of the earth flame seeds. The scene continued going backward until they saw the alchemy pavilion master speaking with an elder. The scene came to a sudden stop. All they saw of that elder was his back. He was very thin and a complete stranger. The Xuanhuan master recalled the reincarnation mirror and turned to the alchemy pavilion master. Zhao Changting, I don't know if you've lost your mind with age, but how stupid do you have to be to actually forget the ability of the Xuanchen Dao sect's divine items? Speak, why did you destroy my alchemy pavilion? Within the crowd, Luo Fan was also looking at the alchemy pavilion master with shock. His relations with him were good, but he hadn't expected him to be this crazy. HMPH, there's nothing to say. I have no idea about any of this. Someone is clearly framing me. Furthermore, although I am a pavilion master of the Xuanchen Dao sect, I am also an honorable guest of Pill Valley. You have no authority over me. I will report this matter back to Pill Valley, and they will naturally testify to my innocence. The alchemy pavilion master suddenly became unyielding, and he smiled coldly at the Xuanhuan master. Pill Valley, Long Chen suddenly recalled a figure he had seen for just a flash before it disappeared. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed the reason behind this incident was quite complicated. Did you think Pill Valley would be your protective talisman? You're wrong. Even if you are a member of Pill Valley, anyone who would destroy an important place of the Xuanchen Dao sect like the Alchemy Pavilion and kill my disciples will find it difficult to escape their death. The Xuanhuan master sent out a palm. Heaven and earth shook fiercely. It was like this palm filled the entire world. Long Chen didn't even see it land before the Alchemy Pavilion master exploded into bits. Not even his soul managed to escape. After killing the Alchemy Pavilion master with a single palm, the Xuanhuan master looked at the ruins for a moment and then left without a word, his expression frighteningly dark. He was clearly furious. Liu Kang stayed behind, arranging for people to clean up. After all, there was a storehouse of medicinal pills below. He was trying to see if he could save any. But he was disappointed to find that the pills that should have been in the storehouse were all gone. The Alchemy Pavilion master's spatial ring was also gone. Their savings of hundreds of years had vanished just like this. That made everyone's expressions change. The Alchemy Pavilion master had truly been vicious to secretly destroy all the medicinal pills. They now realized why the Xuanhuan master was so furious. Medicinal pills were the foundation of any sect in the cultivation world. Now that the Alchemy Pavilion was destroyed and their stock was gone, the few medicinal pills stored in the 10,000 pill hall for sale would only be able to last an enormous existence like the Dao sect for 1 or 2 months. Luo Fan left with a gloomy expression. The Alchemy Pavilion master had been executed on the spot by the Xuanhuan master, causing him to feel sympathetic. When he had first gone against the Elder Hall, he had formed an alliance with the Alchemy Pavilion. Now Liu Kang was Vice Xuanhuan master, and he was alone. His enemy was an existence he could only look up to, while his ally had to have gone crazy and had destroyed the foundation of the Xuanchen Dao sect for seemingly no reason. Now that the Alchemy Pavilion was destroyed, the Xuanchen Dao sect was in a state of extreme crisis. The supply of medicinal pills was about to become a fatal issue that would very likely lead to the sect's complete collapse. Looking at Luo Fan's parting figure, Long Chen was lost in thought. This had come so suddenly that he almost couldn't react. He still felt this matter was queer. Right now, Liu Kang was having people tidy up and search the remnants of the Alchemy Pavilion to see if they could find anything valuable. However, other than a few pieces of equipment for refining pills, there was nothing else of value that remained. Not good, Vice Sect Master, our medicinal fields. They've been destroyed as well. Thousands of miles of medicinal fields are barren. What? Everyone furiously flew to the medicinal fields. When they arrived, they saw that the originally flourishing fields had been picked clean. The land had been scorched, and all the precious medicines had been turned to ash. That bastard Zhao Changting, the Xuanhuan master, really let him off too easily by killing him. Everyone was filled with fury. Liu Kang had a worried expression. The Alchemy Pavilion had been destroyed, and so had their medicinal pills. From now on, the Xuanchen Dao sect would have to buy large quantities of pills from outside. But the Xuanchen Dao sect wasn't rich, and things had been hard-pressed in recent years. This blow from the Alchemy Pavilion master would very likely be a fatal one for the Xuanchen Dao sect. 3 days after the Alchemy Pavilion master was killed, a group of people wearing Pill Valley's robes arrived at the Xuanchen Dao sect. Chapter 1135 Scram. Translator Born to Be. Xuanhuan Dao Sect, why would you kill my Pill Valley's honored guest elder? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, just wait for Pill Valley sanctions. There were dozens of red-robed elders standing in front of the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's mountain gate. All of them had the image of a pill furnace embroidered on their chests. These people came from Pill Valley. The alchemy pavilion master had been one of their members. He could be likened to one of Pill Valley's external elders, one of their outside workers. On the Martial Heaven continent, 99% of all alchemists were related to Pill Valley in some way. If they weren't direct disciples of Pill Valley, they were still under Pill Valley's name. One reason was because this status was grander, while the other reason was that this status would allow them to receive Pill Valley's protection in times of trouble. The Alchemy Pavilion Master had only dared to do what he had done because of his status as part of Pill Valley. According to reason, if he had truly committed such a grave crime, the Xuanhuan Dao Sect should have first alerted Pill Valley. With his status, he couldn't be killed just because they wanted to kill him. And so Pill Valley's people had come for an explanation. Seeing this, Long Chen sank into thought. It seemed this matter was growing more and more complicated. Scram. In front of these tyrannical experts from Pill Valley, the Xuan Master's reply was just a single word. It was curt and sharp, clearly expressing his attitude. Those Pill Valley experts were all infuriated. They represented Pill Valley, but they had been told to scram. Their leader shouted, "How brazen, do you realize what you're doing?" Suddenly, the Xuanhuan Tower located at the center of the sect lit up with blazing light, and a terrifying pressure descended. "I'll give you to the count of 3, scram or die, choose for yourself." The Xuan Master's icy voice rang out once more. "Fine, then let's wait and see. I hope your Xuanhuan Dao Sect can stay so obstinate to the end. Don't come crawling on your knees to my Pill Valley." With a final roar, the Pill Valley experts left. All the elders were worried. The usually refined and patient Xuan Master had actually become this coarse. He even completely offended Pill Valley. With their alchemy pavilion and medicinal fields destroyed, the Xuanhuan Dao Sect would quickly reach the point of despair. "Long Chen, come to my room." Just as Long Chen was watching Pill Valley's experts leave, the Xuan Master's voice rang out in his head. When he arrived, he was surprised to see that the Xuan Master's expression was very relaxed. He was leisurely steeping some tea. "What, is my expression different from what you imagined?" The Xuan Master smiled. "Cough maybe a bit." Long Chen sat beside the tea table. He saw the tea had just finished steeping and was about to pour some. But the Xuan Master beat him to it, pouring tea into Long Chen's cup. At this time, the Xuan Master didn't have any bit of a sect leader's imposing dignity. Instead, he seemed like an ordinary elder. "You have many questions." The Xuan Master pushed the teacup in front of Long Chen. Long Chen hastily received it with both his hands. He nodded. "Yes, but I'm afraid that once I ask, you'll once again say that it's not something I should know. Then I won't have any face and I'll feel like a foolish child. You are a baby barely into his 20s. Compared to us, you are naturally a child. You're still in the process of learning how to walk and accumulating experience. The more you fall, the more you'll learn. Some things can't be told to you because of karmic restrictions, and some things would not be the slightest bit beneficial to you if you learned them. Instead, they would rattle your Tao heart. But as long as certain things are within the right scope, you can still learn them," said the Xuan Master with a smile. "Then disciple won't stand on courtesy. I want to know, what was that figure that only appeared for a flash in the scene that day? Was it someone from Pill Valley?" The Xuan Master laughed. "Child, your eyes are sharp. I put it away so quickly but you still noticed. Yes, that person is truly from Pill Valley. In fact, he's one of the people that came today." "Then does that mean you are completely clear about everything that happened?" "Correct. Other than the tower department head, no one else knows this, but every action, every movement in the Xuanhuan Dao Sect is under the surveillance of the reincarnation mirror. The only exception is you." Hearing that everyone was under the reincarnation mirror's supervision startled him. Then wouldn't that mean his secrets had been exposed? "In truth, I'm quite curious about your secrets. I'd be interested in knowing what trump cards you have. But the reincarnation mirror was once injured because of you, and it doesn't dare to watch over you any longer as it is afraid of being infected by karma." The Xuan Master helplessly shook his head. Back in the Eastern Wastelands branch sex trial, Long Chen had suddenly encountered the soul of an expert from the corrupt path. It had helped him activate the future lake within the trial, which had allowed him to look at his origins. But only a few scenes had appeared before everything had vanished. In order to con the soul, he had then asked it to help him deduce the origin of the 9-star Hegemon body art. Future Lake was a projection of the reincarnation mirror. Deducing the origin of the 9-star Hegemon body art had almost caused the reincarnation mirror to be permanently damaged, so as soon as he arrived in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the reincarnation mirror had noticed him, which was why the Xuan master and patriarch had immediately taken note of him. I'm very clear on what happened with the alchemy pavilion. In fact, I intentionally allowed it. Zhao Chanting was actually a chess piece that Pill Valley placed inside my Xuanhuan Dao sect to keep watch over us. You don't need to find that strange. Pill Valley is far greater than you imagine. Although Pill Valley claims that it doesn't participate in the cultivation world struggles and is neutral, it actually secretly controls countless sects. That's because all the large sects are dependent on it. Although the Dao sect treated Zhao Chanting well, his aspirations were too high. Even though this matter was a result of Pill Valley's decision as well, the original idea definitely didn't come from them. Disciple doesn't understand. Pill Valley has an outer valley and inner valley. The inner valley rarely gets involved in mundane matters. Instead, they focus on cultivation and researching the Pill Dao. But the outer valley is in charge of Pill Valley's regular operations and businesses. It is in charge of the pill towers that interact with the rest of the world. There are 480 pill towers in the Central Plains, all of them in charge of the supply of medicinal pills in different regions. The group of people that just came are in charge of the pill tower in the region we are in, and their relationship with the heaven-suppressing magic sect is very good. Now do you understand? Explained the Xuan master. Now Long Chen understood. This matter had been done intentionally by Pill Tower because of their relationship with the heaven-suppressing magic sect. The Alchemy Pavilion Master wished to become a true member of Pill Valley, which was a sacred land for alchemists. As long as the Pill Tower set up a few conditions and made a few promises, guaranteeing that the Xuan Master wouldn't do anything to him, the Alchemy Pavilion Master wouldn't possibly be able to resist their enticement. That was what had caused the Alchemy Pavilion to explode. But the Alchemy Pavilion Master hadn't thought that his protective talisman would be completely useless. The Xuan Master hadn't even given him a chance. Is the Pill Tower really so brazen? Isn't the Xuanhuan Dao sect one of the 3 great heavenly sects? They dare to treat us like this? Asked Long Chen. Yes, we are part of the 3 great heavenly sects, but the 3 great heavenly sects have long since declined. That saying is just a sign of our former glory. Now, there are other more powerful sects, and the 3 great sects are only a bit above middle-level powers. We fell from the ranks of the top sects a long time ago. The most important thing is that the Pill Tower's people know that no matter what, Pill Valley will protect them. Pill Valley's power is so great that as long as they declare you are black, you will never be white again. Furthermore, Zhao Chanting's actions will cause us to be dependent on Pill Valley, so they wouldn't punish anyone. Instead, they would secretly reward the Pill Tower for this, said the Xuan master indifferently. Then aren't we currently in a grave crisis? We entered a constant state of crisis a long time ago. The dangers you can see aren't fearsome. The worst danger is the one of the frog being boiled alive in a slowly heating pot of water. By the time you react, it would be too late. Now, the danger is crystal clear. That's not necessarily a bad thing. As for those people from the Pill Tower, they're trying to hit us while we're down. They want us to be completely under the banner of Pill Valley. Rather than that, having them directly scram will make the Dao sect's interior much cleaner and is even beneficial, said the Xuan master. But our medicinal pills and medicinal fields. Foolish child, since I could allow Zhao Chanting to do this, how could I not have my own preparations? 400 years ago, I secretly created another alchemy region and recruited quite a few alchemists. Although it wasn't as much as the Alchemy Pavilion, there are enough stores of medicinal pills to last us a few years. The Xuan master involuntarily laughed. Long Chen also awkwardly laughed, but his laugh was a bit forced. Do you feel like I'm too cruel? Asked the Xuan master. Perhaps it just really is like you say. I'm not suited to be a ruler. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh emotionally. This matter had killed so many people. The Xuan master had clearly known that would happen, but he had still allowed it to occur. Although to a ruler, doing such a thing wasn't a problem, Long Chen still felt uncomfortable with it. He definitely wouldn't just watch as members of his Dragon Blood Legion died, not even one. There is no absolute right and wrong in this world. The only thing that matters is the final result. If there comes a day that you have to sacrifice a part of your Dragon Blood Legion to save the majority, what would you do? The Xuanhuan master looked at Long Chen. I wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. But what if it did happen? What would you choose? If you hesitate, it will only cause more people to die. If such a thing truly happened, I wouldn't sacrifice a part. I would bring everyone to die along with them. Hypothetical questions are all senseless things. Long Chen smiled, completely calm. The Xuanhuan master was startled. He hadn't thought about this answer. After a long moment, he sighed. Long Chen's style of handling things was too domineering, but compared to a soft approach, hard things snapped easier. Long Chen's character was lacking elasticity. All right, then let's talk about proper things. I'm preparing to send you to get a large sum of money, said the Xuanhuan master. Chapter 1136-2 Large Powers. Translator Born to Be. The next day after Long Chen left the Xuanhuan master's room, all the inner sect disciples were gathered once more. This included the disciples from the senior generation. The announcement was that all inner sect disciples were to be sent to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's defensive territory bordering the Eastern Sea. The new disciples were still puzzled, but the old disciples were delighted. The Eastern Sea referred to the part of the Martial Heaven Sea Ring that bordered the eastern part of the Martial Heaven continent. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had a 4 million-mile zone there that they were to defend. Other than the natural defenses, the places where the Sea Ring met the continent were all defended by the various large sects. They had all established defensive fortifications against sea demons. All sects with any fame were in charge of an area. The stronger the sect, the greater the area they would defend. And the greater the area, the more manpower they would need to spend on defending. However, there were also benefits. Taking the edges of their defensive regions and drawing straight lines until they reached the eastern wasteland, all the resources found within that region of the sea would go to the defender. The Martial Heaven Sea Ring not only had countless sea demons, but it was also filled with countless mineral deposits. There were many rare ores present in the sea, but due to the rampant sea demons, mining those ores was difficult. Without a certain amount of power, any sect attempting such a thing would pay a heavy price instead of making money. As for the region the Xuanhuan Dao sect was in charge of, there were 3 rare ore deposits, as well as an artificial breeding zone where a few precious sea demons were being raised. This region was one of the pillars of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Each year, the sect would take in a large amount of wealth from this region. There was plenty of profit to be made here, even by disciples. The previous generation's disciples had not only gained a huge number of points for their work, but when they had time off, they could even go hunting in the sea. Any treasures they obtained would be theirs. It was the best opportunity to get rich. It could be said that other than the infernal devil abyss, this was the best place to get points, and there wasn't much danger there. You're not going for fun. According to the scouts, the sea's tide is starting to rise, and it's very likely that a huge beast tide will pour out of the sea not long from now. Your mission is to kill as many sea demons as possible before the beast tide comes. This is a rare opportunity. Although there aren't any points given for this, the corpses and cores of the sea demons you kill will be yours. However, I don't want to see people fighting each other because of money. This time, the leaders of the expedition will be Long Chen and Gao Xianyang. The two of them have different leadership styles, but their combat power is about the same, so you can all choose which side to join for yourselves. Once you choose, you won't be able to switch, and their orders must be executed regardless of any circumstances. Otherwise, the Elder Hall will decide the punishment, said Liu Kang, the new Vice Xuan master. Everyone was surprised to hear there would be 2 leaders. Clearly, the Dao sect was aware that the 2 of them couldn't work together. Forcing them to do so would only cause chaos. In other words, the factions were essentially dissolved. In the future, the Xuanhuan Dao sect would only have 2 factions. Either choose Long Chen's or choose Gao Xianyang's. Stand behind whoever you choose. I'll give you 15 minutes. Choose well, said Liu Kang. The Heaven Female Alliance was the first to burst into cheers and run to the Dragon Blood Legion's side. Hua Xiu clenched her teeth in fury. You immoral girls, you're all thankless wretches. I can't believe I ever treated you so well. He doesn't even need to seduce you for you to go running to him. Haha, big sister Xiu, they're just excited. You're naturally the big sister we respect the most, comforted Zhao Ziyan. She knew Hua Xiu's character. She was very obstinate and she didn't like men. Even if she admired Long Chen, seeing all her people immediately run to his side naturally irritated her, causing her to feel betrayed. Zhao Ziyan pulled Hua Xiu over and winked to Long Chen. He immediately understood. Fairy Shiyu will be able to fight side by side again in the future. Control your army of fairies. I don't want to see my brothers run off because they were seduced, laughed Long Chen. If you have any ability, just try seducing anyone, Hua Shiyu frowned. But Long Chen's words still caused her to relax greatly. His meaning was clear. The Heaven-Female Alliance was still the Heaven-Female Alliance. The Dragonblood Legion wouldn't touch them. Although Hua Shiyu had also known that Long Chen wasn't such a person, she didn't like the feeling of having the power taken from her. Furthermore, she was still sensitive after her previous loss. She was even afraid that others would begin looking down on her. Although Zhao Ziyan had constantly comforted and encouraged her, and the other disciples had increased their care of her, she still didn't feel any sense of security. But Long Chen's words, although they also contained a somewhat provoking air, put her at ease. Boss, even Fairy Shiyu is telling you to try seducing one. Why don't you show off your pickup techniques for your brothers? Laughed Xuanhuan. Long Chen was speechless. This fool was truly incurable. All the words he had said last time were forgotten now. Aya, Xuanhuan's laughter came to a halt as he was kicked away by Tang Wanner. Even after being beaten 100 times, he didn't learn his lesson. Was he a pig? He only remembered eating but didn't remember being beaten. Long Chen acted like he didn't see anything. After kicking away Xuanhuan, Tang Wanner went over to welcome Hua Shiyu. The two of them had ended up particularly close. That was because last time, Tang Wanner had been defeated while trying to get revenge for Hua Shiyu, and that one action made Hua Shiyu feel extremely grateful to her. Besides, their characters were both similarly fiery, so it had been easy for them to find common ground. Wang Zhen also led his 10,000 insect guild's disciples over. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder and didn't say anything. Wang Zhen wasn't too fond of words. Sometimes, a single action was enough to express everything. There was no need for so many words. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for members from the Hegemon Hall, Flame Gate, and Divine Beast Mansion to also come over. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, we admire you and want to follow you. Please take us, said one of Flame Gate's disciples hopefully. If those words had come from a beauty, I'd be much happier. Coming from a man, I'll cough up what I ate last night. If you want to fight alongside me, then there's no need for such words, nor do you need to say anything about devoting your heart to me. I'm sure you know what kind of person I am, so you can just come right over, said Long Chen. Everyone involuntarily laughed, but the laughter of the men was rather wretched. Long Chen's coarse method of speaking ended up making them feel closer. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen. Those disciples were delighted that Long Chen would accept them even after they had once been enemies. They hadn't wanted to be enemies, but their three leaders had wanted to fight against him, so they had had no way around it. The power that Long Chen had revealed in his battle against Han Zhenyu had completely won them over. They felt like following such a wild and domineering person would be an honor. Even if they died, they wouldn't have lived for nothing. This was the charisma of experts. In the cultivation world, power was everything, and it was irresistible to men and women. Furthermore, Long Chen didn't have the slightest arrogance of an expert. He was like an ordinary person. Only when he exploded would he show his domineering side. Just the sight of that was enough to make people's blood boil. Seeing that Long Chen didn't refuse them, and instead used such a joking method to express his attitude toward them, they were both surprised and grateful. They all charged over. Hey, don't push. Are you trying to take advantage? Let me warn you, be careful of being beaten, shouted Xuanhuan. He wanted to maintain order. Because there were now too many people and some of them were so passionate and excited, he was worried for the Heaven-Female Alliance's beauties. Even he hadn't had a chance to take advantage, so how could he give the opportunity to them? Seeing Long Chen accept them all without the slightest animosity, more and more disciples rushed over to the Dragonblood Legion. Oh, great Commander Long, this big sister will have to listen to your commands in the future. Don't abuse your position, teased Mu Qingxuan as she came over with Su Mo and the senior generation's disciples at their side. A somewhat helpless expression appeared on Su Mo's face, but he didn't say anything. Long Chen laughed. If I abused my position against you, then Senior Apprentice Brother Su Mo would definitely kill me. I still want to live a few more years, so spare me. Although Long Chen was still young, he possessed the 9-star Hegemon body art, and he was extremely sensitive to changes in other people's emotions. He could see that in truth, Su Mo had always had Mu Qingxuan in his heart. However, he was a bit too wooden and inarticulate and didn't know how to express his feelings. Mu Qingxuan looked at Sumo with surprise. Sumo's expression immediately became unnatural and he looked away. Mu Qingxuan seemed to understand something and she smiled slightly. She didn't say any more. More and more disciples came. When the 15 minutes were up, 80% of the new disciples had come to Long Chen's side, while over half the senior generation's disciples had also joined him. They had come because of Long Chen's terrifying potential. That made Gao Xianyang and Hu Gishan's expressions extremely unsightly, and Luo Fan's expression was even uglier. Years of his work had been wasted like this. All the disciples still ended up under Long Chen's control, which was equivalent to them being snatched away by the Elder Hall. They had snatched them up so easily. As if all this was within his expectations, Liu Kang announced, "Go and rest for a night. You'll move out tomorrow morning." As Liu Kang left, Luo Fan looked at his back. With bitter resentment in his eyes, he also left. Chapter 11:37 Fortune-telling. Translator Born to Be. The next day, one large and one small flying boat moved out of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, going directly to the Eastern Sea. Long Chen stood alone at the prow of the boat. The barrier had already been activated. Seeing the mountains rapidly going past him down below, he had a strange feeling. Yesterday, he had been called over by the Xuanhuan master to discuss a few things. Only after the two of them had chatted did Long Chen realize he had misjudged the Xuanhuan master. In Long Chen's heart, the Xuanhuan master had been a completely unrivaled hero, someone who was upright and virtuous. He hadn't expected that he was wrong. When they had talked about the huge gamble he had made against the heaven-suppressing magic sect, Long Chen had asked the Xuanhuan master whether or not he had been worried about losing. The Xuanhuan master's reply was that he hadn't been the slightest bit worried. Even if he had lost, it would have been fine. A problem had occurred in the spirit stone mine he had gambled. They had suddenly found an extremely thick rock stratum. That layer was hundreds of miles thick, and it covered far too much land. It was impossible to avoid. If they wanted to continue mining, they would have to break through it. But breaking through such a thick layer of rock stratum would require a huge amount of manpower. Most importantly, no one knew whether or not there were more spirit stones down below. Even if there weren't enough, it wouldn't make up for the loss of breaking through the rock stratum. Right now, the spirit stone mine had already ceased production. All the workers were studying the probability of there being more spirit stones below and in what quantities. The results of their study were not encouraging. The chance there were still spirit stones below was only 50%. And if there were, then based on the current state of the mine, the amount below wouldn't be very great. It was likely it wouldn't make up for the cost of breaking through the rock. So this huge spirit stone mine had become an annoying point for the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Just whether or not they should continue excavating was a problem. And so the Xuanhuan master hadn't even frowned upon taking it out to bet. He had already abandoned this mine because he had no money to risk on it. As for the life star bead, that made Long Chen even more flabbergasted. The Xuanhuan master said that his life star bead was garbage. When life star experts broke through to their realm, they left behind their lifetime comprehension of cultivation. It was an extremely precious cultivation inheritance. But when the Xuanhuan master had advanced to the life star realm, his lightning tribulation had been too powerful, and his life star bead had lost the majority of its spirituality to the tribulation. The inheritance the Xuanhuan master had left behind was incomplete. It was basically trash. When Long Chen heard this, he couldn't help being completely dumbstruck. That was far too evil. He had actually taken out 2 pieces of garbage to gamble with another person's businesses. If Ma Xingkang learned of this, wouldn't he directly die of anger? However, the Xuanhuan master told Long Chen that the process wasn't important. The only important thing was the result. He couldn't limit himself. In the cultivation world, all rules were nothing more than the playing of rogues. The winner was the more shameless one. If you wholeheartedly wanted to act as a man of honor to the end, your end would truly come quickly and miserably to boot. The previous Xuanhuan master had conformed with the rules very well. He was upright, acting openly and candidly. But what had that resulted in? The current plight of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. He had been considering things from his own standpoint, instead of thinking of the Dao sect's millions of disciples. This was a mediocre way of leading. When the Xuanhuan master said this, he intentionally looked at Long Chen profoundly. His meaning was clear. To survive in the cultivation world, he had to be willing to use any means necessary. He shouldn't blindly try to be a hero and thus have his hands tied. That would cause many more people to die. It seems I really am too immature. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the Xuanhuan master's wisdom was not something a little rookie like him could compare to. The Xuanhuan master had his own special kind of charisma. It was as though no matter what happened, everything would be within his control. With his strategies, he was able to win victories from thousands of miles away. It was like with him present, there would be no problems. As for Long Chen, what he lacked was control, but he had no way around it. He was well aware of his own weaknesses. The Xuanhuan master himself had even said that Long Chen was no less intelligent than him. It was just that once his anger flared, all that intelligence would vanish. Whatever, everyone has their own paths and I can just walk my own path. Some things can't be obtained just through wanting them. Long Chen sighed deeply and stretched. Long Chen, why have you run over here? We were looking all over. He turned back to see Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Hua Xiu and Zhao Ziyan come over. Oh, are these the legendary 4 great beauties of the Xuanchen Dao sect? I am honored that you would be looking for me, laughed Long Chen. Tang Wan'er rolled her eyes and said, have some propriety. You are now a commander, so have some respect. You're right. For you to honor my humble self with your presence, I should have come to get you. I can't believe I was lacking such manners. Please, come sit and let me pour you some tea. Long Chen hastily put on a respectful appearance. When I said to have some respect, I didn't mean this kind of nonsense. Tang Wan'er laughingly pushed Long Chen, bringing him inside where they could all sit around a stone table. Long Chen, I hear you know how to read fortunes. Can you read mine? Said Hua Xiu out of nowhere. Long Chen waved his hand. What fortune-telling? That's all just nonsense used to trick fools. As soon as he said this, he realized Zhao Ziyan was staring closely at him. He immediately realized he had been conned. Ha ha ha, do you see, Sister Ziyan? I told you he was just a swindler. He couldn't possibly have any heaven-peering abilities, but you refused to believe it, laughed Hua Xiu. Zhao Ziyan's expression was a bit unnatural now. Long Chen swore inside. But did they think they could truly beat him like this? When it came to conning people, he had never encountered anyone greater than himself. Fate contains the mysteries of the innate world and the consequences of the will. With the two of them merged, with the 5 spirits of heaven, earth, man, God, and ghost as the foundation, with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as the transformation, there are innumerable possibilities. Even immortals and gods have no way to grasp the form of fate. This is an explanation I found in an ancient ruin within the immemorial path pertaining to reading the future. The future is constantly changing, and it involves all things within heaven and earth. The fundamental movement of the cosmos can change things. Even gods and immortals are helpless when it comes to this, so how could I, an ordinary mortal, possibly see the future? Long Chen shook his head while sighing. The 4 women stared blankly at him. Even Hua Xiu stopped laughing. His words were too profound for them to understand. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, these principles of yours are amazing, but they're hard to understand. Can you explain it to us in more detail? Asked Hua Xiu respectfully, putting away her mocking smile. Long Chen laughed inside. Even he didn't know what he was saying, but it seemed it had worked. He shook his head. The so-called laws and fortunes of heaven and earth are split into yin and yang. On their own, yin cannot live and yang cannot grow. The reason you are confused is because you only see one side of things, while you are blind to the other side. That's why the things you see are always the things you want to see, but are not necessarily the true essence of things. As for the heaven-peering art you speak of, it is nothing more than some people peeking at the slightest thread of the will of the heavenly Taos. All they do is generalize from that tiny little bit. Calculating the future is the opposite of looking into the past. Looking into the past is easier because you use the consequences to calculate the reasons. Of course, such a thing is useless. But when it comes to predicting the future, even just making a prediction will cause a slight change. By using the present to calculate the future, you have created a new future, one that will be different from the old future. That's why I said that fortune-tellers are all swindlers. No one can accurately tell a person's future. That's also why people often say man proposes, but God disposes. When it comes to fortune-telling, nothing anyone says is reliable. But when it comes to reading faces, I'm actually quite skilled. So rather than telling you your fortune, why don't I read your face? Fairy Shiyu, do you want to try? Long Chen spouted nonsense with complete seriousness. The 4 women felt like they half understood and half didn't. Even those familiar with Long Chen like Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were fooled, because Long Chen's words truly sounded reasonable. Listening closely, they seemed to contain boundless profundities. "How do you read my face?" Hua Xiu was moved. She wanted to increase her knowledge of this face reading, because what Long Chen had said before was very profound. Face reading is actually a special, all-encompassing version. Not only do I read the face, but I also read the palms and the bones. In accordance with the saying that the appearance is born from the heart, the face is the most important part. Even people without face reading abilities can guess a person's general character and morality by looking at their face. However, there are countless transformations and changes that are not innate, and so reading just the face is destined to just be a basic examination. It cannot be fully trusted. But the palms are shaped at birth, and the palm lines are essentially set. They do not change in life, but the faint changes in their color and the slight trends within it can allow one to see the possibilities for the future. "So let's first do a palm reading," said Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen extend his hand, Hua Xiu unconsciously placed her hand in his. Her hand was soft and satiny, making it feel excellent. Long Chen's expression was calm, but he involuntarily felt a wave of emotion. It seemed fortune-tellers were truly blessed with luck with women. Hua Xiu acted calm with Long Chen holding her hand, but she began to blush. As far as she recalled, ever since she had stopped being a child, she had never held hands with a man. Furthermore, she felt a strange feeling from Long Chen's hand that made her heartbeat quicken. She was like a deer noticed in the wild, but she also couldn't express that. She forcibly acted like she didn't mind. "Long Chen, are you going to look? What are you doing just touching? You scoundrel, you wouldn't be taking advantage of Sister Xiu, right?" Tang Wan'er started to get suspicious upon seeing Long Chen simply sitting there, feeling Hua Xiu's hand. "What do you know? When palm reading, the first thing to do is to warm the hand and increase the blood flow by 10%. That's to make the palm lines clearer so they're easier to read." Long Chen gave an unashamed explanation as he felt just one hand wasn't enough. He also pulled in Hua Xiu's other hand. Hua Xiu turned even redder, but she refused to express her nervousness. She still pretended she didn't care. Long Chen chortled to himself. She had put him on the spot just before, and after spending so much saliva spouting such nonsense, it was time to get a return. Is that enough? It's been 2 hours. If you keep going, my hands are going to get swollen." Hua Xiu finally couldn't endure it any longer. "Oh, I suppose this is good enough." Long Chen immediately became embarrassed. The feeling was just too good, and he had gotten addicted to the soft and supple feeling. "Tell me," said Hua Xiu. She wanted to see what kind of evaluation he had. "All right, this hand is not bad." As soon as Long Chen's words rang out, he felt a bad change in the air. Chapter 1138 Reading Bones. Translator Born to Be. When I say Fairy Xiu's palm lines are not bad, I mean the lines are clear and her hands are healthy. But when it comes to her fate, things don't look so good. There are 3 clear intersections of her palm lines, and the final one is the clearest. This means that Fairy Xiu will run into at least 3 difficulties in life, and the third one will be the most difficult. Long Chen spoke frankly with absolute assurance as he held Hua Xiu's hands. An expression of disbelief appeared on Hua Xiu's face. She stared at Long Chen with shock. Her voice trembled as she asked, "How did you know I ran into 3 bumps in my life?" Long Chen was also startled. He hadn't thought it would be this easy. In truth, he had just acted in accordance with how fortune-tellers con people. First, he spouted a vague generalization, and then he gave out a number that was neither high nor low. This was the easiest way to convince others. No matter how peaceful a person's life was, it wasn't as if everything could be smooth sailing. They would always run into a few setbacks or encounter things that displeased them, which then stayed in their mind. As for the number 3, it was the number with the highest probability of being right. So fortune-tellers would often use this number as a foundation to con people. Furthermore, Long Chen hadn't said anything definite. He had said that she would run into at least 3. That was a very shameless way of guessing. If she had run into 10 setbacks, he would be right. If she had run into 100 setbacks, he would also be right. Even if she had experienced 1,000 setbacks, that was still greater than 3. Originally, Long Chen had been planning to say some more hints and suggestions based on her reaction, but this random number of his ended up striking right on the mark. Even he found it a bit inconceivable. "I truly did run into 3 rather large setbacks. Once when I was young and exchanging pointers, an accident occurred and my chi began to flow in reverse. I was almost crippled. Once when I was 20 and my father sent me into the mountains for training, I encountered a sneak attack from my enemies and almost lost my life. and my miserable defeat last time just happens to be the third time. Long Chen, do you really have fortune-telling abilities? Xuanhuan was filled with shock. If I didn't, do you think I would babble so much? Boasted Long Chen absolutely shamelessly. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, and Zhao Ziyan were also looking at him with shock. At first, Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had been suspicious of his actions, thinking he was up to mischief. They had let him go on because this was a victimless prank, and even the jealous Tang Wan'er was able to just barely accept this. But who would have thought the more Long Chen spoke, the more they believed him? It seemed Long Chen really had this ability. A trace of worship appeared in Tang Wan'er's eyes. So in truth, Long Chen was a true man with real abilities. He was different from Gu Ran, who showed off everything he could. Long Chen hid his abilities well. Right now, in Tang Wan'er's eyes, Long Chen was a low-key powerful man with great internal quality. However, if she knew his goal was to purely take advantage of a beauty, wouldn't she throttle him to death? Feeling the hand of another peerless beauty in front of his own beauties was a feeling others couldn't experience. Seeing the four of them staring at him so admiringly, Long Chen was even starting to admire himself. Long Chen, can you calculate my future? Asked Xuanhuan expectantly. In truth, this was a common aspect of women. Perhaps this was the result of men feeling combative and wanting to go against what fate had planned for them, while women wished to know their future to know what would happen. In the secular world, fortune-tellers all preferred targeting women. Of course, another reason was because even if they couldn't dupe them, at least they wouldn't be beaten black and blue. Long Chen had an urge to laugh, but now he no longer dared to admit he was blindly spouting nonsense. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would immediately turn hostile. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. He couldn't retreat at this time or he'd be exposed. Palm reading is for calculating the past. If you want to predict the future, palm reading won't be so accurate. We'll need to do a bone reading. But a bone reading isn't based on looking but on feeling. In other words, it's the legendary bone feeling fortune-telling. But for you, it's not too suitable. Long Chen shook his head. The four of them had also heard of this kind of fortune-telling, but they had never seen it. They didn't know much about it. Xuanhuan turned red, but she seemed to greatly wish for it. Where do you have to touch? Asked Xuanhuan, her voice no louder than a mosquito. Cough. In truth, feeling the arms is enough. The two-leg bones focus on the innate, while the two arms focus on the future. However, this is my first time trying this kind of fortune-telling. If I end up doing it wrong or touching the wrong place by accident, it might hurt our relationship. So, it really isn't very suitable. We should leave it at this. Long Chen was starting to beat the drum for a retreat. He was even starting to regret what he had said. He was about to be exposed, and if he was, he'd have no face for the rest of his life. Sisters, can you leave for now? I want Long Chen's help in reading my future. I want to see if I can live past 23. Xuanhuan's voice contained an imploring tone. The others jumped, not knowing what she was saying. When I was a child, my father invited an expert from Heavenly Fate Island to tell my fate. I inadvertently heard that expert say that I would have 3 setbacks in my life, and after those 3 setbacks, the end of my life would draw near. My predestined lifespan would not surpass 23, said Xuanhuan sadly. Long Chen and the others looked at each other with shock. So Xuanhuan had actually had such a curious experience. It was no wonder she would suddenly believe Long Chen when he mentioned she would have 3 setbacks in her life. Long Chen shook his head. Didn't I just tell you that fortune-telling is nonsense? Even if he was some expert from some Heavenly Fate Island, at most he's able to see through a few small things. But the future is always indistinct and in flux. Who would possibly be able to see it clearly? Even if it was fated that you would only live to 23 just by telling you this, he added a new layer of karma. You know what this karma is? From the day you heard you would only live to 23, your fate changed. Who would believe such nonsense? Long Chen naturally scoffed at such things. Anyone with real skill wouldn't randomly say something like that, as it would fundamentally cause karma. By reading a person's fortune for them, they had changed their fate. Wasn't that precisely going against the fate the heavens had prescribed for them? How was that any different from asking the heavens to smite them? Long Chen, I'm begging you. I just want to know this. I can be at peace if you can help me, begged Xuanhuan. Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, and Zhao Ziyan all looked at the always unyielding Xuanhuan. Seeing her begging like this, they didn't know what emotion they were supposed to feel. No one wasn't afraid of death. Everyone had their own dreams. Everyone had their brothers, sisters, and parents. Long Chen, you can't care so much about those things now. We're all cultivators, and we don't have the same misgivings as the people of the secular world. Please help Sister Shiyu red her bones. Tang Wan'er pushed Long Chen toward Hua Shiyu. At the same time, two of her fingers lightly pressed against his back. Long Chen knew that she was warning him not to mess around. No matter what he read, he couldn't tell that cruel truth. He swore inside. She truly overestimated him. He was purely messing around, but now, just what was he supposed to do? Who would have thought things would progress to this point? If he once more did what he did before, then that would be inhumane. And yet not touching her was not an option either. Long Chen had an urge to slap himself in the face. If he touched, he was a beast. If he didn't, he was worse than a beast. Just what had he done to himself? Hua Shiyu actually began to take off her outer clothes. Her snow-white skin revealed itself to him. She was irresistibly beautiful, but Long Chen didn't know where he was supposed to put his hands. Was he supposed to hold her arms from below or from above? His head buzzed and his sweat dripped down from it. He hadn't been nervous when fighting against Han Zhenyu, but now his body was rigid. Hurry up! Tang Wan'er saw that Long Chen simply had his hands extended, but didn't dare to actually place his palms on Hua Shiyu's arms, so she urged him on. She thought he was just embarrassed, but now wasn't the time for him to be embarrassed. Hua Shiyu clearly had a great deal of faith in what that Heavenly Fate Island expert had said. She was filled with anticipation and was restless. She clearly didn't want to die yet. Now was not the time to care about trivialities. Long Chen clenched his teeth and placed his hands on Hua Shiyu's arms. He had decided that he had to continue acting. In any case, all he had to say was that the expert had been full of crap. But Long Chen didn't want to continue, because this wasn't just taking a little advantage. If he still had such thoughts at such a time, he would look down upon himself. In order to make his act more believable, he began to secretly circulate the 9-star Hegemon body art. He closed his eyes, and a soft light appeared on his palms. That was Long Chen's spiritual yuan. He used his spiritual yuan to feel Hua Shiyu's bones. This way, it wouldn't go too far. As Long Chen's hands went over Hua Shiyu's arms, she trembled. A strange feeling came from those large hands that made her red and breathe faster. But when Long Chen's hands reached Hua Shiyu's shoulders, he suddenly frowned. His hands slowly moved toward Hua Shiyu's chest. Ah! Hua Shiyu suddenly let out a startled cry. Not only her but Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, and Zhao Ziyan also cried out. When Long Chen's hands pressed against Hua Shiyu's ample chest, black qi began to pour out of her chest, forming a black figure in the air in front of her. A pained expression appeared on Hua Shiyu's face. It was like her heart had been pulled out, and she was as pale as paper. Sorcery! Long Chen opened his eyes. A bright light shone in them. Chapter 1139, Heavenly Fate Sorcery. Translator Born to Be. With Long Chen's hand on Hua Shiyu's chest, black qi poured out and tightly bound his hand. The black qi formed strands, looking like sinister centipedes that had come out to attack him. Through circulating the 9-star Hegemon body art, he had sensed some strange fluctuations above Hua Shiyu's spirit root. At that time, the 9-star Hegemon body art had acted on its own, and when his hand unconsciously touched Hua Shiyu's chest, it began to circulate even faster, pulling out this strange black qi. Long Chen, what's going on? Meng Qi and the others jumped in shock. These black strands formed a demonic and fiendish figure. This figure seemed to have come from within Hua Shiyu, while the 9-star Hegemon body art had forcibly pulled it out. However, Hua Shiyu felt like her organs were being ripped out of her. Long Chen was also shocked. Just what was this? A curse? Why would it be sensed by the 9-star Hegemon body art? Furthermore, it felt like the 9-star Hegemon body art detested this thing and wanted to destroy it. Long Chen, stop! Sister Shiyu can't hold on, shouted Zhao Ziyan. Hua Shiyu's aura was rapidly falling. Long Chen hastily stopped the 9-star Hegemon body art. That black figure instantly returned to Hua Shiyu's chest and vanished without a trace. It couldn't even be sensed. But now Hua Shiyu was pale and limp. The 5 of them were all silent for a moment, filled with shock. Just what was that strange figure? Long Chen, what was that? Asked Meng Qi. Hua Shiyu also looked at Long Chen, but she was now extremely weak. She looked like she was heavily injured and didn't even have the energy to speak. That black figure had heavenly Tao energy on it, but it was different from the true heavenly Taos. It's strange. Long Chen's expression was also grave. His head rapidly worked. According to his understanding of the 9-star Hegemon body art, it was very sensitive to heavenly Tao energy. It might even be more accurate to say it detested it. In that same vein of thinking, He suspected that the reason the heavenly Taos constantly went against him was because of the 9-star Hegemon body art, but he still understood too little of the true heavenly Taos. As for that figure in Hua Shiyu's body, its aura was much weaker than the true heavenly Taos. It was artificial. Artificial, Long Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Shiyu, how did you become acquainted with that expert from Heavenly Fate Island? What's the whole story? Hua Shiyu had recovered slightly, but she still wasn't fully healed. Her voice was raspy as she said, "It happened when I was still very little. An expert who said he came from Heavenly Fate Island just happened to be passing by my family's land. My family is large and has a great deal of influence in its region, but we had never heard of any experts from Heavenly Fate Island who go out into the mundane world. Rumor is that Heavenly Fate Island is extremely mysterious, and it rarely interacts with the mundane world. When that expert came, my father was suspicious and thought he was a swindler, but that expert managed to list out many secrets of my Hua family as soon as he arrived. Some of those secrets were things even my father didn't know about. When the patriarch learned of it, he was absolutely shocked. The expert said I was a spirit child that had reincarnated. I would have 3 setbacks that would draw a calamity upon myself, and it's fated that I won't live past 23. At that time, my Hua family was shocked. The expert later spoke to my father alone, saying that if he wanted me to live, it would require forcibly changing fate. It would require tricking the very heavenly Taos. However what? Asked Long Chen. However, he said that forcibly changing my fate would make him bear a large amount of karma, and he was unwilling to do it for free. So he wanted my family's ancestral treasure, the Tao-seeking King Jade. That is a remnant of our ancestors and the foundation of my Hua family's inheritance. My father naturally refused. The expert merely smiled coldly and left, saying that if my father ever regretted his decision, he could go to the Heavenly Fate Pavilion in the Grand Han Ancient Nation to find him. Then, my first setback occurred. My family became uneasy, as I was my family's hope of rising in my generation. As for the patriarch, even he was tempted and had an urge to give away the ancestral treasure. But my father was extremely against this, saying that the expert's sneer had clearly been one of a petty person who was enraged at being refused. He didn't have the slightest air of an expert, so he was clearly just a swindler. But when my second setback occurred, my father also became afraid. He hesitated for a long time, and in the end he called me in front of him and said I could decide. I was afraid, but I knew that without the Tao-seeking King Jade, my Hua family would lose its foundation and might quickly decline. So I chose not to believe that person's fortune-telling. That's why I go all out cultivating so that no one can look down on me. I wanted to show everyone that I'm fine and my parents don't need to worry about. Hua Shiyu lowered her head. Meng Qi and the others were all surprised as they hadn't expected Hua Shiyu to have such a backstory. Their hearts all felt heavy. Zhao Ziyan patted Hua Shiyu on the back, but she didn't know what to say to comfort her. Long Chen was silent for a while and then asked, "What's the effect of your family's Tao-seeking King Jade?" "It's an ancient jade with Tao charm flowing around it. Even without doing anything, it allows a person to grow closer to the heavenly Taos. It lets a person's heart be calm. It is extremely helpful to people below the Xiantian realm." "Is it only useful to those below the Xiantian realm?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, above the Xiantian realm it is essentially useless. So although it's a good treasure, it doesn't cause any powerful sects to get greedy," explained Hua Shiyu. "And based on what you said, I would guess that this so-called expert from Heavenly Fate Island did something to you. Above your spirit root, there's a strange clump of energy hiding. When I read your bones, it was provoked. This clump of energy contains heavenly Tao energy, but it's different from the heavenly Tao energy celestials use when fighting. It's like karmic energy and very strange. Furthermore, this energy has merged with your spirit blood and even your soul. If it's forcibly removed, you will definitely die." "Hey, what are you saying? Long Chen, can't you put it more gently?" rebuked Tang Wan'er angrily. Long Chen immediately became embarrassed because he had truly misspoken. He hastily said, "But you don't need to worry. When we return to the sect, we can ask the Xuanhuan master to help and it'll be no problem." But Hua Shiyu wasn't the slightest bit excited. Instead, she dimly shook her head. "The Xuanhuan master won't help." "Why not?" "Because Heavenly Fate Island is more terrifying than you imagine. There is not a single sect that wishes to offend them. They control fate, and so for them to destroy a sect is extremely easy. Most terrifying of all, their actions are all well hidden. You might not even know how the sect declined. sighed Hua Xiu. It can't possibly be that exaggerated, right? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Then who would dare to provoke them? In truth, it really is like this. No one is willing to offend them. All the large sects want to curry favor with the Heavenly Fate Island, afraid of something being done to them secretly. That's the terror of Heavenly Fate Island, said Hua Xiu. If this was true, then they really were badass. But for them to get jealous of other people's treasures, they were a huge pain in the ass. Hua Xiu's family's ancestral treasure was clearly not very useful to others. However, it seemed that this expert had a use for it. Long Chen was 90% sure that this expert had done something to Hua Xiu in order to force the Hua family to hand over their treasure. He had seen despicable people, but he had never seen someone this despicable. Even the swindlers in the secular world only conned people of their money, not their entire family fortune and their lives. In truth, it's not that complicated. As long as you tell the Xuanhuan master, he can use the reincarnation mirror to easily erase that strange energy. Previously, you couldn't be sure that the Xuanhuan master would help you, but don't misjudge him. Although he looks like a lazy person leisurely passing his days, he's a very courageous man. If you ask him, he will definitely help, guaranteed Long Chen. Don't randomly spout such nonsense. How could the Xuanhuan master be described as lazy and leisurely? Are you not afraid of the Xuanhuan master expelling you? Scolded Meng Qi with a smile. The tense atmosphere lightened a great deal. Hua Xiu said, however, it will still bring trouble to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. If the Xuanhuan Dao sect declines because of me, I'd rather die. It's not so serious. How old are you right now? Asked Long Chen. He wanted to know how much time she had left. Long Chen was confident that the expert from Heavenly Fate Island had used Heavenly Dao energy to leave behind a seed within Hua Xiu. Or perhaps it should be called a curse. Arts that involved fate were mysterious and profound. They could not be described with words, nor could they be underestimated. For Heavenly Fate Island to possess such a reputation was definitely not a coincidence. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. I turned 22 last month, said Hua Xiu. In other words, there was less than a year until her time was up. Oh, you're even a bit bigger than Long Chen. Tang Wan'er was a bit surprised. She had always thought that Hua Xiu was younger than Long Chen. Looking at Hua Xiu's chest, Long Chen thought to himself that she wasn't just a bit bigger. He sighed regretfully. Just now, he had been completely focused on that clump of energy and hadn't gotten a good feel. What a waste. Just as Long Chen's thoughts took a turn from proper things, Meng Qi's hand stealthily reached toward Long Chen's waist and gave him a vicious pinch. Although she wasn't able to cause him pain with this, Long Chen knew his spiritual fluctuations had been sensed. Xiu, don't worry. If you're worried about implicating the Dao sect, then I'll help you handle it. I can use a medicinal pill to help you extract that energy, but the process will probably be a bit painful, said Long Chen. Chapter 1140, just a bit bigger. Translator Born to Be. Hua Xiu felt much better after hearing Long Chen's promise. After he had ended up provoking that foreign energy within her, she trusted his abilities and what he had said. Now she hated that despicable person from Heavenly Fate Island. He had actually done such a thing to her when she had been a child. He was worse than an animal. But as for right now, she was in too weak of a state to attempt extracting that mysterious energy. Her soul and spiritual yuan had been shaken just now. She needed to rest. Fortunately, there was still enough time, so they could wait a few days. Meng Qi and Zhao Ziyan helped Hua Xiu leave. Now there was only Long Chen and Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er suddenly smiled mischievously. Long Chen, what do you think? Are they big? Long Chen immediately turned solemn and serious. Don't mess around. At that time I was focused completely on saving her. How could I have such thoughts? Long Chen naturally wouldn't admit such a thing, but Tang Wan'er still didn't give up. Holding his arm, she said, I'm not jealous. I just want to know, is she bigger or am I bigger? She seems to be a little bit bigger, Aya, you liar. Long Chen had only just answered when a burst of pain came from his waist. It was a sneak attack from Tang Wan'er. You're the one who asked me to answer and you said you weren't jealous. HMPH, so what? Who said you could say she was bigger than me? Sniffed Tang Wan'er angrily. Long Chen realized he had jumped past one trap only to land in another. She wasn't jealous, no. She was simply angry. But then thinking about it, he really had been stupid. Could you really trust a woman? He should have instead continued acting like a gentleman. Seeing Tang Wan'er's angry appearance, Long Chen suddenly chortled and wrapped a hand around her waist. Don't touch me, I'm angry. Tang Wan'er pushed his hand away. But Long Chen forcibly pulled her in and smiled mysteriously. Don't be angry, I was just telling the truth. Her chest really is just the slightest bit bigger than yours. You're saying it again. Tang Wan'er kicked Long Chen furiously, but being held by him, she wasn't able to reach him. However, yours has greater potential than hers, said Long Chen. He understood Tang Wan'er the best. Sometimes she would refuse to admit defeat like a child. She was always competitive, and she even wanted to compete in such a thing. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but who asked him to be so stupid as to actually reply with the truth? He had to think of a way to make her happy again. What potential? Who would believe your nonsense? Tang Wan'er sniffed. I'm telling the truth. Her size has already been set in stone, whereas you still have plenty of room to grow. First of all, let me ask, are you bigger, or is Meng-Chi bigger? Asked Long Chen. Of course, big sister Meng-Chi is bigger. I call her big sister. Tang Wan'er's reply almost made Long Chen choke. Men decided seniority based on power. Could it be women based seniority on this? His eyes had been opened to the world today. Foolish girl, you're the one I've been with the longest. When I have something good, I naturally think of you first, and I have a method to allow your size to quickly catch up to the others. Long Chen held Tang Wan'er's hand sincerely. It was true that amongst all of Long Chen's lovers, he had been with Tang Wan'er the most. When Tang Wan'er heard that, she was moved and stopped struggling. In truth, although Tang Wan'er had accepted that Long Chen had multiple lovers, she still wished that she would be the most pampered one. Saying he had been with her the most, and that he would think of her first, Long Chen immediately touched upon the softest part of her heart. She immediately stopped arguing. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. In truth, her body was practically perfect. Although her chest was not as large as Hua Shiyu's, the truth was that if you were to take a quick look and compare them, they would look about the same. But because of Long Chen's slip of the tongue, she had started to feel a bit inferior, and so she had gotten angry with Long Chen. Wan'er, you're the one with the greatest potential. In the future, I'll help you with a massage technique. As long as the two of us work together, I'm sure that with your talent and aptitude plus this hard work, you'll quickly surpass them. Really? Tang Wan'er looked down, clearly a bit enticed. Of course. When have I ever tricked you? At night, or when you have nothing else to do, take advantage of when Meng-Chi isn't around to come to my room. I'll help you massage them and they'll definitely grow, said Long Chen. He involuntarily gulped. A slip of the tongue had been recovered to this point. How marvelous was his scheming. Long Chen was admiring himself more and more. He had touched Meng-Chi's before, but not Tang Wan'er's. He was only able to stealthily make some calculations. Because she was too fiery and normally she was with Meng-Chi, if he did have a touch, once she let out a cry, it would be awkward. Thinking of how he could justify doing such a thing, Long Chen looked toward Tang Wan'er's chest. He had an urge to start helping right now. Why does it have to be when Sister Meng-Chi isn't around? Aya, foolish girl, what if she sees and wants me to massage hers as well? Then you'll never surpass Meng-Chi, you're back. Meng-Chi looked at Long Chen with a smile that was not a smile. Standing there with her sweet smile, she didn't say a word. Hee Meng-Chi, you're really beautiful. Yes, you're getting more and more beautiful. Long Chen hastily let go of Tang Wan'er and went up to hug Meng-Chi, but Meng-Chi stepped to the side, dodging. Does a certain someone think that saying a few nice words will make up for his evil intentions? Meng-Chi was still smiling, but this smile made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Sister, we're not doing anything bad. You've misunderstood, said Tang Wan'er. Foolish girl, you really are easy to trick. He's trying to seduce you into doing the wrong thing. If you do that, how will you face Jikyu and Chu Yao? Scolded Meng-Chi. But Long Chen said it's just touching. I just want to get bigger. I want to be as ample as you. Tang Wan'er looked at Meng-Chi's chest with envy. Yes, exactly, my goal is completely pure. Long Chen raised his hands innocently. He truly loved Tang Wan'er to death now. He swore he wouldn't fail to live up to her trust, and that he would make her the amplest woman in the world. It's not that simple. That place can't be touched by anyone. Meng-Chi couldn't help but turn red upon seeing Tang Wan'er just foolishly staring at her. It's not anyone, it's Long Chen. Tang Wan'er still didn't understand. Aya, I'll explain to you later. Long Chen, I'm warning you, don't even think of continuing with this. We've already made our agreement. If she ends up doing that with you, even if no one else says anything, she'll be ashamed. Then you'll have harmed her, warned Meng-Chi. I wouldn't do that, swore Long Chen. Who could be sure about this kind of thing? If Wan'er couldn't hold back and begged you, what would happen? Long Chen was immediately struck dumb. If Tang Wan'er really took the initiative to seduce him, it would be dangerous. "Big sister, I feel like I'd be able to control myself," said Tang Wan'er bravely. "You foolish girl, what he was telling you. I know how to do it. I'll help you when we get back." Meng Qi pulled Tang Wan'er away. "Hey Meng Qi, how about I help? I can supervise you and make sure you do it right. You should know, your technique definitely isn't as good as mine, and you won't be able to massage them well enough." As a professional cough. A glare from Meng Qi made Long Chen swallow his words. He had almost made another slip of the tongue. Seeing that Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er had slipped away, Long Chen helplessly sighed. He couldn't even get a touch. There's simply no way around it. Meng Qi will definitely make defenses against anything I try. I should focus on cultivating. It's time to cultivate the fourth style of Split the Heavens. In his battle against Han Zhenyu, the reason he had been able to defeat him in the end was not just because Bloodrinker had advanced to the king item level. Another main reason was because of the third form of Split the Heavens. Bloodrinker had only just advanced and still wasn't able to unleash the full power of a king item. Right now, it was in seclusion in the primal chaos space. Buzz. A new rune appeared in one of Long Chen's acupuncture points. It was the first divine rune of the fourth form of Split the Heavens. "It's this easy," Long Chen was surprised. Now that each of his 108,000 acupuncture points had an immortal platform within, he could condense this rune almost instantaneously. Previously, he had been forced to first enlarge his acupuncture point and nourish it with his spiritual yuan for a long time before a divine rune would fully condense. It would take several days. Furthermore, Feng Xingli had solemnly warned him to be careful with the fourth form of Split the Heavens. Its divine runes were extremely berserk and could break his acupuncture points. But under the suppression of his immortal platform, the divine rune was like an obedient little rabbit. There wasn't any sign of it going berserk. In less than a day, he had condensed all 9 embryonic forms of the fourth form's divine runes. Now when he used the fourth form of Split the Heavens, it would be easier and there was less chance of a backlash. However, these divine runes were still in their embryonic form, and it would take a long time to slowly nourish them. Only after they matured would he be able to fully unleash the power of the fourth form of Split the Heavens. The flying boats rapidly flew through the air and even went through 2 supreme transportation formations. 7 days later, the flying boat stopped in front of an ancient city. Chapter 1141 I can touch, but if you touch. Translator Born to Be. The flying boat stopped 100 miles from the ancient city. Li Chengfeng told Long Chen, "This place is the Xuanhuan Dao sect's territory and is called Xuanhuan City. In accordance with the Martial Heaven Alliance's rules, everything ahead is the hunting ground for disciples. That means kings and above are not allowed to enter, so you'll have to enter on your own." On the way here, Long Chen had learned more about this place. The defensive zones that all the large sects were protecting along the sea were not just battlefields. They were also very beneficial to the growth of a sect. Only foundation forging cultivators were allowed inside. Kings and above were forbidden because the higher-ups were worried about them sneaking into the sea to go hunting. Then they might end up disturbing some terrifying existence. Also, Long Chen, try not to cause too much trouble. Li Chengfeng gave him one last warning before leaving with the flying boat. I have orders to cause trouble. If I don't cause enough, the Xuan master won't be happy." Long Chen laughed inside. Seeing the 2 flying boats leave, Long Chen was just about to speak when Gao Xianyang waved his hand and led his people inside. Gao Xianyang's side had less than 30,000 people. As for Long Chen's side, he had the new disciples as well as over half the old disciples. His side numbered close to 300,000. Although they were said to be 2 equal groups, the number disparity was so great that even the flying boats they had been given to use were different. This fact displeased Gao Xianyang extremely. As soon as Li Chengfeng left, he walked over to Xuanhuan City without even looking at Long Chen. It was clear he was acting like this intentionally. "Let's go as well. We're now villagers far from the sect. We can be fearless men here," laughed Long Chen. The others couldn't help but look at him oddly. With his temper, when was he not a fearless man? In all of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's history, there had never been a disciple like him. Just how many elders and teachers had he slapped in the face? He had even slapped the heaven-suppressing magic sect's vice-sect master. Long Chen led them forward. A sea breeze began to blow by them, one that contained a dense smell of blood. That smell was something that came from within this ancient city. The city was 300 miles wide, and it was extremely ancient and worn down. Even the city gates were covered in cracks. There were signs of ugly patches all over them. The sea breeze caused constant damage to the city, causing its walls to erode quickly. Long Chen and the others were caught unprepared by how weak the city walls were. As the core area of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's defensive zone, despite being called Xuanhuan City, it was so worn down that it was on the verge of collapse. The city walls were filled with holes, and everyone was careful, afraid that a bump might cause the whole city to collapse. In front of the city gates, Gao Xianyang was speaking with a man wearing a crown. They actually embraced each other enthusiastically. This man was the city lord's son, Guosu. His cultivation base was at the 8th heaven stage of foundation forging. Due to the Martial Heaven Alliance's rules, even the strongest expert in the city had to still be in the foundation forging realm. Guosu was also a rank 6 celestial, but he had never gone out. He always stayed within Xuanhuan City. 5 years ago, Gao Xianyang had come here with the mission to hunt sea demons. That was how the two of them knew each other. Brother Xianyang, it's been 5 years. You've once more advanced. I'll hold a celebration dinner for you, said Guosu. Then he lowered his voice and said, So, are there any beauties this time? Introduce me to them. In truth, Guosu was a miserly, perverted man. Last time, Gao Xianyang had set him up with a woman to play some of the games the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples used to quench their thirst, and Guosu had immediately become infatuated with them and couldn't stop. These games were a kind of way for men and women to amuse themselves, without breaking the sect's inherited rules. The Dao sect had a rule that stated its female disciples could not lose their virginity. That would affect their comprehension of the heavenly Daos. As for male disciples, they couldn't merge yang with yin, or they would also be affected. The sect enforced this rule strictly. If anyone tried to do such a thing in secret, they would definitely be found out and expelled from the sect. At best, they would be demoted to a worker or commoner. But stifling these men and women so badly also wasn't good. To avoid that, the Dao sect had ways to resolve those urges so they didn't have to be distracted. Other than that final step of merging yin with yang, there weren't many other restrictions, and so the Dao sect's disciples developed many thirst-quenching games on the sly. The Dao sect neither supported nor opposed these games, but if anyone lost their virginity, they would be directly expelled. But there were always geniuses in every possible field. The Dao sect's disciples ended up developing amazing games with special tricks and techniques. These games were sometimes even more stimulating than the real thing. As for Guosu, the city lord's son, he was truly a silkpin's disciple. He had long since lost his pure body. It was unknown how many women in the city had had an affair with him. But after Gao Xianyang had come, he had experienced a new kind of pleasure which made him feel inferior. As expected, true members of sects knew how to play much better. So once Gao Xianyang and the others had left last time, Guosu had been lost in loneliness. It was like all the women by his side had become lackluster. When he tried to teach them those techniques, they were unable to replicate them. This time, the sign of the martial heaven's sea rings tide had delighted him. The first thing he had thought about was what that woman had taught him. Gao Xianyang felt immense disgust for Guosu, as well as disdain. He had an urge to viciously slap this miserly pervert. Last time, he had had that female disciple treat him properly, but when the time to split the resources had come, this cheapskate hadn't given him the appropriate portion. In the hunting mission last time, the spoils of war were supposed to have been split 50-50 with the disciples and Xuanhuan City, and the one in charge of that had been Guosu. According to normal logic, having played with Gao Xianyang's toys, Guosu should have secretly added some benefits to make him feel better. But what had Guosu done? He had come up with a bunch of excuses and had taken another 10% of the resources for himself. As a result, the 50-50 split ended up 60-40. Xuanhuan City had taken 60%, while Gao Xianyang had been left with 40%. At that time, Gao Xianyang had turned green with fury. But Xuanhuan City was an independent department, and within its walls, people had no choice but to lower their heads, and so he had been forced to endure. Now 5 years had passed, and this idiot immediately wanted more from him. Gao Xianyang didn't know how this idiot had managed to live to this day. Did he not feel embarrassed to directly say such a thing? But he simply smiled and said, "Brother, I brought some peerless beauties for you this time, and they're all exquisitely skilled. However, they're quite haughty, so it'll be up to your own skills." At this time, Long Chen and the other disciples also arrived. When Gu Su saw Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er, Zhao Ziyan, and Hua Xiu, his eyes almost popped out. He had never seen such beautiful women, so now seeing 4 of them at once, he immediately began to drool. Gao Xianyang saw him looking at the 4 of them like a pig and smiled. "Stop, show me your identity badges. I need to confirm them one by one." Long Chen and the others were suddenly stopped by a middle-aged guard. He had a hat on at a crooked angle and a sheathed saber on his waist. Long Chen was first startled, but then he saw Gao Xianyang and the others entering without any investigation at all. He was clearly just making things hard on them. When Hua Xiu showed her badge, a large hand suddenly took it. "Let me see." This hand belonged to Gu Su. At the same time as he grabbed her badge, he extended extra far to touch her hand. A feverish light shone in his eyes as he began to lose control. Scram! Hua Xiu's face immediately turned frosty, and she sent a kick straight toward Gu Su's crotch. Long Chen could hear 2 consecutive cracking sounds. Gu Su screamed and flew back like a shooting star, striking the city gates. As a result, the broken-down city gates collapsed, burying him beneath the rubble. The dozens of guards were startled. One of them was about to curse at her when Hua Xiu extended a hand and slapped him across the face. This foundation forging expert was slapped unconscious by Hua Xiu. The other guards immediately realized something was off. This woman was not so easy to provoke. Rather than stupidly attacking her, they ran over to Gu Su, pulling him out of the rubble. But he was still screaming and rolling crazily. Even for cultivators, the life rod was a fatal weakness. That place was not so easily recovered with heavenly Tao energy. That was because it was the root of passing down the ancestral line. It was the foundation of the human Tao. Using heavenly Tao energy to heal that spot might recover the form, but it would lose its core ability. It would essentially be crippled, and there would be no more human Tao coming from there. Looking at Gu Su rolling on the ground as he held his crotch and wailed, a disdainful expression appeared on Long Chen's face. He sneered inside, "I can touch, but if you touch, it'll be dangerous. Just touching a hand practically severed your ancestry. Do you want to try touching her chest?" Gao Xianyang heard all this and was delighted, but he put on an expression of shock as he looked back. The disturbance startled all of Xuanhuan City, and a large group of experts rushed over. "Long Chen, how brazen! You dare to attack the city lord's son!" Gao Xianyang cried out furiously, hiding his delight. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Xuanhuan City?" Suddenly, a furious roar rang out, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 1142, Upholding Justice. Translator Born to Be. This middle-aged man was the city lord. He was also Gu Su's father, Gu Zhengyang. Seeing that his precious son had been injured, he was startled and infuriated. He roared at Long Chen and the others, just about to attack. "City Lord, Junior Master's life rod has been severely damaged. It requires peak-grade life-giving elixir and a top-grade flesh-birthing pill to heal." One of the elders quickly examined Gu Su's injuries. Having one's penis and balls completely destroyed was naturally a heavy injury. Gu Zhengyang only had this one son. Now, this was a big matter. Gu Zhengyang frowned, and after a moment of hesitation he said, "Have healers treat him. Medicine can also be poisonous, so healing naturally is better." The elder was speechless. He had followed this city lord for 300 years. Although he was well aware of how stingy he was, he hadn't thought he would be so stingy with his flesh and blood son. This was the epitome of stinginess. Healers could definitely help him recover, but it would be painful and take a long time. Gu Zhengyang would rather his son suffer than heal him with medicine. "Who did this? Get out here." As people carried away Gu Su, Gu Zhengyang glared at Hua Xiu and the others. Hua Xiu was just about to walk out when Long Chen beat her to it. He said, "You are City Lord Gu Zhengyang. The Xuan Master has ordered me to give you some money." What shocked all the disciples was that the furious Gu Zhengyang immediately smiled brightly upon hearing that he would get money. Yes, as expected, the Xuan Master is a hero amongst men. "Sai, my Xuanchen city has truly been low on funds recently. We don't even have the money to repair our defenses. Where is the money?" Long Chen smiled. He had an urge to prostrate himself in admiration toward the Xuan Master's scheming ability. With both hands, he extended a spatial ring to Gu Zhengyang. Just as Gu Zhengyang reached out toward it, Long Chen's hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he threw him to the ground. Boom, dust flew everywhere. Guo Zhengyang had never imagined that Long Chen would dare to sneak attack him. He had no defenses at all and was easily knocked unconscious. Long Chen, what are you doing? Now even Gao Xianyang was shocked. Was he trying to rebel? At this time, countless experts flew out of Xuanhuan City, looking at Long Chen holding the unconscious Guo Zhengyang with dumbfounded expressions. But not one person came to help. I was ordered by the Xuan master to investigate Guo Zhengyang's corrupt practices. He embezzled the wages for workers just to stuff his own pocket. Here is the tablet the Xuan master personally bestowed upon me. Long Chen took out a golden tablet with a large Xuan character written on it. It gave off immense pressure, and when it was taken out, an illusory image of the Xuanchen Dao sect appeared. This was the Xuanchen Dao sect's highest authority tablet. Seeing it was like seeing the Xuan master. Starting today, I am the city lord. My orders are to seal the city. No one can leave. Those who disobey will be directly executed, announced Long Chen. Everyone just stared blankly. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er hadn't known that Long Chen had come with special orders. Senior apprentice brother Su Mo, senior apprentice sister Mu Qingxuan, Hua Xiu and Wang Zhen, bring people to block the 4 city exits. If anyone dares to forcibly leave, kill them, ordered Long Chen. Although the 4 of them didn't know what Long Chen was thinking, they still led their people to seal the city. Long Chen brought the remaining disciples into Xuanchen City. Once they were inside, they truly became speechless. There was not a single brick in Xuanchen City that was still intact. They were all cracked and broken. This was the most broken-down city Long Chen had ever seen. Once he was inside, he saw quite a few foundation forging experts dispiritedly soaking in the sun. They looked like they were just waiting for death. Seeing Long Chen dragging an unconscious Guo Zhengyang, those people's eyes brightened slightly. One of them even excitedly asked, "Senior, have you come to uphold justice and put this blood-sucking ghost on trial?" "Senior?" Looking at this middle-aged man with a full beard and mustache, Long Chen felt a wave of pain at being called a senior. But he understood this person's expression. This person had clearly been suppressed and squeezed too hard and for too long. He clearly wanted Guo Zhengyang dead. "Does Guo Zhengyang have any accomplices?" asked Long Chen directly. Yes, I'll bring you to them right now." Quite a few people began to cry out with excitement, shocking Tang Wan'er and the others. They had no idea what was going on. "Let's go." Long Chen handed Guo Zhengyang to Gu Yang and followed these people to a luxurious mansion. As soon as they arrived, several experts blocked their way, cursing. Long Chen directly sent those people flying and broke the door down with a punch. Only once all of them had charged in did the people inside react. However, they were easily beaten into submission by the Dragonblood Legion. At the core of the mansion, a large fatty appeared. He was just about to speak when he was knocked unconscious with a fist. Xuanchen City had 4 great noble families. Now, as soon as Long Chen arrived, they were all captured. The entire city was in disorder. Quite a few people tried fleeing, but they were stopped and captured. Within the city lord's mansion, Long Chen and all the others were gathered. Guo Zhengyang and Guo Su were lying on the ground, along with dozens of people from the 4 noble families. They all lay there motionless. Under Long Chen's orders, Meng Qi investigated their souls. What shocked everyone was that the city lord and even these noble families were people of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, or people with close relations to the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Once Meng Qi explained what she had learned with her soul search, Long Chen truly had an urge to prostrate himself toward the Xuan master. This city lord was an existence the heaven-suppressing magic sect had set up in Xuanchen City. It was only with their help that he had gained enough support to become the city lord. As for the Xuan master, he had simply acted like he didn't know. Guo Zhengyang was an absolute Scrooge. He was miserly with others, and he was also miserly with himself. Just from the way he treated Guo Su told everything. Once he took office, he did his best to pull in as much wealth as possible. He was completely corrupt, even squeezing the disciples of their wages. He used all kinds of excuses, and as a result, none of the Xuanchen Dao sect's disciples wished to stay here, and they went to report to the Xuan master. The Xuan master had once sent someone to investigate, and as a result, Guo Zhengyang had shown a detailed list of his accounting work. An examination of this list revealed no mistakes at all. Then that investigator had left. As a result, Guo Zhengyang became even more overboard. Those people who had falsely accused him had all been kicked out, and their wages had gone into his pocket. Just 3 years after he took office, there were practically no longer any disciples from the Xuanhuan Dao sect who stayed. There was no money to be made here, so they all returned to the sect, or they left to make their own way in the world. Guo Zhengyang saw this, and he quickly enticed a few of his own relatives to come over. From his wives' families, he managed to bring over many relatives. In just 10 years, all of Xuanhuan City was composed of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's people. This was because Guo Zhengyang was not content with his situation. With no more disciples coming, his profits were shrinking, and the Xuanhuan Dao sect only sent money to fix the defenses every few decades. Therefore, he actually used his own relatives to take in more money. These relatives were all outer members of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and so amongst them, his background was the greatest, so much so that they couldn't resist. His aunt was one of Ma Xingkang's dual cultivation partners. Once he had duped 4 relatives here, he directly bestowed them the title of 4 grand noble families and said they would jointly develop this region. This region was filled with countless sea demons and rich in minerals. Guo Zhengyang had pulled them in as investors, and so they naturally had to put in money to get money. The 4 grand noble families ended up sinking all their wealth into this place. They had thought they would be able to start making all of it back in just a few decades. But they quickly found that this was not the case. The accounting books were all overseen by Guo Zhengyang, and he constantly gave excuses that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had debts and was taking resources. He didn't dare to touch their investment yet. Only once they had enough accumulated wealth could they go through with the plan, so he told them to wait patiently. Guo Zhengyang was truly a swindler. Not only did he not give them dividends, he even started charging them rent and all kinds of other taxes. The 4 grand noble families were infuriated, but Guo Zhengyang didn't care. He directly told them that if they wanted to stay behind, they had to listen. Otherwise, they could scram. But once they left, they would lose the status of noble families, and they would lose their initial investment. So they couldn't leave, but they also couldn't do anything to Guo Zhengyang due to his background. They could only endure. Guo Zhengyang continued with his tricks. He had them dupe more people over. He said that he would give them a third of the profits from those duped people. Furthermore, when they finally left Xuanhuan City, he would give them an extra 15% of their earnings. The 4 grand noble families could only start baiting their own relatives into coming in order to survive. Now all the people in Xuanhuan City were the heaven-suppressing magic sect's outer members. Even the experts on duty were their people. Most importantly, they had all been tricked over and they didn't get the slightest salary. Even when they killed sea demons, the profits would go to Xuanhuan City. With Guo Zhengyang's severe threats, they didn't even dare to run away. They could only continue like this until they died. This was also why no one came to help once they saw Guo Zhengyang had been knocked unconscious. They only watched with stupefied expressions because they were already numb. But when they learned Long Chen had come to replace Guo Zhengyang, they almost wept tears of joy. They wished Long Chen would directly kill this greedy bastard, because only once he was dead would they be freed. Long Chen now had over 300 spatial rings, and each one of them was filled with treasures. There were weapons, sets of armor, medicinal pills, materials, spirit stones, etc. There was one in particular that made Long Chen's heart pound wildly. Chapter 1143, The Xuanhuan Master's Methods. Translator Born to Be. One particular spatial ring was filled with Yuan spirit stones. Yuan spirit stones were the greatest currency in this world as they only ever increased in value. That was why Guo Zhengyang had always done his best to get more Yuan spirit stones, even if it was just 1 or 2. When Meng Qi had done her soul search on him, she found that he had a strange addiction. Each day, he would lie on top of his pile of Yuan spirit stones and sleep. That was the only way he could feel at rest. Looking at the 500 million Yuan spirit stones inside, Long Chen's admiration for the Xuanhuan master maxed out. When it came to strategy, who could compare to the Xuanhuan master? He had raised a pig for 300 years, and this pig had even drawn over more pigs from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. 300 years ago, the Xuanhuan master had seen through the character of the miserly Guo Zhengyang. At that time, he had sown this seed. Now it had borne fruit. The amount of wealth Guo Zhengyang had embezzled from the Xuanhuan Dao sect was just 1/10 of his total wealth. The remaining 90% was what Guo Zhengyang had spent 300 years making. The return on the Xuanhuan master's investment was huge. The Xuanhuan master had subtly hinted that the Yuan spirit stones would all go to Long Chen, while the rest of the resources would be sent up to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Because it was Long Chen who personally took them, the Dao sect wouldn't be affected by much karma. After all, they didn't directly give it to Long Chen. The Xuanhuan master's intention had been very clear. He had basically been telling Long Chen to be greedy and just not report the Yuan spirit stones. The Yuan spirit stones took up almost half the total wealth Guo Zhengyang had had. Over 90% of these precious Yuan spirit stones were the result of his relationship with the heaven-suppressing magic sect. The more Long Chen thought about it, the more he felt that the Xuanhuan master's plot had gone on absolutely beautifully. To use his enemy's money to fatten his own pocket, his plot had practically reached a pinnacle. What should we do with these people? Meng Qi looked oddly at the people they had captured. Release them. Even though they're spies with the intent of bringing down the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the Xuanhuan master is a grand and magnanimous man. He doesn't wish to kill people. After all, the Xuanhuan Dao sect has such a friendly relationship with the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Let them go so that the entire Central Plains can see what it means to be generous and forgiving, said Long Chen sanctimoniously. Guo Zhengyang, Guo Su, the noble families, and any people holding any post in the city were kicked out. The ordinary people who were kicked out thanked Long Chen over and over again. They were finally free. But as for Guo Zhengyang, when he woke up, he let out a hysterical wail and demanded Long Chen return his wealth. Long Chen directly slapped him unconscious and had those people drag him away. In less than 4 hours, Xuanhuan City had changed masters. Now Long Chen was the new city lord. City lord, do you need to be served at night? Teased Tang Wan'er suddenly. Don't mess around. Long Chen, what should we do? Gao Xianyang and the others charged their way into the storehouse and took the only functioning flying boat to go hunting, said Meng Qi. Aren't there supposed to be 5 flying boats? Only one can fly, asked Long Chen. It was Guo Zhengyang. He was so stingy that he didn't even maintain the flying boats. The 4 flying boats have lost too much spirituality and cannot fly, said Meng Qi. There's Guo Ran, have him repair them. Long Chen was confident in his skills. Also, tell everyone not to be in a rush to go hunting. Right now, the city is ours. Although the city is already on the verge of collapsing, we'll still need to defend it in the end. Have Su Mo, Mu Qingxuan, Hua Xiu, and Wang Zhen go hunting in the surrounding regions. When the flying boats are fixed, we can go hunting in the sea then. What about the Dragonblood Legion? Have everyone go into seclusion and refine Yuan spirit stones. They should do their best to increase their cultivation bases. I'm going to check out the city's defenses. Long Chen and Guo Ran flew out of the city and went to see the city's defenses that bordered the sea. Crack, when Long Chen landed on the high city walls, a massive rock shattered. That Guo Zhengyang really was stingy. In order to save spirit stones, he didn't even activate the protective formation. After several centuries, everything's corroded and is as weak as tofu. Guo Ran picked up a rock and crushed it with his hand. He shook his head. Long Chen also shook his head. This city's lifespan had already reached its limit. Even if the defensive formation was activated, it would completely break down in another few centuries. It was because the Xuanhuan master had realized that the city was reaching its limit that he had allowed Guo Zhengyang to come here. This city's ability wasn't actually focused on defense but offense. However, now that its lifespan had reached an end, it wasn't able to endure unleashing any attacks. Furthermore, back then, the Xuanhuan Dao sect had been in a difficult situation financially and hadn't had the money to completely reconstruct this huge city. That would take an ocean's worth of manpower and resources. Before coming, the Xuanhuan master had implied that the Yuan spirit stones were Long Chen's, but they weren't for free. Long Chen had to hold the line during this beast tide and couldn't allow the sea demons to charge into the Central Plains. If that happened, the Xuanhuan Dao sect would lose their rights over this region. The Martial Heaven Alliance would then replace them with another power, and all the resources that could be gained here would go to the succeeding power. So Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure. After taking the Xuanhuan master's money, he had to get to work. Since you're done forging the sets of armor, I'll need you to help me forge large quantities of something else, said Long Chen. What for you, boss? Anything? Guo Ran patted his chest confidently. I want you to forge supreme bombs, the stronger the better. Can you do that? Asked Long Chen. It's not a problem, I have enough materials, however it'll take some time. If I wanted 3 feet wide bombs, how many can you make, and how powerful would they be? 3 feet? Then I can easily inscribe 100 runes on it. I can just merge phoenix plume scarlet gold and ink rock black iron. Once they explode, it'll have an effective area of 300 miles. and in the core area of 150 miles, any ninth-rank sea demons would definitely die, estimated Xuanhuan. When it came to battle power, ninth-rank sea demons were weaker than ninth-rank magical beasts, but the most terrifying aspect of them was their numbers. Furthermore, they were usually covered in scales that bolstered their defensive strength to a high level. How many such bombs can you create a day? Even if I focus only on this, I don't think I can make more than 100 a day. This was an extremely shocking speed. If it hadn't been for his ancient forging table, just making 10 a day would be not bad. As for ordinary forging masters, trying to make more than 3 a day would exhaust them. Xuanhuan had truly turned into a grandmaster existence in terms of forging. Boss, what are you planning to do? The city's defenses are essentially useless. If the sea demon army is too powerful for us to stop, then originally we should have drawn them over to the city to shrink the fighting area. But since the city can't be used, I'm thinking of having Song Minjuan and Li Qi create a new dike. They'll create 2 large walls that will slant toward here, and all the sea demons will gradually be led to Xuanhuan City. Then we can use your bombs to make some death traps, said Long Chen. Boss, is the beast tide really so powerful? You don't think will be enough? Xuanhuan was a bit surprised. You know what it means to be prepared just in case. Anything can happen, so having some hidden cards is leaving yourself with a higher chance of surviving. This isn't a joke, said Long Chen. It seemed Xuanhuan was becoming so confident that he didn't even sense danger. Don't think this is a waste. Even if we don't use them this time, it's not like we'll throw them away. We can use them in the future. There's still some time, so right now, focus on quality, not quantity. All right, I understand, boss. Xuanhuan nodded and left to get to work. Long Chen continued to stroll through the original dike. He saw that there were natural barriers on the 2 sides. Sheer cliffs extended far beside them. He had no idea who the people guarding the ends of these cliffs were. When his divine sense stretched into the sea, he sensed quite a few towers inside. Those were projects used to mine the minerals beneath the sea, but now they had long since stopped working. Yu Zhengyang had originally spent a little bit to give those towers a facelift. Then after more people were baited into coming here, he had stopped caring about those things and happily squeezed those people of their money instead. Yu Zhengyang had been very confident in his position in Xuanhuan City, as he had been appointed by the previous Xuan master to run Xuanhuan City for 500 years. Furthermore, he had even had Ma Xingkang as a backer. But before the 500 years ran out, he had been kicked out. Long Chen inspected the terrain for a long while, drawing a rough sketch. Only then did he return to Xuanhuan City. Chapter 1144, Third Heaven Stage of Foundation Forging. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen returned to Xuanhuan City and saw some Dragon Mark warriors patrolling. He couldn't help being speechless. Who told you to patrol? He asked. It was Big Brother Gu Yang, one of them replied. Go back. This broken city is already this worn down. Even if a thief came, they would just leave with tears. There's nothing to steal. Other than the cultivation region, the other places don't need to be so heavily guarded. Long Chen sent the Dragon Mark warriors on their way. Gu Yang's thinking was definitely too rigid. All the wealth within Xuanhuan City had been sucked dry by Yu Zhengyang. Even if you invited people to come and steal from here, no one would do it. Walking into the city lord's mansion, he arrived at a small underground formation. At the center of it was a platform. Long Chen placed all the spatial rings he had gotten from Yu Zhengyang, other than the one with Yuan spirit stones in it. Activating the formation, a ray of light shone on the platform, and the spatial rings instantly vanished. Within multiple recesses of the formation, hundreds of Yuan spirit stones shattered. This transportation really is expensive. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh emotionally. This was a special transportation formation and could only transport small things. Usually, it was used to transmit news, as it was unable to move people. But for just a few spatial rings to cost several hundred Yuan spirit stones, it was truly expensive. Other than a few dozen disciples guarding the outside, Long Chen and the rest of the Dragonblood Legion were in seclusion. The others were cultivating under the blessing of the immemorial altar lamp. Long Chen began to crazily absorb Yuan spirit stones. There was nothing else to do these days, as Xuanhuan needed some time to fix the flying boats. Without a flying boat, there was no way to go hunting far away. Flying in the air personally without anywhere to land was too dangerous. As for the shore or the sea that was close to the land, there weren't many sea demons. Su Mo and the others were hunting in that region, but most likely they hadn't even killed as many sea demons as they had people. There was basically no profit to be had. Long Chen crazily absorbed Yuan spirit stones, but now he came up with something different from others. He was no longer absorbing them handful by handful. Instead, he gave all these Yuan spirit stones to Lei Long and Hue Long. They devoured them and then transmitted their energy to him. This was definitely a terrifying way to absorb Yuan spiritual energy. Anyone else would instantly explode when so much Yuan spiritual energy was poured into them. Even Gu Yang, someone who walked the path of a body cultivator, would at most be able to absorb energy from 10 Yuan spirit stones at a time. Any more in his body wouldn't be able to handle it. He gave all the 500 million Yuan spirit stones to Lei Long and Hue Long. He then directly absorbed their energy from them. This would save him the trouble of refining them one by one. Furthermore, he could also control the speed at which he absorbed the energy. Right now, Lei Long and Hue Long were incredibly powerful existences. That was especially true of Lei Long. It had fully absorbed all the energy from when Long Chen had gone through tribulation, and its combat power was even greater than Hue Long's now. It was only because they were strong enough that Long Chen dared to do this. The two of them ended up being like a huge reservoir of energy for Long Chen. As he extracted a torrent of Yuan spiritual energy, he sensed the flower design on his immortal platforms rapidly revolving. A new rune quickly condensed. That rune then greedily absorbed Yuan spiritual energy until it was fully satisfied, and then a new rune was formed. With his experience reaching the first heaven stage of foundation forging, Long Chen decided not to even bother looking at how much this was costing him. He was basically cultivating with his eyes closed. 10 days later, an explosive sound rang out from his body as he entered the third heaven stage. This time he had been prepared, and he didn't cause a disturbance like when he had reached the first heaven stage. Sensing the immortal platforms in his body, he sank into thought. Other people would condense 9 runes into a foundation for their immortal platform. For the second heaven stage, they would condense 8 runes into the second level of their immortal platform. Following that pattern, their immortal platforms would end up being a conical shape in the end. But his immortal platforms were different. The foundation was condensed through 13 runes, and the second level was also condensed with 13 runes. The size was also the same. The third level had also taken 13 runes. If this continued, his immortal platform would end up cylindrical, different from everyone else's. Whatever, you can be whatever shape you want. Time to continue cultivating. What the fuck? Long Chen was just about to continue when he let out a startled cry. He saw that Lei Long and Hue Long no longer had any Yuan spirit stones in their bodies. They're gone. 500 million Yuan spirit stones disappeared just like this. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. He looked again and again before accepting that this was reality. 500 million Yuan spirit stones had only let him advance 2 heaven stages. Long Chen was in despair. How was he supposed to cultivate in the future? If he used the remaining Yuan spirit stones he had, perhaps he would be able to reach the 4th heaven stage. That would leave him at the mid-foundation forging realm. But then what about the Dragonblood Legion? Long Chen was speechless. It seemed his cultivation would have to slow down for now. He stood up and stretched. He did a few exercises, and he felt his body overflowing with energy. It felt like his energy was about to explode out of his control. Sensing the energy coming from the 108,000 immortal platforms, he almost had an urge to pierce through heaven and earth. Clenching his fist, space rumbled. Fine, I admit I don't begrudge it again. Sensing the immense power from his body, he felt much more at ease with having spent 500 million Yuan spirit stones. Now, Long Chen's thirst for money was growing greater and greater. It was no wonder the Huyan sect believed in their wealth god. Now even he was believing in it. Money couldn't buy happiness, but now Long Chen was experiencing how painful it was to not have money. Without Yuan spirit stones, there was no way for him to cultivate. With this new method involving Hue Long and Lei Long, he was confident that if he had enough Yuan spirit stones, in less than 3 months, he would be able to reach the peak of foundation forging. Unfortunately, there were that many ifs in this world. After sighing emotionally, he left his room. Going out into the city, he saw that Su Mo and the others were still nowhere to be found. After asking around, he learned that Xuanhuan had already fixed the flying boats while he had been in seclusion. Therefore, Su Mo, Mu Qingxuan, Hua Xiu, and Wang Zhen had taken the flying boats and gone hunting. As for Gao Xianyang, he didn't send any word and Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. As long as he didn't cause trouble, Long Chen wouldn't give a damn. Once Long Chen was out, he saw that the Dragonblood Legion's warriors had already reached the 4th heaven stage, and quite a few had reached the 5th heaven stage. Suddenly, the sky darkened and a huge figure appeared in front of Long Chen. It was so fast that Long Chen hadn't sensed it at all before it arrived. It was the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. It was now over 600 meters long, and its feathers had grown out, making it appear like a majestic steed. Right now, its aura was equivalent to a 6th-rank magical beast, but its power was even greater than a 7th-rank magical beast. Brother Long, Wilda jumped off from Cloud's back. During this time, Cloud had ended up close to Wilda. The two of them were both gluttonous. Previously, before the flying boats were fixed, the others hadn't dared to go too far, afraid of being surrounded by sea demons. But these two were different. Cloud was incredibly fast. Its very name was a sign of its speed and devouring power. Even though it was only at the 6th rank, even 9th rank magical beasts wouldn't be able to catch up to it. Cloud needed a large amount of flesh and blood, while Wilda also needed to constantly eat. Because of this, Meng Qi had finally agreed to let them go out. However, she had only permitted Cloud to eat 7th-rank sea demons and below. They were still in the midst of patching its innate deficiency, so it couldn't grow too quickly. So when they went out, the 8th-rank sea demons went to Wilda, while the smaller ones ended up as Cloud's snacks. The amount they ate was absolutely astonishing. No matter how much they ate, they never got full. Meng Qi had even bought a king item bowl for Wilda before leaving. It was a spatial tool that could suck in dead sea demons and compress them. Thousands of sea demons could be compressed into the size of a thumb through this bowl, and Wilda could gobble them up after that. Although Wilda's cultivation base was unclear, strange lines had now started to appear on his body. It was as if he was undergoing some kind of transformation, and his aura was also growing more terrifying. As for Cloud, it had it much easier. It simply opened its mouth, and sea demons would fly in without being able to resist. Thousands or tens of thousands would be swallowed all at once. That was its innate swallowing ability. Those sea demons that were swallowed into its stomach would instantly be killed. Long Chen checked Wilda's body and saw that his cells had long since been fully activated, and now each one of them was in the midst of transformation. According to Wilda, he was unbearably hungry every day. Long Chen knew this was a message Wilda's body was sending him. It meant he was probably about to advance. But Wilda's body was different from others. The way he advanced was also different. Right now, what Long Chen needed to do for Wilda was make him full. Brother Long, there aren't enough 9th-rank sea demons around. I can't get full. Wilda rubbed his head sadly. 8th-rank sea demons didn't fill him up at all, and he was in a constant painful state of hunger. All right, gather up everyone. We'll also go out hunting. Long Chen patted Wilda comfortingly. Chapter 11:45 Cloud's Power. Translator Born to Be. The eastern sea gleamed like crystal under the sunlight. A flying boat slowly flew across its boundless surface. Long Chen, what's going on? How have we not encountered any powerful sea demons in 2 days? Meng Qi gently brushed back some strands of hair that had been blown astray by the wind. It's probably the calm before the storm. It means a huge beast tide is about to erupt. Long Chen's expression was a bit grave. According to past records, each time the beast tide occurred, the sea demons would enter a quiet state as if they were preparing their strength. After flying for so long, they had essentially reached the edges of the deep sea. According to reason, despite that state of calm, there should still be sea demons present. However, things were frighteningly calm. Boss, why does the beast tide even occur? I still don't understand what's the point of this periodic attack, asked Gu Yang. Put it simply, it's a method of weeding out the weak. The martial heaven sea ring is controlled by the sea demons, and in the depths of the sea, no one dares to provoke them. Even the continent's peak experts are intimidated by them. As for the sea demons we're killing, they're just inferior members of the sea demon race. Their bloodline is impure, and the 9th rank is their limit. Only sea demons that can reach the 10th rank and above are true members of the sea demon race. Those who came with me to the Central Plains, you must still remember that we encountered a 10th rank sea demon on the way. They are the true leaders of the martial heaven sea ring. Just like the continent, the sea is also a land of cultivation. But there are just too many sea demons, and when the numbers reach a certain level, it affects the pure-blooded sea demons' cultivation as well. The beast tide is caused by the leaders of the sea demons who want to see the numbers go down, said Long Chen. This secret was actually something only a few people knew. The Xuanhuan master had told him so he would be prepared. Heavens, they can control such a huge army of sea demons. Then couldn't they easily exterminate all human cultivators? Cried Gu Yang. It's not that exaggerated. After all, they're still beasts. They don't know alchemy, forging, formations, etc. Once they come onto the land, experts will kill them eventually. They can only run rampant in the sea. The reason they cause beast tides is to suppress the number of sea demons. It's through this balance that the number of sea demons stays low enough that the spiritual qi in the sea doesn't grow thin. That would affect the true experts of the sea demon race. This is also why they will always put out some signs that the beast tide is about to start, so that the human race can prepare. It's just a game of survival of the fittest. It's not a bad thing for humans or sea demons. The sea demon race is using human cultivators to eliminate a portion of their wasted resources. As for human cultivators, they use this battlefield to temper their disciples, as well as gathering needens. This is also why the Martial Heaven Alliance forbids king experts from going hunting in the sea. They're afraid they might kill some pure-blooded descendants of the sea demons. That would draw out the true leaders of the sea demon race, and then a huge battle would definitely erupt. As Long Chen explained, he scattered some medicinal powders he had previously refined into the sea. These powders also contained the blood of some of Meng Qi's magical beasts. Sea demons were very sensitive to magical beasts' blood. With Long Chen's powders, their scent was magnified. In just an incense stick's worth of time, the sea began to surge, and countless huge figures charged over. Ninth-rank sea demons. Wilder was the first to charge out with delight. He directly summoned his barbarian blood-bronze body and swung his club, blasting the first monster fish's head apart. At the same time, a bowl in his hand released a ray of light that drew the monster fish inside. Wilder directly swallowed it. The others found that surprising and funny. Wilder was actually filled with such urgency because of hunger. They all went out to kill the sea demons. 8th-rank sea demons were no longer useful to them, but 9th-rank sea demons were treasures. Their corpses could be sold for money, and their needens were exceptionally valuable. Long Chen's bait was drawing over more and more 9th-rank sea demons. Now that the Dragonblood Legion had all advanced to Foundation forging, killing these 9th-rank sea demons wasn't at all difficult. The sea was quickly dyed red with the blood of the sea demons. The scent of that blood drew over more sea demons, and huge waves began to surge. Long Chen had the flying boat float over the battlefield. He looked at the intense battle below. Wilder was killing and eating them one by one. In just a bit, he killed dozens of them but still wasn't full. Long Chen, what are you thinking about? Seeing Long Chen frowning in thought, Meng Qi walked over. Have you noticed? The blood of these 9th-rank sea demons, the energy within it quickly dissipates in the sea, said Long Chen. Isn't that obvious? When blood enters the sea will absorb it, said Meng Qi with a teasing smile. Long Chen shook his head. That's not what I was talking about. I'm thinking the sea demons are using the hands of humans to eliminate their weak members. Then is our cultivation world also the same? Is there also a large hand pushing us forward? I didn't think of that. Meng Qi was caught off guard, never having considered such a situation. Long Chen mulled over this possibility. In the immemorial pathway, he had gone to the depths of it with the Eastern Wasteland Bell. There, he had seen an altar with a huge skull. Although the Eastern Wasteland Bell had refused to answer his questions, he still felt that the immemorial pathway might very likely be the same as the Martial Heaven Sea Ring. It was being manipulated by someone. If it was possible that the immemorial path was being controlled, then what about the Martial Heaven continent? If there really was someone secretly directing the Martial Heaven continent, what kind of existence did they have to be? A god. Cloud, come back, don't get greedy. Meng Qi was distracted by her talk with Long Chen, and in that moment Cloud had secretly eaten an 8th-rank sea demon, but Meng Qi had still caught it. Long Chen shook his head. This kind of problem wasn't one he should be pondering. Just the Central Plains was already so enormous. He would find the truth sooner or later. Meng Qi, just let Cloud eat. Its innate deficiency is essentially fixed, and there are no problems with its body now. When we get back, I'll refine a pill to completely make up for any slight deficiency problem there still is, said Long Chen. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow looked incredibly pitiful. It was like a starving child, how could they not let it eat? Cloud immediately let out a bird cry and charged into the battlefield. You imp, you only know how to play good cop. Meng Qi rolled her eyes at Long Chen, but she didn't order Cloud back. Under her meticulous care, there was already no problem with Cloud's body. Its innate deficiency was already made up for. But Meng Qi was a cautious and meticulous person, and she was afraid of any possible accidents. And so, she didn't let Cloud eat too much. As for Long Chen, he didn't think the problem was too big. Each time, Cloud would put on such a pitiful appearance. Cloud was very smart, and as soon as Long Chen spoke, it flew off. It knew Meng Qi wouldn't refuse Long Chen. "Hey, that's a ninth-rank sea demon," cried Meng Qi as she saw a ninth-rank sea demon's corpse rapidly shrinking and flying toward Cloud's mouth. "Just leave it, Meng Qi, don't worry so much. Cloud is an ancient species with its own inheritance. If there really was danger, it would sense it itself. By constantly restricting it and not letting it act on instinct, you'll end up restricting its cultivation base," persuaded Long Chen. "Fine, I admit I was just too concerned." Meng Qi thought about it for a while and bitterly smiled. Long Chen held her hand. "It's because you promised Cloud's mother that you are feeling so much pressure, but in reality, you aren't a god and you don't know what will happen in the future. Let Cloud be." Meng Qi understood what he was saying. She cared too much about Cloud, and pampering it wasn't necessarily a good thing. It would be better if Cloud was given more room to grow. After devouring a ninth-rank sea demon, Cloud's rainbow colors lit up, and a powerful aura erupted. Cloud's body rapidly grew, and it instantly advanced to the 7th rank. Meng Qi was startled. Cloud was truly worthy of being a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. That powerful 9th-rank sea demon was instantly digested as soon as it entered its stomach. Furthermore, its aura was still very stable. There wasn't the slightest weakening or sign of an empty cultivation base. This meant that Cloud really didn't need to be worried about so much and could grow on its own. Seeing this, Meng Qi sighed with relief. At the same time, she felt slightly ashamed. If Long Chen hadn't persuaded her, she would have inhibited Cloud's growth. After advancing to the 7th rank, Cloud suddenly let out a heaven-shaking cry and shot toward a 9th-rank sea demon. Meng Qi jumped in fright as Cloud was still only at the 7th rank. She had just formed a hand seal when she was stopped by Long Chen. Sometimes, trust is the best encouragement. Boom! That bull-headed fish-bodied 9th-rank sea demon unleashed 2 rays of bright light at Cloud. This was its full-strength attack, causing Meng Qi to turn pale. But when that light was about to strike, Cloud spread its feathers and vanished. When Cloud reappeared, it was right in front of the 9th-rank sea demon. It opened its mouth, and an azure thread of light shot out. The thread of light pierced straight through the 9th-rank sea demon's head, instantly killing it. Then its corpse was pulled into Cloud's stomach. At this moment, a dozen 9th-rank sea demons had surrounded Cloud. It simply flapped its wings, turning into a rainbow-colored light that vanished into the clouds. Chapter 1146, Wang Zhen's Distress Call. Translator Born to Be. It was so fast that it was impossible to track. The attacks of the 9th-rank sea demons completely missed. "Nice work, Cloud," shouted Long Chen. A bird cry rang out from above the clouds as if in response to Long Chen's encouragement. A rainbow light suddenly shot down like a meteor. Cloud had folded its wings and was shooting straight toward a 9th-rank sea demon. Boom! A huge hole was forcibly pierced through the sea demon's body. Everyone was shocked. Cloud was only at the 7th rank, but it killed 9th-rank sea demons so easily. Not just anyone was capable of recognizing it for a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. After all, that was a legendary existence. In the Dragonblood Legion, only Long Chen, Meng Qi, and Xuanhuan knew its origin. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow had been expelled from the Xuanhuan beasts. That was why it was best not to tell everyone about Cloud's identity. However, even Long Chen, Meng Qi, and Xuanhuan were shocked by Cloud's power. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow is far stronger than I ever imagined. We definitely need to let it have its freedom. Seeing Cloud completely dominating these sea demons, Long Chen was awed. He saw that Cloud was hunting the 9th-rank sea demons, and it was trying different moves, different angles. It was honing its instincts and hunting abilities. Cloud was as quick as lightning, and its attacks only grew sharper and mightier. Any 9th-rank sea demons it killed would be directly swallowed by it. Seeing this, Meng Qi couldn't help but sigh. She had always been worried about Cloud growing too fast because of its innate deficiency. But she had forgotten, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was no ordinary magical beast. It had its own inheritance. She had already helped make up for practically all of its innate deficiency. Whatever little bit remained could be naturally made up by Cloud. Now that Cloud had advanced to the 7th rank, its core runes had been activated, and it was crazily absorbing flesh to make up for its deficiency. It was even more effective than when Meng-Chi prepared special medicine balls for it. So Meng-Chi couldn't help but feel ashamed. She had clung too much to her knowledge as a beast tamer. Although Long Chen wasn't even a beast tamer, and he didn't know much about the habits of magical beasts, he still saw more than she could. Cloud's one thing, but Wilder really is a monster. How can he eat so much without his stomach exploding? Tang Wanner looked at Wilder with shock. It had been several hours. Other people would directly put away the corpses of the 9th-rank sea demons they had killed to be exchanged for points, but Wilder would kill one and eat one. Others had gathered a few hundred 9th-rank sea demons during this time, but Wilder's speed was probably 10 times theirs. Even after eating so many, he was still hungry. Each 9th-rank sea demon was like a small mountain, and even though their corpses were shrunk with a king item, that was just a spatial restriction. They weren't truly small. Once they entered his stomach, they would return to their original size. No one dared to try eating a 9th-rank sea demon like that. It would cause their body to explode, but Wilder was still eating them without pause. Wilder is also undergoing some kind of transformation. He needs lots of meat as well, said Long Chen. Long Chen had talked about Wilder with the Xuanhuan master. The Xuanhuan master had said that the barbarian race only existed in legend, and that there was no way to say anything about them for sure. Apparently, there had been some mixed-blooded barbarian races that were essentially the same as magical beasts. Due to their berserk natures, they had become the enemies of the entire cultivation world and were exterminated back in the immortal era. After that, Long Chen just kept his mouth shut about Wilder. He knew too little about the barbarian race. It was best to keep Wilder's status as low-key as possible. Wilder was starting to advance. Because he relied on the energy within the meat to advance, his cultivation path was different from everyone else's. No one knew what his limit was, but after eating 1,000 9th-rank sea demons, his expression still didn't change, and that was a bit frightening. Wilder's stomach was like a bottomless pit. Looking from Wilder to Cloud, Long Chen bitterly smiled. It seemed trying to get rich off selling sea demon corpses wasn't going to happen. As soon as Cloud defeated and ate one, it would move on to the next. Its body was slowly growing as it ate more, and its runes began to activate, expelling impurities from the food it had eaten and keeping only the essence. This was definitely a terrifying way to advance. It was constantly eating and getting stronger in battle, and it was a kind of flawless advancement. Long Chen just watched as the Dragonblood Legion fought. He kept the flying boat on standby just in case they encountered a 10th-rank sea demon. Although he had heard that 10th-rank sea demons would not appear when the beast tide was brewing, who could guarantee anything? It was better to be careful. After fighting for 3 days, even the Dragonblood Legion was starting to get tired. Furthermore, because of this non-stop intense fighting, quite a few people had ended up being so tired that they were injured in battle. But with the healing disciples present, everything was still fine. Long Chen didn't give the order to retreat yet. Meng-Chi and Tang Wanner had an urge to fight as well, but they were held back by Long Chen. A battle against the will was also important. The more tired they became and the more their will slacked, the easier accidents would occur. But it would also temper them more. When there was no longer a tide of 9th-rank sea demons charging at them, all the warriors sighed with relief. They sat on the flying boat, exhausted. As for the Dragonmark warriors, they directly fell asleep, feeling like their bodies were empty. Only Wilder and Cloud were still full of energy. Wilder's bronze skin had some faint runes shining on it, and his aura was still growing. It was like a sleeping dragon was about to awaken within his body. As for Cloud, it had just advanced to the 8th rank the day before. That kind of speed was absolutely shocking. Long Chen immediately stopped Cloud from eating anymore because its aura was starting to fluctuate. That was a sign its realm was growing unsteady. It couldn't keep eating. He personally refined a few medicinal pills to stabilize its realm. It could kill sea demons for rations now, but it couldn't eat them immediately. Now everyone saw how terrifying Cloud could be. It simply spread its wings and its runes lit up. Millions of rays of light shot out, slaughtering the 9th-rank sea demons. Then it opened its mouth and a green line of light shot out, blowing apart the sea demons. That light only flashed once, because if it was used twice, there wouldn't be any rations left. Even Long Chen and Meng-Chi, who had personally seen the 10th-rank Cloud chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, were shocked by Cloud's abilities. It had such terrifying abilities at just the 8th rank. This kind of power had surpassed their understanding. Even if Meng-Chi summoned all her ninth-rank magical beasts, they wouldn't necessarily be able to beat Cloud. Very likely, they would all be killed by it, because not only was it powerful, but it was also incredibly fast. Wanting to flee in front of it was just a joke. They had truly killed an immense number of ninth-rank sea demons this time. Millions of corpses had filled their spatial rings, and there was nowhere else to put them. Long Chen tossed the leftovers that no one had room for into the primal chaos space's black soil. The iron spruce oaks rapidly grew and would soon reach their peak. The primal chaos space was now flourishing with life, giving Long Chen confidence. He wouldn't have to worry about being injured now. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. A symbol lit up on a jade tablet on his waist, and an ear-piercing alarm rang out. Wang Zhen's in danger. Long Chen saw that it was the red symbol that represented Wang Zhen. It was rapidly flashing, meaning it was an urgent distress call. This was one of the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's tools. It could sense copies of itself within a range of 500,000 miles, and as long as they were within a couple 100,000 miles, they could accurately pinpoint their locations. What happened? Did he run into a 10th-rank sea demon? Asked Meng-Chi. Meng-Chi Wanner, look at these coordinates, fly in that direction. Long Chen then jumped onto Cloud's back and said, Cloud, use your fastest speed. Let me see what it means to chase the clouds. Cloud let out a clear bird cry and transformed into a 7-colored ray of light. The sound of its bird cry still hung in the air, but its figure had already vanished from their sight. Chapter 1147, The Heaven-Suppressing Magic Sect's Sneak Attack. Translator, born to be. This fool, why didn't he bring us? Seeing Long Chen fly away with Cloud, Tang Wanner couldn't help being a bit irritated. According to reason, he should have brought several powerful helpers as well. If Wang Zhen sent out a distress call, this matter definitely isn't normal. No matter how many 9th-rank sea demons there were, he would still be able to use the flying boat to run. If it's not a 10th-rank sea demon, then Long Chen is enough, and if it is, then all of us together won't be enough anyway. Long Chen has Cloud's speed now, and if he can't beat the enemies, he can still escape with Cloud. He doesn't have time to explain that, so don't blame him, said Meng-Chi. No wonder Long Chen loves you so much. You really understand him, said Tang Wanner a bit enviously. Are you even getting jealous of me now? Don't mess around. We have to hurry over to the location Long Chen told us to go to. Meng-Chi turned to everyone else. With the flying boat's speed, we'll have 4 hours to rest. Hurry and recover in case of a big battle. Everyone immediately focused on recovering. The healing disciples used their wood attribute energy to envelop the entire legion. An image of a huge tree appeared in the air above them, and life energy poured over them all. Lying on Cloud's back, Long Chen finally learned what it meant to chase clouds and follow lightning. He wasn't able to see anything in front of him. He wasn't even able to stand. And even though he was kneeling, the wind was like blades on his skin. He estimated that ordinary foundation forging experts wouldn't even be able to withstand it and would be blown off. Cloud, you really are amazing. Long Chen didn't hold back on his praise. Cloud's speed was truly amazing. Cloud was several times faster than a flying boat's max speed. Furthermore, Cloud was able to accelerate to its peak speed in just a few breaths. As for a flying boat, it needed an incense stick's worth of time to reach its max. The flying boat was just starting while Cloud had vanished from sight. That was the difference. Furthermore, Cloud had just reached the 8th rank. If it advanced to the 9th or even the 10th rank, Long Chen couldn't imagine what its speed would be like. Long Chen stared at the jade tablet. He was rapidly approaching the marker. Rumbling sounds rang out from ahead, and in just a breath, he saw a battlefield in front of him. Thousands of black-robed people who had covered their faces had surrounded Wang Zhen's 20,000 disciples. They were holding staves in their hands, constantly unleashing powerful magical arts. As for Wang Zhen's flying boat, it was crippled and couldn't fly anymore. The magical arts had formed a huge cage surrounding them, while flying swords, huge hatchets, runic hammers, and all sorts of magical arts flew toward them. Wang Zhen had summoned a huge gold-shelled insect in the front of an army of countless various insects. Just on his own, he blocked almost half the attacks. But he was also paying a miserable price. Countless insect corpses covered the sea, practically piling into mountains. Despite paying this price, they were still in desperate straits. The skyfall of magical arts were impossible to dodge. Thousands of disciples had already died. Amongst the assailants were 2 rank 6 celestials. Their magical arts were incredibly powerful, and the majority of Wang Zhen's insects were killed by them. Furthermore, a portion of their attacks pierced through the insects and landed amongst the disciples, killing them. Ha ha ha, idiots from the Xuanhuan Dao sect, is there still a need to struggle? If you give up, you won't feel any pain, shouted one of the masked attackers. Bastard, I remember your voice. You're that rat who fought Hua Shiyu, roared Wang Zhen. At first, he had had suspicions that they were from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. After all, they were all holding staves and unleashing long-distance magical arts. It was truly suspicious. Moreover, they were very familiar with the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples' methods of fighting. As soon as they had arrived, they had forced them into a passive position. However, they refused to say anything when the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples demanded they tell them who they were. Now this person was pleased with himself and opened his mouth, and Wang Zhen immediately recognized him. That was because his voice was too irritating and hard to forget. That person immediately regretted speaking, so he shut his mouth and focused on attacking. Everyone focus, don't leave even a single one alive, shouted a black-robed rank 6 celestial. More and more attacks rained down on the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples, and Wang Zhen's expression changed. He had summoned his strongest defensive insects, but even they were unable to bear such terrifying attacks and were being killed one by one. Once his insect army was slain, there would no longer be any protection for the disciples. They would all be killed. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples were too despicable. Before Wang Zhen's army had even understood what was happening, they had forced them into a death trap that was impossible to breach. Wang Zhen was filled with hatred and regret. He hated himself for being stupid. If Long Chen had been present, he would have instantly seen through his enemies' trap and chosen to attack at the beginning instead of choosing to passively defend like this. Now they were all in desperate straits. Although they had put out a distress signal, the reinforcements were too far away. Long Chen would need at least 4 hours to get here. Looking at the current situation, they wouldn't even be able to last another incense stick's worth of time. Wang Zhen had already summoned his mother insect. It was only through it that he managed to defend against the rank 6 celestials, but there was no way he could use it to beat his opponents. Don't get too pleased yet. Once senior apprentice brother Long Chen learns of this, your deaths will be far worse than ours. Brothers, don't be afraid. Since the day we stepped onto the cultivation path, we knew this day would come sooner or later. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen will definitely get revenge for us, cried a disciple. Ha ha ha, I'm very busy and don't have the time to get revenge for you. You should get revenge on your own. Suddenly, thunderous laughter rang out, and all the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples who heard it were filled with wild delight. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Boom! An azure line of light flew through the crowd, and the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples that were struck were instantly blown to bits. A clear bird cry rang out. Only now did Cloud's figure appear before their eyes. This was the Cloud chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow's innate divine ability. In just one blow, over 100 of the attackers were killed. 2 huge openings appeared in their encirclement. With those disciples killed, the magical art barrier collapsed. I didn't go attack the heaven-suppressing magic sect, but you decided to send yourselves to me. Don't blame me for not standing on courtesy. Brothers, kill them down to the last. Following Long Chen's roar, the trapped Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples let out a furious roar. They launched an all-out attack against the previously wildly arrogant but now slightly panicked heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples. Long Chen had already jumped off Cloud and shot toward the 2 rank 6 celestials. The 2 of them were likely from the heaven-suppressing magic sect's previous generation, as they had already reached the 8th heaven stage of foundation forging. Run! The 2 of them looked at each other and decided to directly flee. They didn't even bother with their flying boat or their fellow disciples. Instead, they split up and fled in 2 different directions. A blood-red saber image crashed down from the sky without any warning at one of the rank 6 celestials. That person barely had time to summon a shield before he and the shield were blown to bits. Even the 3rd form of split the heavens can be used instantly now. All that money was worth it. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh emotionally upon seeing the resulting blood mist. Now, he had finally reached the level that Feng Xingli had displayed in the eastern wasteland, when he had used the 3rd form of split the heavens. 27 of his acupuncture points had been instantly connected, allowing him to unleash the 3rd form without warning. It didn't give his opponent any time to prepare, totally deserving the title of his most powerful killing blow. Before this, he would have had to first lock down his opponent with his aura to use the third form, or by the time he finished brewing the move, his opponent would have fled back home. And even if they didn't flee when they were locked down, they would still use their strongest move to counter. An instantaneous blow had no need for any of this. Furthermore, if it was used while the opponent was running, they wouldn't even be able to do anything. Long Chen was just about to go after the other rank 6 Celestial when Cloud shot into motion. It appeared in front of the rank 6 Celestial and sent out a claw. That person also summoned a shield. He was extremely crafty. This shield had some special runes on it, and when it exploded, it would give him a big boost in speed combined with the power of his opponent's attack. It would make it much easier to run. However, he had misjudged Cloud's power. Its sharp claw shone with runes and easily went through his shield to strike his body. There was no suspense at all. Cloud didn't even need to tighten its claw. That person was instantly blown apart. Chapter 11, 48 Timely Reinforcements. Translator Born to Be. What kind of attack is this? It can actually avoid the defenses of magical arts. Long Chen saw Cloud's attack clearly. If its attack merely destroyed the defenses, that was one thing. After all, it was a cloud chasing heaven swallowing sparrow. But when Cloud's claw reached the shield, it was like some mysterious energy had allowed it phase through the shield to land on the rank 6 Celestial's body. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples had powerful magical arts, but their physical bodies were very weak. It was a fatal weakness, and so this rank 6 Celestial was instantly killed. Long Chen had no time to reflect on this. After a brief moment of shock, he shot into motion, charging at the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples who were now panicked and running in every direction. Long Chen's arrival instantly reversed the tide. The enemy's 2 top experts were instantly killed, and the remaining ones had no will to continue fighting. They fled, but with Cloud present, fleeing was in vain. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a rainbow-colored light that swept back and forth, killing the ones who had fled the furthest. "Stop, we're disciples from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. If you kill us, the heaven-suppressing magic sect won't let you off." PPFD. One of them was killed in the midst of his shouting by one of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. That disciple cursed, "Fuck off. You can kill us, but we can't kill you." With Cloud blocking others from fleeing and Long Chen slaughtering anyone remaining, the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples rapidly fell. No matter how powerful they were, no matter what technique they used, Long Chen would kill them with a single slash of his saber. They were quickly whittled down to just over 200 people. In truth, even at the start, there hadn't been many of them. They had simply relied on a combination magical art to trap all the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Perhaps in a one-on-one, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were still slightly weaker, but now they had over 10 times their number now. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were slaughtering the panicked heaven-suppressing magic sect disciples. "Long Chen, do you still recognize this bastard?" The battle ended quickly. All of the attackers had been killed, except for one that Wang Zhen had captured alive. As soon as Long Chen saw that person, he slapped him across the face and nodded. "I recognize him. We'll leave him to Hua Shiyu. I'm sure the Heaven-Female Alliance has many methods to make him live a life worse than death. If we kill him, it'd be a waste." "Do you want to do a soul search?" asked Wang Zhen. A soul search could allow them to learn why the heaven-suppressing magic sect had suddenly attacked the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Long Chen shook his head. A core disciple like this is under the protection of his sect's divine item. It's the same as the Xuanhuan Tower blessing we received when we joined. Others are unable to use soul search to see their secrets, and forcing it will end up killing him without learning anything. Time is still pressing, so I'll mark a path. Bring your people to meet up with the Dragonblood Legion. My guess is that you're not the only one who's being attacked. I'm going to group up with Hua Shiyu. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, he called back Cloud, and the two of them vanished in a ray of light. Seeing Long Chen leave, a slightly forlorn expression appeared on Wang Zhen's face. When it came to leading people, he could only stare at Long Chen's back. He's a true leader. Guild head, Long Chen's a leader, but you're also a leader. You're both equally outstanding in our hearts. You sacrificed so many of your housebits that you raised for many years because of us, and even risked your life to hold back those 2 rank 6 Celestials. Just that is enough for us to follow you forever. Even if we had to choose again, we'd still follow you," cried a disciple. The other disciples also stood up and agreed. Wang Zhen was a rare insect cultivator and his housebits were like his life, but in order to reduce his people's casualties, he had lost practically all of them. and yet he hadn't even frowned before doing so. That touched all of them. "Good brother, there's no need for such words between us. Let's go gather with the Dragonblood Legion." Seeing all these disciples looking at him with zealotry, Wang Zhen was moved. He had always been a somewhat icy person. He had merely established the 10,000 Insect Guild because it was part of his duties as a core disciple. Beyond that, he had never had any wild thoughts of fighting for supremacy. But Long Chen had changed Wang Zhen's way of thinking, as every member of the Dragonblood Legion was following Long Chen to the death. Thus, for the first time in his life, Wang Zhen thought of leading a group of people that he could treat as life and death brothers. Later, he was fully convinced by Long Chen's charisma, but at the same time, he was feeling more and more ashamed of himself, feeling like he wasn't a capable leader. However, today, he could feel the trust and support that all his people gave him. Just like Long Chen, he also had a group of hot-blooded brothers that were loyal to him. Wang Zhen began to lead them according to the direction Long Chen had indicated. As for Long Chen, he was rushing straight to Hua Shiyu's position with Cloud. Fortunately, the distance between them wasn't that far. Cloud quickly reached Hua Shiyu's group with its peak speed. "What are you doing here, Long Chen?" Hua Shiyu was surprised to see him arrive. "My Dragonblood Legion has too many men, making life too boring." "Hee, you understand," joked Long Chen. Long Chen jumped onto their flying boat while leaving Cloud to hide itself above the clouds. Perhaps he had arrived too early, but that was good in any case. Hua Shiyu didn't know what was going on, as the distress signal had only gone out to Long Chen's master Jade tablet. Hua Shiyu was capable of using her Jade tablet to send out a distress call, but she couldn't receive it. Their Jade tablets were only able to sense each other's locations. There was no way around it. If all their tablets could receive distress signals, their effective range would have to be greatly shortened. In order to keep their range as great as possible, their flexibility had to be reduced. "Aren't you worried about Meng Qi and Wan Er coming to find you?" Hua Shiyu might not like any men, but she treated Long Chen differently. She actually joked back. "Haha, I'm not afraid. But in any case, they'll never know," laughed Long Chen. It was unknown whether or not it was because of the touching that had occurred last time, but Hua Shiyu was much warmer to him now. Long Chen's arrival caused the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples to erupt into cheering, and they charged over. That made Hua Shiyu roar. "Are you all done with your work? Have all the sea demons been killed, or you don't even care about this chance to make money?" Long Chen is the Xuanhuan Dao sect's most outstanding figure. If his wise eyes start to favor one of us, who would care about points? They'd be nothing in comparison, hee. Some of the women immediately retorted. Although Hua Shiyu was icy to outsiders, especially men, she treated her own people very well. After being together for so long, her disciples had long since realized her character. Her exterior was like a blade, but her heart was soft inside. They weren't afraid at all. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, when are you going to win over our alliance master? Then all the Heaven Female Alliance's beauties would attend to you." One of the particularly brazen maidens shouted such a valiant thing. Long Chen was struck dumb. There was such a possibility. By winning over one, he'd win over tens of thousands of other beauties. No, there was no way he could think of such a thing. But if he didn't think of it, wouldn't he be less than a beast? Hua Shiyu turned red, and she searched for the person who had just shouted. But that woman was smart, and she had run immediately after shouting. "Ha, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's women are all here. Excellent. Not one of you will get away today. Brothers will be able to play to our heart's content tonight." Suddenly, a huge flying boat appeared in front of them without any warning. Buzz! Over 10,000 figures appeared in the air, and each one of them waved a staff. Together, they formed a spherical barrier to envelop the whole Heaven Female Alliance. At the same time, ice began to float in the air, condensing into huge icicles that sealed the world. "Girls from the Xuanhuan Dao sect, come receive your guests." Just as the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples were shocked and panicked, a group of people appeared outside the barrier. Seeing the person speaking, Long Chen narrowed his eyes. It was once more a familiar person. This was the person with the disgusting mouth who had fought against Tang Wan'er. Although he was masked, he didn't conceal his voice at all. "You're that bastard from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Don't think we won't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask," shouted the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples. Long Chen shook his head. Perhaps he had done this on purpose in order to make the Heaven Female Alliance's women guess their status. Then they would think this was a battle, not a slaughter. Long Chen saw that whether it was Hua Xiu or Zhao Zian, no one had recognized the severity of this attack. Right now, they were all just furiously cursing at the figures outside the barrier. If they had immediately launched an all-out attack when the barrier first formed, there would have been a chance to escape. But that chance vanished quickly. By guessing their opponent's status, they lost sight of the fact that they were currently in a death trap. Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Perhaps Wang Zhen had also been baited like this, taking advantage of when they were shocked and still didn't understand. Their death trap was perfectly set up. By the time they understood, it would be too late. Long Chen continued to hide amongst the crowd. None of these attackers had seen him yet, and at this moment, another figure appeared outside the barrier, one that caused Hua Xiu and the others' expressions to change. Chapter 1149, Once More Fighting Han Zhenyu. Translator Born to Be. This person was wearing a conical hat that blocked his face. Furthermore, this conical hat was a special tool that isolated him from divine sense. But Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and all the others knew who he was. Han Zhenyu. Their hearts shook. They hadn't expected Han Zhenyu to appear here. A large hand tore off the hat, revealing a scalp that looked like centipedes were wriggling all over it. He was indeed the heaven-suppressing magic sect's strongest expert of the junior generation, Han Zhenyu. Back then, Han Zhenyu's cultivation base had been at the 3rd heaven stage of foundation forging, but today, he was already at the 7th heaven stage. His terrifying aura could be sensed even through the barrier, causing all of them to tremble. Han Zhenyu was a rank 7 celestial and had an innate suppression over lower-ranking celestials. As soon as he released his aura, he made them all feel like a mountain was crushing their hearts. It was hard to breathe under that pressure. If you don't want to die, then obediently surrender. We don't want your lives. We just want to have a chat with the Xuanhuan Dao sect, said Han Zhenyu. HMPH, what would you chat about? You came all the way to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's defensive region to sneak attack us. It's clearly a premeditated provocation, so what is there to talk about? Replied Hua Xiu coldly. Long Chen continued to hide himself. He secretly told Hua Xiu to speak with Han Zhenyu to see if they could dredge up any useful information. Since you want to die, don't blame us for being ruthless. Han Zhenyu frowned and extended his hand. The 7 stars reflect on the runic sea manifestation appeared behind him, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Senior apprentice brother Han, these are all beauties. Killing them would be too regretful. Is it possible for us? That disciple who had once fought Tang Wan'er pled with him. I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. If you can't capture them, kill them all, ordered Han Zhenyu after a moment of hesitation. Haha, many thanks, senior apprentice brother Han. Don't worry, that prettiest one will be yours. Hua Xiu's expression was ashen. She was unable to comprehend how these heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples that were also part of the righteous path could be so despicable. What she didn't know was that the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples didn't cultivate the Tao. They cultivated magical arts. Their requirements for the physical body were low, and they focused more on spiritual strength. To a man, having a weak physical body could be a fatal blow to their confidence. Which man didn't want to have the strongest body? But they didn't have that. No matter how powerful their magical arts were, they weren't able to make up for that feeling of inferiority at the bottom of their hearts. People who felt inferior normally wanted to show how amazing they were in front of everyone to cover up the weakness in their hearts. So the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples were all arrogant and insulted others to display their strength. Other than insulting and looking down on others, they had another way to build up their self-esteem, and that involved women. When they subdued a woman, they would feel a kind of comfort, especially when it was a strong woman. The stronger the woman they subdued, the more pride they would feel. Therefore, a lot of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples had their heads filled with lecherous thoughts. To put it frankly, their hearts were a bit twisted. They were a bit better than the eunuchs in the royal palace, but only a bit. Now seeing all these women, all of them had a lecherous light in their eyes. Certain places were already bulging. Only by subduing powerful women could they feel like men. Brothers, it's up to your own abilities. Attack, 10,000 spirit restrictions. Following the shout from the first disciple, the other disciples waved their staves, and over 10,000 illusory spirit beasts appeared out of the barrier. There were wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, birds, and fish. Each person was controlling one. Suddenly, the barrier brightened and the beasts roared. Even though they were protected by the flying boat's defenses, the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples felt like they were about to faint. That had been a sound wave attack. Trapped within the barrier, the sound waves repeatedly echoed, and as they continued unleashing this attack, the magnitude only grew more intense. Seeing the beauties holding their ears with pained expression, all the heaven-suppressing magic sex disciples smiled lecherously. They didn't even notice a large figure slowly approaching them, an azure light condensed in the air. Its sound was blocked out by the sound waves of their magical arts. Han Zhenyu, it's been a while. Is your face still well? Long Chen's voice contained a special energy that made it resound over the sound waves. It was far more domineering than the sound waves. His voice was like a dragon's roar, and it even caused the barrier to shake. Long Chen didn't know any sound wave attacks, so he had merely backed his voice with the power of his spiritual yuan. The attacking disciples lost the ability to hear anything for a while just from how loud his voice was. Seeing Long Chen, all the heaven-suppressing magic sex disciples' pupils shrank, and Han Zhenyu's expression changed. He had never imagined that Long Chen would be hiding amongst the women. A feeling of unease suddenly rose from his heart. "Something up, run," ordered Han Zhenyu. Regretfully, the heaven-suppressing magic sex disciples were still unable to hear anything after Long Chen's roar. A huge azure light smashed into the barrier, instantly blowing it apart. The azure light also exploded, unleashing berserk energy. The disciples were all located at different parts of the barrier, but this explosion of the azure light, this one attack, instantly killed half of them. The disciples who were far away enough to escape the explosion were still injured by the backlash of the barrier exploding, and they wildly vomited blood. This attack was naturally from Cloud. Thousands of the heaven-suppressing magic sex disciples had been killed in one blow. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples still didn't know what was happening. Long Chen had already arrived in front of Han Zhenyu. Blooddrinker pointed toward the sky. "Han Zhenyu, let me see how much you've progressed during this time to dare come seeking death again." Han Zhenyu found himself locked down by Long Chen's saber. Not daring to be careless, he hastily took out his golden sword. Han Zhenyu was sent flying, shocked. Even though he had reached the late Foundation forging realm, he was still unable to use his superior cultivation base to suppress Long Chen. Although Long Chen was only at the third heaven stage of Foundation forging, he had spent 550 million yuan spirit stones to reach that level. His 108,000 immortal platforms gave him immense power. Even Long Chen didn't know how powerful he was now. After sending Han Zhenyu flying with one blow, Long Chen looked back at Hua Shiyu and the others who were still dumbstruck. "Kill them all. You don't need to worry about them running because Cloud will kill them. I'll cut down this idiot Han Zhenyu." Long Chen was already after him. Han Zhenyu had his manifestation active, and a golden giant appeared behind him. It held a golden sword. This golden sword was the king item sword he had used before. Now he had given it to this giant. "HMPH, I'll let you see my golden battle general's power," roared Han Zhenyu. He flew to the head of the golden giant. Forming hand seals, he sat directly on its forehead. Suddenly, the golden giant swung his sword and sneered. "Long Chen, this is a magical art I just learned. Today, I'll use you to practice with it, letting you be the first person to be killed by my golden battle general." Long Chen was a bit surprised. Han Zhenyu had actually merged with his golden giant to better control it. It was his first time seeing such a magical art. "Die!" Han Zhenyu roared and slashed the giant golden sword at Long Chen. Long Chen sneered, "You're the one who will die." His divine ring appeared behind him and 4 stars appeared in his eyes. Blooddrinker slashed out. Boom! Huge waves exploded on the sea and soared up into the sky. The other fighting disciples hastily circulated their spiritual yuan to defend against the impact. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples were surprised to see that the heaven-suppressing magic sex disciples were taking out shields to block the sea waves. They actually stopped attacking. "Their physical bodies are weak. Kill them," cried one of the Heaven Female Alliance's disciples. Ignoring the waves, she unleashed a full-strength sword attack. "Bitch, you've gone mad. You'll also die like this," roared the disciple being attacked. "Then let's see who will die." The female disciple ignored his cry. Her sword shattered that person's defense, and at the same time they were struck by the terrifying sea wave. She vomited blood and shot back, while the heaven-suppressing magic sex disciple was directly blown to bits by the wave. The Heaven Female Alliance's disciples' eyes brightened. This was a good chance. They all ignored the waves to unleash full-strength attacks and were heavily injured by them. But the heaven-suppressing magic sex disciples who had their defenses broken were all torn apart. Quite a few of their souls flew out and tried to escape, but the female disciples unleashed powerful spiritual magical arts that completely extinguished them. Hua Shiyu and Zhao Ziyan were going all out to kill them all. Both of them were fighting against hundreds of them at the same time, and it went without saying that they were powerful. They were temporarily tied. Split the Heavens 3, Blooddrinker hacked down, smashing into the golden sword.